Rigdon. By the way, the famous scientist and poet Omar Khayyam also wrote in the style of the Sufi Rubaiyat. So in Sufism, the spiritual cognition, the way to God, is the 7 spiritual steps on the path towards self-perfection, tariqah. From the Arabic tariqah, the word is given in the English transcription, a path, a way to the truth. They are called maqam. When translated from Arabic, it means a place, position, station, a spiritual stable state which a Sufi reaches at each stage, a station of the tariqah. The way to God is described as a symbolical crossing of the so-called 7 valleys. Anastasia. Yes, those symbolical 7 valleys in Sufism have quite poetic names. The first one is the Valley of Search, where a person lets go of all his earthly wishes. In the second one, the Valley of Love, he tries to find God as his only beloved one. In the third one, the Valley of Intuitive Knowledge, a Sufi only starts to know God, to perceive the light of the truth. In the fourth one, the Valley of Detachment, the seeker of God must finally part with his attachments and wishes. In the fifth one, the Valley of Unity, realize the unity of the world. In the sixth one, the Valley of Wonderment, to contemplate and feel the ocean of divine love. And in the seventh, the Valley of Death, the loss of the human I and egocentrism takes place, and according to the Sufi's understanding, the seeker's soul fuses with God. The stage of consciousness when I disappears and only the divine, the true essence remains inside the person, is called fana, nothingness, which is similar to the Buddhist nirvana. Rigdon. That's right. Such are their associative concepts of the spiritual steps on the way to God. By the way, Buddhism basically has the same 6 successive steps of perfection leading to enlightenment and liberation, attainment of nirvana. However, they're called paramita, which in Sanskrit means a crossing, a means of salvation, that with the help of which the opposite bank, nirvana, is reached. Anastasia. Yes, the same steps which the Sufis have are reflected in the earlier beliefs of India in Buddhism and still earlier in Hinduism. 6 perfections, paramitas. The first paramita is perfection in the generosity of alms. After all, in Buddhism, it means exactly work on yourself, a breakaway from the attachment to material things, comforts, accumulation, desire for possession and power, and also the aspiration to stop the circle of suffering from endless earthly wishes. In Sufism, in the first valley, the seeker also lets go of all his earthly wishes. Transformation from an egoist into a generous person capable of unselfishly giving, sharing, helping, and doing good, not for the sake of profit or his own glory. The second paramita is perfection in morality. Moral purity is the basis for the other stages of self-perfection, and it allows one to open the door into the spiritual world. Sufis at this stage are trying to find God through their exalted feelings. It is manifested in the perfection of the discipline of the mind, in good thoughts, doing good actions and deeds, as well as in observing the ethical and moral principles common to all humanity. And of course, this stage in Buddhism, just like in any other religion, prescribes to keep the vows and follow the rules determined by this religion. The third paramita is perfection in patience. This is the development of self-control. Sufis consider this to be the initial stage of knowing God, the perception of the light of the truth. Taming of excitement, negative emotions, one's anger, disappointment, depression, steadily overcoming any difficulties and life problems, as well as perfecting willpower. The fourth paramita is perfection and zeal. Basically, this is self-control, getting joy in doing good deeds, as well as pleasure from any work, and producing thoughts directed only towards enlightenment, thanks to which a person parts with his own laziness, envy, jealousy, and egoistic wishes. In Sufism, the seeker must finally part with his attachments and desires. The fifth paramita is the perfection of meditation. Buddhists also call this stage comprehensive awareness and contemplation. Sufis have two stages here, realization of the unity of the world and contemplation, when a person stops seeing the world in a constricted way of the egoistic observer, and through the sight within him, he starts seeing the true reality of the world while practicing meditations. Then he begins to understand what the true reality is, and a diversity of worlds opens to him. Person begins to understand what the illusion of the mind is, and knowing the real world becomes his dominant wish. It is believed that 4 other perfections create a favorable environment in which the spiritual sprout, begotten in meditation, will later give its ripe fruit. The 6th paramita is the perfection of transcendent, intuitive wisdom. Quality spiritual transformation of a human being, spiritual awakening, gaining the pure initial perception devoid of any thoughts, reaching the high non-conceptual forms of consciousness. In Sufism, that is losing the human eye, fusion of the seeker's soul with God. Spiritual vision, where perception of the entire reality happens instantly, without using the conceptual human mind, which needs language, images, earthly associations, and categories of ideas. Rigdon. Yes, such is their conceptual roadmap of attaining nirvana. By the way, they called the 6th stage of intuitive knowledge the Prajna Paramita. Prajna in Sanskrit means wisdom, understanding. This name is associated with the woman Bodhisattva, the mother of enlightenment, the goddess of the supreme perfect wisdom, intuition. As a rule, she is depicted with 4 arms, sitting in the lotus position on a large lotus flower. 2 hands show the sign, mudra, of the Dharma wheel turning, the symbol of attaining enlightenment, spiritual transformation. In her right side hand, there is a standard with the Chintamani jewel, and in the left side hand, a book on the lotus is depicted. On the whole, if we delve deeper into the ancient Hindu philosophy, then this goddess of supreme intuition is in fact a symbol of the creating force of Allatra. Buddhists in their religion, in order to differentiate it from Hinduism in some aspects, avoid the concepts of soul and God. But what I would like to say is that it does not mean that when approaching the final stage of his spiritual path, a person does not feel it inside himself. I mean soul and God. On the contrary, this state of the highest intuitive omniscience and understanding of everything is attained precisely when one recognizes, with the help of spiritual tools, what soul is, and thanks to daily spiritual work on oneself, gets as close as possible to one's personality and restores the connection with God through their soul. It is a different matter that out of a whole army of believers, only a few reach the end of the spiritual path. The others simply philosophize without changing their human essence. Anastasia: Yes, having practical experience in meditations, one understands your words much deeper. Rigdon: This is natural. The same stages of human spiritual self-perfection on the way to God can also be found in another world religion, Christianity. 7 sacraments are associated with the concept of man's salvation there, which symbolically reflect the spiritual path of the believer: baptism, confirmation, confession, penance, Eucharist, Holy Communion, marriage, wedding, anointing of the sick, unction, and holy orders, ordination. An invisible divine grace, the saving power of God, is thought to descend through them upon the believer. Anastasia: Yes, basically, they're the same stages of self-perfection. It's just that different words were used in the general context of this religion. For example, the first sacrament, baptism, according to the Christian doctrine, is associated with the admission of the believer into the bosom of the Church, when a person dies to the life of the flesh, to sinful life, and is reborn out of the Holy Spirit into spiritual holy life. It is believed that this opens the prospect of spiritual salvation for a human. During the symbolic rite, the person renounces Satan and all his works and all his service. That is, basically, he confirms his readiness in life to abandon the desires of his animal nature and serve only his spiritual nature, which in this religion is referred to as union with the divine nature, service to Christ. Symbolically, there is a whole rite at the basis of the baptism sacrament, during which prayers are read, and a person is either immersed into a water-filled baptismal fount, a tank, or he is sprinkled with water. Rigdon: Generally, it should be noted that the ablution ritual, immersion into water, was known to many peoples in the ancient times: the Egyptians, the Persians, the Phoenicians, the Slavs, the Greeks, the Romans, and so on. Incidentally, in the early Christian church rules, it was specified to baptize a baby precisely on the 8th day after birth, in memory of the 8th day of the life of Jesus Christ, supposedly replacing the ritual of circumcision with spiritual circumcision, liberation from sins, in a form of baptismal sacrament. But before that, the ritual washing of a newborn baby in the water and giving him name precisely on the 8th day after birth was known already to the Romans. As it has already been mentioned, Christianity arose in the Roman Empire, who had adopted in their turn this tradition from other peoples. Here's another example. In Buddhism, for instance, even today, Buddha's birth is celebrated on the 8th day of the 4th lunar month by traditionally washing an image of Buddha on this day with scented water as well as tea and praying. Examples are many. But what I want to say in this respect, many peoples had this tradition of ritual acts, ablution, and giving the name on the 8th day after the baby's birth, and this is connected with spiritual primordial knowledge. When, on the 8th day, the soul, together with all its accompanying shells, subpersonalities, enters the newborn body, they in fact experience extreme stress. After all, subpersonalities, being intelligent information structures of the material world, already have full awareness of all the processes of reincarnation and fear of inevitability of their total annihilation. getting once again into the flow of life's energy prana of a new body, feeling life, but no longer having ability to control these energies like before during their lives as personalities. Those subpersonalities that were most attached to matter by their choice become more aggressively disposed towards the newly emergent personality, for whom this world and its personal choice are just beginning to manifest. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, subpersonalities, especially the ones who during their lives gained certain knowledge and experience in working with energies. For instance, when during their lifetime a person did magic, psychic practices, and so on, even being trapped inside the new body at first stages until a new personality has matured, may try to, at least temporarily, to gain control over the body. Why? In order to be able to control consciousness and use the energies of the new body, gaining, be it momentary, but power in the material world. The latter, for example, allows them, thanks to projections, to instantly travel in space and visit those places to which they were attached during their lifetime. But in fact, this is called petty theft of the life energy prana from the new emergent personality, which shortens the years of its stay in the material world. Moreover, such rampage of the animal fear and aggressive attacks of these subpersonalities in a certain way create unfavorable conditions for the formation of a new personality and leave their negative mark on its further development. So, in order to protect the new personality from such tricks of subpersonalities, to minimize the initial stress impact of subpersonalities on it, and also to give a positive spiritual impulse to the new personality towards its future spiritual development, the washing ritual had been performed since ancient times on the 8th day after baby's birth. That is basically why, in the beliefs of different peoples of the world, it was considered that if a person was helped by such rituals of ablution and anointment at the very beginning of his life path, then in the future he would be kind. Otherwise, he would become evil. When conducting such a rite with, let us say, holy water or vegetable oils used for anointment, which was charged with the spiritual power of the people performing this ritual, the initial positive spiritual impetus as the osmos was given to the new personality. In fact, this was of course short-term spiritual help. Such beliefs were common among different peoples of the world. They reflected, albeit in a primitive form which had been adapted to the thinking of the people living in those times, the essence of the once available knowledge in society about the true human energy structure within the concepts about subpersonalities, reincarnation of the soul, and formation of a new personality. At that, in the ancient times, this ritual of ablution and naming on the 8th day after birth did not assume that the newborn would belong to any religion. Remember that in the Slavic countries, or for instance in the countries of the ancient East, Egypt, India, Greece, Roman Empire, and so on, there was polytheism, from the Greek word poly, meaning many, and theos, God. In other words, they had a system of religions that accepted worshipping many gods. This is an echo of the beliefs and traditions to worship different spirits and totems, which existed already during the primitive communal system and carried an imprint of the spiritual knowledge about the world and man. So when a person grew up, his personality formed, and only then did he self-define his life and spiritual path and consciously make his personal choice, including that regarding beliefs. By the way, regarding the personality, I have already mentioned that a new personality in a new body is more or less formed by the age of 5 to 7 years, and this is when the primary surge takes place in it. Then, by puberty at the age of 11 to 14 years, this is individual for each person, a second, stronger energy surge occurs. These surges are basically manifestations of the power of the soul, which are initially directed at helping the personality find ways of spiritual liberation. But power is power, and it is important through which prism of thinking it passes, and where it is later redirected. This is why, in these years for the new personality, its environment is important, as well as first and foremost, the worldview, words and actions of the people with whom it is in contact on a daily basis, and from whom it absorbs everything like a sponge, both the bad and the good, recording this information on its blank slate of consciousness. These primary markers are imprinted on the subsequent life of the personality and indirectly influence its life choice, the spiritual or the material one, which will be dominant in it and consequently will determine its destiny after death. Anastasia. Yes, echoes of this knowledge are in some sense embedded in different religious traditions. In Christianity, for example, in Orthodoxy, there is an instruction that children up to 7 years of age are baptized in parents' faith. Starting at 7 and up until 14 years of age, a child must independently confirm his desire to be baptized along with the wishes of his parents, and after 14 years of age, he makes his own choice which confession to adhere to. In other words, in Orthodoxy, consent of parents to the baptism is no longer required at this age. Rigdon. By the way, later they started to conduct this basic ritual of ablution and naming on the 8th day after birth on a 40th day, thus losing the essence of this action. They began to complicate the ceremony and make a religious ritual out of the sacrament. Generally, everything happened as usual, woe from human wit. As a result, today's priests themselves cannot understand and answer many important spiritual questions, not to mention explaining this to parishioners. They're just traditionally guided by religious templates in their answers without going deeper into their meaning. Anastasia. People often encounter this. It is the subject of discussion on many websites and online forums. By the way, a long time ago you imparted very interesting information about the sacrament of baptism. I included it in the book Sensei 2. Generally, such ritual sacrament of immersion into the water in different religions of the peoples of the world symbolizes, just like in Christianity, moral purification of man and his spiritual revival. If it is an adult, then it is assumed that this sacrament, first of all, sets the person to rethink his attitude towards the material world, let go of his fears, and change internally, to live thereafter according to the moral law, do good, become better in the spiritual sense, and work on himself. Finally, this is an impetus to hope, spiritual faith, to the personality making at least the first conscious step towards God. If it is a newborn being baptized, it is assumed that when the child grows up, such a teaching of faith is entrusted to his godparents, those who adopted him by baptism. So baptism in Christianity is the same first symbolical spiritual stage for believers as in Buddhism, Sufism, and other religions at the first stages of self-perfection. In other words, it is that very awareness of work on yourself, the cessation of the circle of suffering from endless earthly wishes, breaking away from the attachment to material things, parting with all your earthly desires for the sake of spiritual salvation and self-perfection in morality. Rigdon: Yes, same as, only in different words. Anastasia: The baptism ritual also includes a second sacrament, confirmation, after which, according to religious canons, the person is admitted to the third sacrament, the First Holy Communion, Eucharist, and other sacraments of the Church. Rigdon: All these sacraments symbolize instructions of the Church to the person walking the spiritual path to God. For example, the Christian magic and cultic ritual of confirmation, miropomazanie in Russian, from the Greek word miron, meaning chrism, aromatic oil. By the way, a similar ritual of the anointing with vegetable oil was practiced already during the pre-Christian times as a sacred magic ritual among different peoples. It was based on the belief that applying oil on certain parts of the body scares evil spirits away. As a rule, these parts of the body corresponded to the main human chakrans. For instance, eyes, the center of the forehead, the third eye, the center of the chest, of palms and feet. Yet in reality, the following process takes place. Ordinary vegetable oil, by its properties, is a good accumulator of energy and information, capable of storing information put in it for a long time, similar to water or a crystal. Of course, in this matter, it is important who and how prepares this oil, meaning what information is put in it, with which dominant. The preparation process itself is either reading a prayer or a magic formula or a spell. By the way, in actual fact, it can be done silently. After all, the point is not whether this information is pronounced aloud or mentally. The main thing is what stands behind it, what inner feelings the person puts into this process. It is the power of these feelings that charges oil accordingly and defines the vector of its further action according to the program put into it. Which particular vector it will be depends on the person who prepares the oil. If it is a spiritually strong personality, then the help will be spiritual, positive. If it is a strong person in terms of energy in whom material desires dominate, then one should not expect anything good from this. When such charged oil is applied onto the human body, especially in the areas of chakrans, then the program, energy information, which was previously put into this oil, enters it. Originally, this action was intended to support the person spiritually and activate his front essence. As a rule, pure vegetable oil was used for this purpose, and only much later, when this knowledge was lost and simple imitation of this ritual started to take place, then people started to add balms and aromatic substances to the oil so that if it does not work, at least it had a decent smell. Incidentally, this is what actually pushed people to create such a product as perfume. Anastasia: Exactly. Perfume has the highest concentration of essential oils compared to other fragrance. Rigdon. And in early Christianity, regular pure vegetable oil was used for this rite, often preferring oils, aromatic resins flowing from cut tree trunks, from the plants of the genus Comifera of Berceracea family, myrrh. It has excellent antiseptic properties, and that is why now, like earlier, it is used to heal wounds and treat various diseases. But these are just details. While in general, the Christian sacrament of confirmation is a symbolic reflection of the spiritual blessing of the believer at the primary stage of his procession on the way to God, where in such a way the gifts of the Holy Spirit are given, which return to and strengthen in life spiritual. Anastasia. The same stage in other traditional religions is called the stage of self-perfection. For instance, in Buddhism, the passing of this stage allows one to open the door to the spiritual world, perfect oneself in the discipline of the mind, affirmation of good thoughts, actions, and good deeds, and follow the ethical, moral, universal human principles. The same is with Sufis, although the similarity is also found in other stages of the spiritual path, which a person carries out thanks to inner work on himself. Rigdon. Absolutely. Again, let us take for instance the Christian sacrament of penance, confession. The essence of it is not that you come, tell the priest about all the sins of your animal nature, receive absolution from the priest, and continue to sin, live the same life. Its essence lies in the real work on yourself, changing your thoughts, desires, and the set of life values, rejecting egoism, envy, jealousy, anger, your pridefulness, and laziness. Generally, in rejection of sinful thoughts and deeds. It is not so much regret about the past as a new look at yourself, analysis of your actions to understand and discover your mistakes and affirm the direction of your journey along the spiritual path. The need for understanding the resentment you caused to someone and forgiving everyone who caused resentment to you. It is self-cleaning your conscience and further life according to its rules. This means forming a habit of positive thinking for yourself. It is internal reliance on God, rigid control of your thoughts and wishes coming from the animal nature, or as they say in Christianity, the intention not to sin in the future. By the way, as for controlling thoughts from the animal nature, the Russian Orthodox ascetic literature, which describes the believer's concentration on his inner world and his personal experience of feelings of unity with God, in fact says the same thing as many other religions, and that which is natural for any person walking the spiritual path. Only here it is called the teaching about the primary source of sin and passions as a source of sin in the human soul. Monks share the practical experience of tracking the conception of sin in the human consciousness in the form of thoughts, or rather the thoughts and desires from the animal nature, their development and manifestation as negative actions. The initial stage, the primary moment of conception of sin, they call a demonic provocation, demonic suggestion, in the meaning of a trick, catching, gain, attack. This is seen as an action from the outside upon the human soul, because such a thought arises as a result of temptations that surround the person if he pays attention to them. Or it may be caused by memories from the past about his own and someone else's sins, or it may be influenced by evil forces and such. Moreover, it is emphasized that these thoughts are random, external, and arise spontaneously in the mind, without the person's participation, against his wish. The emergence of such provocative thoughts and rejection of them is regarded as a spiritual exercise and a certain help in knowing, cognizing yourself. And in this manifests humans' real freedom of choice. In order to suppress such a thought from the animal nature, one must not pay any attention to it at the very beginning of its emergence, reject it right away. Unless this is done, the thought or the image lingers and seizes the mind. The person begins to feed it with his attention and desire, thus artificially keeping this thought in his head by his own choice. And then comes the next stage, union, or more precisely, the integration of this thought from the animal nature with the human consciousness, with the personality's choice, or as ascetics write, there is a conversation with the presented image. So the person harms himself as soon as he contemplates and listens to the harmful thing with his mind. The third stage, pleasure, means a disbalance when will comes into play. The person accepts the thought with pleasure and makes his final choice, giving preference to this thought from the outside. The will strives to carry out this thought. The person makes his choice in order to relive a more intense imagined pleasure from this thought. So ends the uterine development of a sin, or rather a thought from the animal nature gains power and enslaves the consciousness of the personality. And then this develops into an external action. If the person is not engaged in controlling his thoughts, then he carries out this act practically without any hesitation, and such a state of the power of random thoughts from the outside already becomes a habit. So he does not even notice and does not understand that the alien will already controls him, and he becomes a slave to his animal nature. So in the Christian teaching, just like in the teachings of other traditional world religions, the emphasis is made not only on restraining yourself from committing human sins of pridefulness, anger, vanity, sloth, sadness, greed, and so on, but also not even to allowing thoughts of the non-spiritual nature to develop inside yourself, which is the fundamental principle in mastering the spiritual path. Anastasia. Yes, this is a very significant moment in a person's cognition of himself, the same foundations as in other religions. By the way, it has already been mentioned in our conversation that in the Orthodox tradition, it is considered that one can confess starting from 7 years of age. In other words, right at the end of the initial period of formation of a new personality, when a person starts to consciously bear responsibility for his actions. Regarding this age, there is an interesting fact which is not related to religion. For example, in Japan, parents traditionally allow their children up to 5 to 7 years of age to behave as they like. But after this age, the period of permissiveness is replaced by a relatively strict, disciplined educational process. In other words, all this happens exactly during the final stages of the initial period of formation of a new personality. It is assumed that starting from this age, the child already must be consciously responsible for his actions. Rigdon. Similar echoes of the old knowledge are recorded by different peoples. Anastasia, you once mentioned that in early Christianity, true repentance was called by the Greek word metanoia. The word is given in English transcription, which means after the mind, rethinking. Rigdon, absolutely. This is the person's spiritual and moral transformation, which is better facilitated not by an external ritual action, but by perception and comprehension of your own spiritual nature at the level of deep feelings. Why does this religion say that God forgives any sin if a person has a true feeling of repentance? Because all this realization should take place, again, at the level of the deepest feelings, sincere faith, and appeal to God. If the person has decided for himself to live differently, took a serious approach to his self-education in a spiritual direction, and carries it out, then he really begins to change. His attitude towards his past also changes because he rethinks his life, and results appear in the present in having good thoughts, actions, and deeds. Anastasia, yes, for Buddhists, this is perfection in zeal, producing thoughts directed towards enlightenment and battle with their selfish desires. For Sufi Muslims, this is the stage when the seeker of God must part with his addictions and desires for good. Rigdon, that is right. And if we look at the Christian sacrament Holy Communion, Eucharist, from the Greek word Eucharistia, in which eu means good, and charis is mercy, grace, then we can also see the symbolic reflection of one of the stages of spiritual self-perfection, which is also shared by other religions. The Eucharist is the main ritual of the Christian service, the divine liturgy, Mass, divine service, during which the disciples are symbolically given communion in bread and wine. In Christianity, this sacrament symbolizes communion with God, gratitude, finding unity with the Almighty, admission to the divine, to the love of God. It is no coincidence that early Christian authors call the Eucharist the medicine of immortality, the medicine of life. It is thought that the deeply believing people during the worship service, reading the prayers, can mentally observe the heavenly service. In other words, enter deeply into an altered state of consciousness thanks to the prayers. Anastasia, well, if we take into account the main action of each ritual, the deepest inner feelings of the believer, then the same process happens as when entering an altered state of consciousness in other traditional religions. It is just that people call it differently. For example, Sufis call it the perception of the light of truth, the realization of the oneness of the world and contemplation, and Buddhists an all-encompassing awareness and meditation. And all this, in essence, is penetration into spiritual spheres in an altered state of consciousness with the help of the person's deepest feelings. Rigdon, of course, the true spiritual path of a human to God is one, through the deepest inner feelings, but there are many human interpretations of this path. This is why there is a discord from the human mind in that which should be one in spirit. Anastasia, yes, unfortunately, even in spiritual matters, much is done from the human mind. Take the Christian sacrament of wedding. which is traditionally viewed as performing the marriage ceremony between a man and a woman sanctified by the church, placing a crown on the head of those who enter into the religious marriage. In the past, this symbolic ritual also took place at the coronation of monarchs, marriage to the kingdom, coronation. Many people simply regard this action from the perspective of the material thinking without understanding the essence of this whole ritual, its symbolism, which in the spiritual interpretation conceals an entire stage of the perfection of a person himself, his transformation as a personality. Rigdon: You're right. The approach of society to these spiritual matters is still largely based on the perspective of the material way of thinking. That is why many married couples in the world wish to know the answer to the question, what stage of self-perfection does marriage symbolize? As the English philosopher and writer Oscar Wilde joked, marriage is too perfect a state for an imperfect person. Speaking seriously, harmonious relationships between a man and a woman which are built on sincere love are wonderful. This can become a beginning, an impetus towards the development in each of them of the highest quality of the feeling, spiritual love, the one which is called the eternal one, pure, one that endures all sorrows and ills of life, which heartens, inspires, and gives strength. But achieving such a spiritual state is solely the result of individual work of a person on himself, either a man or a woman. This is daily spiritual work, reinforcing the habit and positions of predominance in yourself of the spiritual nature, keeping your animal nature on a chain, the discipline of thoughts. One must nurture spiritual love first of all inside oneself and not wait for someone to favor you with it one day. And when a person learns to produce spiritual love inside himself, he will learn to understand and spiritually love others. But people, as a rule, do not want to work on themselves and tame their animal nature. Figuratively speaking, they do not want to cast their own log from their own eye, but they notice even a mote in their partner, always trying to control and dominate someone. Often, relationships in families are based not on love, but on the selfishness of both spouses. Mutual squabbles and accusations stem from the tyranny of the animal nature in them both. So it turns out that instead of the expected hopes of a happy marriage, there is a total disappointment. All this is as old as the world not new. Ashes to ashes, earth to earth, and spiritual to spiritual, one soul to one body, and it is about the soul that the main care should be. With the life of the body it comes, and with the death of the body it goes. Everything else are mindsets invented by people to justify their lives and their own choice. One should not search for the spiritual path in outer life, for it is inside a person, in his feelings, thoughts, words, and deeds. This is his path to the crown, to the spiritual summit, which is the culmination of his life, apogee, and the highest stage and the highest point of his self-perfection. Anastasia. So in the spiritual interpretation, wedding is a stage which assumes the build-up of the deepest feeling of love, the sense of merging of the personality with God, which does not depend on the external conditions or the environment, but is the result solely of a person's spiritual work on himself, his ability to remain in a state of predominance of the spiritual nature, and this applies to women as well as men. I would also like to talk about such Christian sacrament as an anointing, extreme unction. According to religious ideas, this is basically healing by church, the sacrament which is administered to a sick person to heal him from the infirmities of spirit and body, and also to a dying person using oil, that is olive, wood, or other vegetable oil. It is done at the request of the person or his relatives. It consists of absolution, anointing with oil, and calling grace upon the sick person. Rigdon. Well, regarding the healing, this is not new. A similar action was also common in the magical practice of the priests of ancient Egypt, Babylon, and so on. In fact, all these magical practices of healing have always been present in mass religions. Otherwise, the latter would not be so attractive for most people. As for the ritual itself, it is a kind of imitation of what once had a spiritual basis. Note that many early Christian authors call Jesus Christ in this religion as the only true doctor of souls and bodies. Just a few centuries ago, the general unction was practiced in temples on quite healthy parishioners. It was believed that they were prone to spiritual illnesses such as despondency, sorrow, and despair, and the reasons for them could be unrepented sins, perhaps even ones of which the person was unaware. Although this tradition has been preserved, today unction is more a ritual of the church healing sick people. If you pay attention, this Christian sacrament practiced today is also linked to number 7. For instance, as a rule, 7 priests perform this ritual, 7 gospel stories are read, 7 prayers, the sick person is anointed 7 times, and so on. Basically, this is an attempt to achieve quality through quantity. Where does this imitation come from? Ancient legends of the East mention that a bodhisattva as a being from the spiritual world. In Christianity, this spiritual level is usually referred to with the rank of archangel, could provide additional spiritual power to a person through the touch, laying on of hands, or through information carriers such as vegetable oil, crystal, water, and so on. In general, bodhisattva gave a person, if he deserved it of course, a kind of a spiritual present, and the person used this power as he saw fit according to his choice and faith. By today's concepts, it is, figuratively speaking, similar to an additional portion of fuel added to a car. This will undoubtedly increase the distance of its travel, but how fast and in what direction this car will go depends on the driver, the personality. Naturally, this power worked for a short period of time, but thanks to it, person, for example, during his spiritual practice, could penetrate the divine sphere beyond his personal abilities. Accordingly, he could gain valuable experience of being in its reality, practical awareness of a different world, which means getting spiritual impetus as a osmos in his development, a new awareness and perception of the world, which totally changed his attitude towards the illusory reality of the three-dimensional world. This made it possible to come into contact with the 7th dimension, nirvana, the 7th heaven, paradise, and understand what the ultimate freedom is, or as they said in the old days, to feel the breath of eternity. This is really a very valuable spiritual gift which is incomparable with anything earthly. And that is not to mention the influence of this power on the physical body. When a person is provided with such spiritual power, naturally his organism, thanks to a surge of additional creating energy, improves the quality of its work. As a result, a burst of energy takes place, which positively influences the function of many vital systems. Immunity gets a boost, and so on. That is why legends say that this spiritual power can influence any diseases, even the most serious ones. But physical effects are secondary. The main thing is a spiritual help to the personality, so to say, spiritual healing. The possibility of getting in touch with its true home, the spiritual world. That is why, for example, Jesus Christ was called the only true doctor of souls and bodies, because he, as a supreme being who came from the spiritual world, would sometimes give such power to people. A similar action, but naturally with less power, could be accomplished by a person who spiritually liberated himself from earthly reincarnations. That is, one who reached the 7th dimension during his life. Here's where the link to number 7 comes from. 7 actions or 7 prayers or 7 participants in a ritual, and so on. Completely different possibilities open before this personality who has merged with its soul, becoming qualitatively different, a new being. But people are people. Many of them are simply prone to envy and imitation from the human mind. They do not even understand why Christ said, "According to your faith be it unto you," when people asked him to heal their temporary bodies, while they had the opportunity to ask him for eternity, for the salvation of their souls. Anastasia. Well, considering what ideology prevailed in the masses at that time, this isn't surprising, although the difference between then and now isn't that big. If the modern person is told that he will now be given everything, what will he ask for? Rigdon. Well, yes. Centuries go by, but people do not change. Concerning the sacrament of anointing the sick, in Christianity, it emerged from the knowledge about similar rites, for instance, healing through incantation prayer in the earlier religions that had existed among different peoples. As a rule, they were administered by means of common medical substances which were used in the ancient times, such as, for example, olive oil. In other words, it was all the same, only presented in the ideological concept of Christianity. What is the essence of such incantation healing? Priests who practice prayers, powerful shamans, psychics, and the like can exert short-term influence on a person. But of course, all of this is within the sphere of the animal mind. That is to say, at best, they can have influence from the position of the 6th dimension. There is no doubt that this does not even come close to the power of a spiritually liberated person for whom the 7th dimension is open, especially for the one with the power of the Bodhisattva. All these actions and modern rituals of people can be attributed to a kind of mutual help in people's understanding. They have been practiced in society since Paleolithic times. But a very important point of these actions has been missing for a long time. If the person who is being helped does not change on the inside, does not work on himself later on to strengthen his spiritual nature and tame his selfishness, pridefulness, that is the animal nature, and so on, then this help will do no good. No one will do the main spiritual work for the person other than himself. Even if the whole world prays for the salvation of this person, but he does not wish to change by his personal choice, all the efforts of these people will be meaningless. The real sacrament of spiritual healing lies in these words: according to your faith, be it done unto you. A person chooses which nature to give the power of his attention to, either to the animal or to the spiritual. This is why human desires differ so much. Some pray for the health for their mortal bodies, and others for life eternal for their personality in the soul's true home. Anastasia: yes, it cannot be denied that in today's society only imitation of form takes place without knowing the essence. Such spiritual power can't be replaced by 7 people wearing the garments of priests. Spiritual liberation certainly can't be bought with money. This is neither a rank nor a position, or gained by boasting. Rigdon: this is true. It is necessary to work a lot on yourself spiritually in order to attain spiritual liberation. No matter whether you belong to any religion or not, this is personal spiritual work of each person. Anastasia: the problem is that this knowledge about the possibilities of independent spiritual development of each individual is concealed from society by priests themselves. Even those people who look for knowledge begin their search guided by the material, conventional worldview, and accordingly they find people with the same outlook. So when it comes to spiritual cognition, it is like in the biblical saying, if the blind leads the blind, both shall fall into the pit. Rigdon: absolutely. As a rule, such people look for teachers partly to shift responsibility for their spiritual development onto them, instead of developing independently. But if you look at the society as a whole, then in most cases, the so-called teachers practically do not differ from their students in spiritual development. Imitators from the human mind who proclaim themselves intermediaries between people and God are plenty in the world today, and not only in different religions and sects, but simply in society as well. They all want to teach someone instead of transforming themselves spiritually. With such a grandiose army of teachers of every stripe, those people who have truly come to know the truth are a mere handful. Why is there such a paradox? Because at every turn you see spiritual worldview being substituted for the material one. There are politics and lust for power and money. It is no secret that today church positions in many religions are bought like seats at the market. For many, this is just a game of politics, an opportunity to dominate their own kind. But essentially, all remain ordinary people while holding various, even quite high positions. Anastasia: indeed, they artificially create the illusion of being holy for people. Once in the times of the Soviet Union, when I was young, I thought this way about the Soviet government. For me, they were almost demigods who existed somewhere far away from us and not in our lives, sitting at their meetings, all of them so righteous, not eating, drinking, and not even going to the bathroom. And when you had debunked this myth for me by showing that they were the same people, just like everybody else, I was shocked by this at first, but then I got a real understanding of the situation. I started unwinding the chain, for what reason this myth was created, and why I interpreted it in such a way. And along the way, I discovered many interesting facts for myself. For example, how favorable images of politicians and priests and their public image and holiness, which the glorified candidate does not have at all, are created in the world in general. how public opinion towards these people is formed artificially, how people are massively won over to a particular worldview which is advantageous to those in power, how and why the battle for control of the consciousness of entire peoples in different countries takes place, and even for world domination. Rigdon: yes, getting information is just half the battle. What is much more important is the quality of its perception. Let us take a closer look at, for example, the ritual of the Christian sacrament of holy orders, ordination, meaning inaugural ceremonials of a priest in the church hierarchy. Unfortunately, today in Christianity, it has been likened to a ceremonial, theatrical show, performance of empowerment of certain people to administer sacraments and shepherd the flock. This is nowhere near spirituality. This is just politics. Given the present attitudes within various Christian churches and movements which are subordinated to consumer mentality, in most cases this ritual is already a formality, a tribute to traditions. Everyone already knows everything before the ceremony. High positions, as they say, are bought and allocated. And what occupies the mind of the majority of those present at the time of the ceremony itself? The seasoned ones want to know the distribution of power and relations inside the group. The young are worried about the sequence of actions, which items and whose holy hands to kiss first, and how many times to bow. Nothing has changed with time, for the same thing existed in the religions of other peoples at different times, only it was called differently. But the meaning has remained the same. Of course, amongst all this crowd of power, one can find true believers who concentrate their attention not on external rituals, but on their spiritual feelings for God. But unfortunately, such people are very few and far between. Anastasia: indeed, this is all work of people. Each person chooses for himself that which tempts him the most in his secret desires. But if we have a look at the origins of the sacrament of holy orders as such, then what's meant here is the last final stage of the person's spiritual development. It's the same thing that in Sufism is called the loss of the human eye, merging of the seeker's soul with God, while in Buddhism, the perfection of transcendent, intuitive wisdom. Rigdon: of course, people who follow the spiritual path by means of inner work on themselves, regardless of whether they belong to religions of their time or not, actually passed the same stages of self-perfection. If we trace the origins of, for example, the concept of the priest, in ancient times it meant the person standing before God. Basically, this is an exit to the seventh dimension, attaining true holiness by a person, his qualitative spiritual transformation already during his life. At this stage of spiritual development, a person truly experiences this power from God, thanks to which he leaves the circle of reincarnations and becomes free, goes to paradise, nirvana. No matter how people call the spiritual world, the essence remains the same. So all these stages of a human spiritual perfection, which are the same in their meaning and content, have been present in all the world religions under one or another cover of special sacraments, stages, passing through parts of the spiritual path, and so on. But here's what I would like to say in this regard. Spiritual knowledge does not belong to any religion, no matter how hard each of them tried to appropriate it, interpreting it according to their canons and traditions. Anastasia: yes, And this can be clearly seen if one carefully studies and compares the spiritual knowledge and the religious cultures of different peoples. As an example, we can consider the Christian sacrament of confirmation, which we have discussed. The application, in the form of the equilateral cross sign, of consecrated myrrh on certain parts of the body, face, eyes, ears, chest, arms, and feet, is considered in this religion to be the symbol of introduction to the divine grace through which a person gets the gifts of the Holy Spirit. The sign of the cross on the forehead, in the area of the third eye chakra, according to the Christian religion, symbolizes the consecration of thoughts so that the person would be capable of keeping them clean, spiritual thoughts. The sign of the cross on the chest, in the area of the chakra, which for instance in Hinduism is called the love chakra, anahata, symbolizes love for God, which the person must carry throughout his life. On the eyes, in ancient times they were called open chakrams, so that the person would gain spiritual vision, see God's grace in every creation. On the ears, so that the person would hear the spiritual word. Written. By the way, in ancient times, people who had true spiritual knowledge about this process applied oil not on the ears themselves, but exactly on those points over each ear, which I had mentioned while talking about the meditation on the four essences. That is, the very areas above ears where there are structures which participate in the process of a person's perception of orientation in the spaces of various dimensions in altered states of consciousness. Anastasia. Yes, it turns out that everything was once done with the knowledge of the matter. In Christianity, the anointing of hands in the area where the chakras of hands are located symbolizes the message for doing good deeds. The anointing of feet, there are also chakras on the feet, symbolizes the opportunity to follow the spiritual path which leads into the kingdom of God. In other words, despite the Christian philosophy of interpretation of the anointing process, the process itself was carried out practically along the points of the main chakras. Rigdon. Absolutely. If one learns more about the rituals related to anointing with oil among different peoples of the world from ancient times up to now, one can discover a surprising similarity in the application of prayed upon, sanctified oil on practically the same parts of the body, that is to say, activation of certain energy zones of a person, chakras. For example, these rituals were common among the ancient Egyptians, residents of ancient and modern India, people inhabiting the territories of ancient Europe, Ural, and Siberia. Furthermore, it is enough for an attentive person to simply take a look at how peoples in different parts of the planet portray gods and saints, with what symbols their main chakras are marked, and how fingers of their hands are connected in certain combinations. It is only for ignorant people that all this is explained in the categories of general concepts as the symbols which form a connection between heaven and earth, and as ways to create and control a creation of one or another deity. In actual fact, they point at spiritual symbols and the practical knowledge of human self-perfection. For example, in Christianity, or rather in the Orthodoxy, there is the icon Christ in Majesty, Spas Vsilach. At one time, it occupied one of the central positions of the iconostasies of the Orthodox Cathedral. In Rus, it was right at a time, the 14th, 15th centuries, when the low altar screen was being replaced by a big screen, iconostasies, which separates the altar from the main part of the temple. So this icon is distinguished by its interesting symbolism. It portrays Jesus Christ sitting on a throne. In his left hand, he is holding an open book, while with his right hand, he is bestowing a blessing by holding his fingers in a certain gesture, where phalanges, finger pads of the ring finger and the thumb are joined together. You already know that such a position of fingers is used in certain spiritual practices when looping of human beings' energy meridians takes place in this manner. Anastasia. Yes, this gesture clearly demonstrates what particular spiritual instrument the personality used for meditative work on its energy structure, personal space, and the connection with the spiritual world. Rigdon. I had already told you before that in the secret gestures and the sacred designations of the ancient East, the ring finger, apart from performing additional functions in spiritual practices, conditionally indicated activation of epiphysis cerebri, the pineal gland, the third eye chakra. I shall remind you that chakra means a wheel, earlier a circle, a disc, when translated from Sanskrit. Chakrans are a kind of energy centers in the invisible part of the human structure through which energy movement and energy vortex passes. In the East, the word lotus, Padma, is also used instead of the word chakra to indicate human 7 energy centers. Incidentally, in Sufism, for example, there is a similar spiritual practice with the main 6 subtle centers in human's energy body, Lataif. In various teachings, the third eye is still considered to be the spiritual eye, the chakran of clairvoyance. Treatises mention that if one activates extrasensory perception, then the third eye helps to obtain transcendental knowledge and penetrate the spiritual world. The third eye is regarded as a conductor of a powerful effect which aids the act of creation and influence upon something, opening the possibilities to observe events of the past, the present, and the future. It was also called the chakran of dispassion and supernatural abilities. This chakran was conditionally marked with blue, azure color. Anastasia. Undoubtedly, the ancient symbolism linked to the ring finger is not as simple as it seems at first sight. You once shared interesting information regarding the origin of the tradition in the human society to wear rings on the ring finger of the right or the left hand. Rigdon. This is a really ancient story. In the beginning, wearing a ring on the ring finger was a secret, purely conditional symbol among the people initiated into sacred knowledge. The ring as such meant movement in a circle, and more precisely, movement in the circle of a turn of a spiral. The symbolism was of 2 kinds, one related to the right hand movement, as for example the correct swastika, and the other one to the left hand movement, the incorrect swastika. If a person wore a ring on the ring finger of his right hand, this meant a follower of the forces of light, person's movement towards the one God, towards eternity. This symbol conditionally showed that a person had chosen only the spiritual way and possessed the knowledge. If a ring was worn on the ring finger of the left hand, this meant the movement of the person in the opposite direction, towards the material mind, a follower of dark forces, his possession of the corresponding knowledge, and his service to the will of the animal mind. That is, the difference in wearing a ring on a certain hand was a conditional distinction for the initiated people that showed which particular forces and whose will its owner served. And the nameless finger itself, the ring finger, is called nameless in Russian, translator's note. The finger without a name is not accidental. It is derived from certain knowledge in the aforementioned environment. Both in ancient times and now, the name of God remains a mystery for people. The real name of God has not been disclosed to people to this day, despite numerous speculations of the priests of different religions. Why? Legends have it that the unspeakable name of God can control all the forces of nature and all the dimensions, levels in the universe. As a rule, this information is accompanied by a postscript from priests made on the basis of the legends about the primordial sound, which had different names at different times, one of which is the Holy Grail. So this postscript says the following. Supposedly, the one who can correctly pronounce the name of God, originally legends had it as the primordial sound, can ask God for anything he wishes. To this day, there is lore that if one calls God by the secret name, one can draw his attention to oneself. But usually, only spiritually immature people are burning with such desire. For those who live with God inside themselves, there is no such need. They have found Him within their souls and abide in Him. Spiritually immature people, on the other hand, crave to know the name. Moreover, they crave for it in order to have their own animal power over everything and everyone. But they do not understand that for them, as an immature fetus, this is fatal. A human's narrowed perception, because of the dominance of the animal nature in him, reduces the understanding of God to some material subject, who furthermore is the same as the person sees himself in three-dimensional space. Priests have named God with different names, creating one or another religion for themselves. More importantly, they still make people fight and be at enmity with each other for the superiority of their religions and the name of God, for their dominance over rival religions, and consequently their sole right to speak on behalf of God. Due to different epithets as well as an intentionally different interpretation by priests, people mistakenly believe that there are different divine gods. But today, all the different names of God are, in fact, epithets, which in ancient times, instead of the forbidden name of God, meant the One. Anastasia: You're right, and anyone can confirm this. It is sufficient to trace the etymology of the origin and the original meaning of the words that mean the name of God in different religions. Rigdon: Of course, any intelligent person, after putting this information together, will understand that different names of God in religions are merely epithets of the One. For example, let us consider the name of the supreme god of the ancient Egyptians, Osiris. This name is a Greek version of the Egyptian name Usir. That is, the Greek word Osiris is derived from the Egyptian Usir, which means he who is at the top. Or for example, what is the meaning of the name of the Avestan deity in Zoroastrianism, Ahura Mazda, later Ormazd or Muzd, proclaimed as the one god by the prophet Zarathustra? By the way, the prophet originally mentioned that the name of Ahura Mazda was just a substitution for the forbidden name of God, which none among people know. This god was noted as nameless even in the religious calendar. The Avestan Ahura Mazda is translated as the Wise Lord, master of thought. The Avestan word Mazda also means to keep in memory. As a matter of fact, this name is derived from two ancient Iranian words having Aryan, Indo-Iranian roots. Ahura corresponds to the Sanskrit word Asura, meaning master, while Mazda to the Indian Metta, which means wisdom, insight. By the way, people have actually forgotten one simple truth: what wisdom truly is. It is by no means knowledge acquired from books, nor is it life experience, a brilliant mind, or clever logic of thinking. In the most ancient tradition of different peoples of the world, originally wisdom is a gift of heavens, the euphoria of feelings, epiphany, during the spiritual growth of a human. This is a gift with which one can attain the state of the highest enlightenment, omniscience, and understanding of everything. It is no coincidence that Zoroastrianism mentions Ahura Mazda revealing himself to the prophet Zarathustra thanks to the good thought only after his persistent spiritual search, which had lasted for many years. The prophet asked, and God answered and mentored him in the heavenly wisdom. That is, he was the one who gives wisdom, comprehension. So it is precisely from epithets that priests form the name of the one God. This is true for any religion. All the names of God are epithets: God the Savior, the known God, the worthy, the all-embracing, the omnipresent, the radiant, the awakened, the foundation, the divine power, the one who brings happiness, the unperceivable, and so forth. I'm just naming those original semantic designations of the words of different names, and in essence epithets of God, which are now known to many people belonging to one or another popular major world religion. In other words, that information which today lies on the surface and is available to every person interested in this matter, not to mention more ancient roots of borrowing of these words from similar epithets of ancient religions and beliefs, which are completely forgotten nowadays, despite the available archaeological artifacts proving their popularity in the ancient times. But in the end, all these historical epithets will lead step by step to the original designations of the One in that proto-language which was common to all the peoples and to which the linguists are theoretically getting only now. Anastasia. Well, that's funny and sad at the same time. It means that people in society are fighting, brawling, and arguing over mere epithets of the one who is one and the same for everyone. Rigdon. Unfortunately, without even understanding the single spiritual essence for all the peoples, for mankind as a whole. That is why, knowing the human nature, initially the designation of the One, as I said before, was given to people not under his name, but under the sound Ra, which symbolized the concept of the One, the Eternal, Supreme. That is why since ancient times, even conditional designation of God among the people initiated in this knowledge did not mention his name. By the way, this applies also to the ring finger. It is much later, when discord began in society among people, which was fueled by priests, that various interpretations and divisions into our and their gods appeared and so on, eventually leading to loss of the primordial knowledge. But all these are deeds of humanity. But let us get back to the topic of rings. The first rings were simple and smooth. By the way, earlier such rings used by the initiated were made exclusively out of crystal as an energy and information accumulator. Anastasia. that is, of natural material in which the elementary particles, atoms, ions, and molecules are located according to the geometric laws of spatial facets and crystal lattices, and have mostly geometrically correct form and structure, for instance polyhedrons, which have already been mentioned in the conversation. In general, one can say that this is again a sign only not of the two-dimensional but of three-dimensional space, where the external form reflects the symmetry of the inner laying of the elementary particles and consequently the distribution of energies which form them. Rigdon: certainly, and later when people began to lose the knowledge, in order to make such rings, they started to use hard rock stones, wood or bone. Much later, they started to make them of metal. So the first rings in the ancient secret societies were simple, and the only difference was on which hand they were worn, the left one or the right one. But after, as they say, an information leak occurred, and ordinary people started imitating the attributes of the initiates, rings began to be worn widely in society without understanding the essence on different fingers, making them of various metals, decorating them with precious stones, and so on. Then the initiates started depicting certain signs and symbols on their rings, which were understandable to their social circle. For example, those belonging to the light forces would wear a ring on the ring finger of his or her right hand, and the ring had a shape of a serpent biting its tail, with its head positioned clockwise. Whereas a follower of the dark forces would wear a ring on the ring finger of his or her left hand. On such a ring, the serpent's head was located on the contrary, counterclockwise. But this also did not last long. Soon, because of human imitation and the distortion of knowledge, such a conventionality as ring-wearing lost its meaning among those who were involved in the primordial knowledge. However, the tradition of wearing rings as an adornment or a symbol of certain privileges continued among people. People came up with numerous ways of boasting in front of each other, starting with devising made-up super magic signet rings, which supposedly protected a person against diseases and troubles or gave power, and ending with symbols of social inequality in the form of a ring of a rich person, an honorary citizen. Generally speaking, everything is usual, human pridefulness for no reason. Anastasia: I would like to illuminate another interesting question in connection with the raised topic of ring finger and rings. Once you talked about the origin of the expression pierced Boží, the finger of God, translator's note, from which in fact the concept of signet ring is derived. Rigdon: yes, the old Slavonic word pierced means finger. Moreover, the ring finger of the right hand was earlier called pierced. To this day, some peoples, for instance the Kazakhs, still have a custom associated with the ancient popular belief that newborn children should be first given not the mother's breast to suckle, but a ring finger, in order to ensure the baby grows into a good, kind, and spiritual person. These are actual echoes, although in human interpretation, of the mentioned knowledge about the conventional symbolism of the ring finger. Nowadays, ring wearing is a mere fashion and tradition. For example, to put on wedding rings on ring fingers of either the right or the left hand, depending on the country. Nonetheless, echoes of the knowledge once possessed by people can still be found. For instance, in Orthodoxy, at the wedding, the ring that newlyweds put on the ring fingers of their right hands still denotes the sign of eternity and inseparability of the nuptial crown with the spiritual world. Anastasia. The majority of people do not even stop and think about why there are different traditions they follow and from where the root of such traditions grows. But when you understand such details, other information also becomes more clear. For example, what the connection of this finger with another one means in sculptures or images of deities, including as a conditional indication of meditative techniques. Rigdon. As for the position of fingers, if the ring finger, according to meditative functions, symbolize spiritual vision, knowledge, and superpowers, then the thumb symbolized the energy potential of a human himself. In particular, the thumb indicated that the chakran located approximately in the lower abdomen, inside the pelvic girdle, between the tailbone and the pubic symphysis, was involved in the meditation. Externally, on the diagrams of a human, it was conditionally depicted in the crotch area. But this is only conditional, since it is the human energy body and not the physical one that was meant here. By the way, in India, this chakran is called Muladhara. Muladhara is a word derived from Sanskrit, where in the English transcription, Mula means a root, base, while Adhara is a foundation, basis, support. This chakran is associated also with the awakening of the human energy potential. Traditionally, it has been marked with red color. In the East, the awakening of this powerful energy potential is called the awakening of the sleeping Kundalini serpent coiled by 3.5 turns. I already mentioned this energy more than once as I was speaking about the helical spiral structures. Since ancient times, this power has been considered the feminine aspect of the divine power, Allatra. And later in Christianity, some of its properties began to be attributed to the Holy Spirit. It helped to awaken a powerful creating force of spiritual love in a person, which does not come even close to any physical sensations or manifestations of coarse energies. In India, this chakran was often equated to the home of Brahman. It was believed that the power concealed in this energy center exists in each person, although in a dormant state. This power awakens only when the person works on himself and on taming his animal nature, and strives for the spiritual nature to dominate in him. In Christianity, ascetics, the Greek word askesis, meaning an exercise, a practice, call this stage of spiritual development the attainment of the state of dispassion. That is, the state outside the influence of passions and desires, the state of rejection of evil intentions and deeds on the path of virtue, the state of purity of the mind. Without this inner work on oneself, no spiritual tool will yield a proper result. In the East, the result of the awakening of Kundalini is regarded as a qualitative change of the human consciousness, a spiritual awakening, an intuitive perception of the truth. While in Christianity, this stage is already called the state of dispassion itself, when the mind enters the supersensual, and the one attaining is transported to the land of knowledge, where the mind abides as a dwelling in the Spirit of God. In the East, This is considered to be a very powerful impetus for the transformation of the personality, the ascent of the Kundalini energy from the base of the spine through the center of the head to the Supreme, to its fusion with the Divine One. When consciousness merges with the One, and this state becomes permanent, liberation comes. In that same Christianity, the attainment of the supreme spiritual state is called blessing, and it is regarded as a universal value, the ultimate frontier of the human aspiration, the journey towards which involves goodness as an individual quality of the Holy Spirit. Moreover, it is specified that this special state, which cannot be perceived by any feeling an ordinary human is used to, is inaccessible to imagination and surpasses any logical thinking. It does not fit in the mind. In other words, it can be attained only by working on oneself spiritually in an altered state of consciousness, in the absence of thoughts and imagination, solely with the deepest feelings, the sixth sense, which is unknown to an ordinary person. God is considered to be the greatest good, that unchangeable, everlasting, and immortal, which contains the supreme power and wisdom. It is that good that each human soul strives for. In essence, this is exactly the qualitative human transformation and transfiguration of one's energy nature into that form which resembles in the human understanding an energy cube standing on one of its vertices. Anastasia. Yes, this gesture of connecting the ring finger with the thumb as a symbol of connection of God's power with the energy potential of a human being, moreover from Jesus Christ as God's Son, is indeed a real gesture of a blessing of humankind. Rigdon. Furthermore, in the icon Christ in Majesty, Spas Vsilach, Jesus is portrayed against the background of geometric shapes. In particular, in the background there is the red square, on the corners of which a winged man, a lion, a calf, and an eagle are located. Anastasia. That is the symbols of the four essences against the background of a red square. Rigdon. Yes. Nowadays in Christianity, these images, tetramorphs, are interpreted as symbols of evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, respectively. Because of such priestly interpretation, today few people know about the true nature of these symbols and their origin, and to the flock of this global religion, they're explained in the following way. Matthew is an image of a winged human being. He was a tax collector, and that is why he is usually portrayed with a sum of money, a spear, or a sword. Anastasia. Well, the image of the human being symbolizes the human nature and desires. It is a traditional allegorical interpretation of the back essence among the ancient Eastern peoples in the context of the knowledge about the four essences. Rigdon. Absolutely correct, although for a long time now nobody remembers this. Next comes the symbol of Mark, a lion, the king of animals. The symbol of Luke is a winged calf, where the calf itself is seen as a sacrificial animal. Anastasia. Well, already in the Proto-Indian civilization, the calf meant the animal nature, while the majority of ancient peoples associated it with the characteristic of the right essence. And how many old Oriental stories have been devoted to the fight with the lion and victory over it as a symbol of taming by man of his most intelligent and power-hungry left essence, the pillar of the animal nature. Rigdon: well, everything is simple when you understand the obvious, and the symbol of John is an eagle. However, in the context of the knowledge about the four essences, originally there was another bird. In fact, a falcon should be depicted here if one follows the original sources from which priests copied the story for their new religion. For many ancient peoples, including the Egyptians, a bird, falcon, was a symbolic designation of the front essence. An eagle is already a priest's insertion into the information they borrowed from other peoples. But that's another topic for conversation. So what is remarkable in the story of the Orthodox icon Christ in Majesty, Spas Vsilach? All these zoomorphic creatures are holding a book and are located as symbols at the ends of a secret pattern, a diagonal cross in the form of rays coming from the cube. The latter is symbolically depicted as a rhombus. Generally, a blue, green oval is placed over the red square in the image, and on top of the oval there is a red rhombus as a symbol of transformation of a square into a rhombus, that is, the formation of a cube placed on one of its vertices. Anastasia: that's incredible, because a cube on a plane in the isometric projection is a regular hexagon, and each of its faces is a rhombus. Everything depends on how you look at it. Rigdon: quite right. In this case, I would say more precisely, everything depends on who exactly is looking. So on the icon, Jesus sits on the throne against the background of a red cube. What is more, one of his feet is stepping onto the vertex of this cube, and the other foot is placed inside the blue oval. In Christianity, the latter is also called an almond-shaped halo or a fish maw, and it is regarded as a symbol of the divine might which surrounds Christ during his resurrection and transformation. In this blue or green oval, there are seraphs, originally in red color, and cherubs, originally in blue color, as symbols of the celestial hierarchy, and each of them is depicted in the form of a face surrounded by 6 wings. Think of the guises, schematic images of human faces, on the large Shiger idol, which symbolize dimensions, and such a conditional designation of other dimensions was typical not only for the Shiger culture, the 5th to 4th millennium BC, the Middle Urals and Trans-Urals, modern Russia, but also for the Okunev culture in South Siberia, the 2nd millennium BC, and other ancient cultures, long before the emergence of Christianity and the world religions that are known today. By the way, the Okunev culture is quite rich in signs and symbols in the form of circles, spirals, and triangles, as well as stylized anthropomorphic figures, images of falcons, female goddesses, and symbolic spiritual signs of Allatra. Such designations were quite widespread in the ancient world. So returning to the conversation about the icon Christ in Majesty, Spas Vsilach. The color combination of red and blue in Christianity is also seen as joining the human nature with the divine nature of Jesus Christ. And the very image of Christ is regarded as a symbol of his new future theophany to people as the Lord of the visible and the invisible worlds, a symbol of unknowable and incarnation. Anastasia: yes, for knowledgeable people, this is an amazing icon in its symbolism. The square as a symbol of the earthly with four essences, the rhombus as a symbol of the cube standing on one of its vertices, of the seventh dimension, a symbol of the human spiritual transformation and liberation. The oval denotes personal energy space between a person and his essences, the connection with other worlds, dimensions. Christ is inside the red rhombus that is in the seventh dimension, paradise, the seventh sky, and he's also blessing with such a significant gesture of the right hand. This has all the basic knowledge about human and his spiritual capabilities on the way to God. This is another confirmation of the fact that when you possess the knowledge, you can maturely understand the key essence of information recorded by people in the past. Rigdon. Actually, such a method of transferring knowledge has been used since ancient times. Moreover, as a rule, such, so to say, basic knowledge was placed in plain view. Suffice it to look at the signs and symbols that surround us in our lives, or at traditional religious images, or look into the history of arts of the peoples of the world, in order to understand that this knowledge has always existed. Anastasia. You're right. As far as I know, the icon Christ in Majesty, Spas Vsilach, has been in the very middle of the iconostasies of the Cathedral of the Annunciation in the Moscow Kremlin since the 14th century to this day. But the question is, who sees it? In the Christian religion, Christ in Majesty, Spas Vsilach, symbolizes a complex theological concept of what Christ will be like when he appears at the end of times in his full power and glory for the last judgment and the future transformation of the universe, in order to fulfill a disposition of providence about the world, in order to unite everything earthly and heavenly under the head of Christ. Rigdon. This icon is considered to be a kind of an entire treatise in symbolism, a prophecy of the future in the language of icon painting. Anastasia. Interestingly, a special emphasis here is placed on the book. During the second coming, Christ is holding an open book, and all the zoomorphic figures are holding a book each. Is gospel meant here, or does this symbol indicate some common allegorical meaning? I know that since the early days of Christianity, Jesus Christ has been symbolically depicted as a book onto which a turtle dove descends as a manifestation of the Holy Spirit. I also wondered why it is the turtle dove that is often mentioned in the Bible. It turns out that it is different from the pigeon, smaller in size, and is a migratory bird. The turtle dove would appear in Palestine in early spring. It was considered to be the first messenger, a pure bird. Rigdon. That is really so. I will say even more. Originally, in early Christianity, the Holy Spirit was depicted as a white turtle dove, later as a she-dove, and not as a pigeon. Since it was a symbol of divine love, the creating feminine principle, the foremother of all things, Allatra. And this is connected with even more ancient knowledge, when the Divine Trinity was presented as Father, Mother, and Son. For example, such a triad existed in ancient Egypt: Osiris, Isis, Horus. Later in Christianity, the turtle dove, the she-dove in other images, began to be depicted mainly on paintings of the Annunciation, in the context of portraying the story with Archangel Gabriel and the Virgin Mary and the baptism of Christ. Regarding the book, your observation is correct. It is the fact of the presence of a book as such that is emphasized. Moreover, in its open form, that is, as available for reading. In the Christian culture, the symbolism of the book is quite significant and deep, so everyone drew it on the basis of generally accepted canons. It could be the glad tidings, the book of life with the names of the saved ones, the book of Revelation about the prophecies of the second coming of Christ. By the way, in the last one, there is a story about the book written inside and outside, sealed with 7 seals, which cannot be opened and read by anyone other than the Lamb. It also speaks about 4 animals, the guardians around the throne, and so on. Anastasia. Please remind those readers for whom this topic is significant exactly where in the Revelation one can find the story about the book and the 4 animals. Rigdon. In the Bible, KJV, this is the 4th and subsequent chapters in the Revelation of John. For example, the 4th chapter contains the following lines: "And in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts full of eyes before and behind. And the first beast was like a lion, and the second beast like a calf, and the third beast had a face as a man, and the 4th beast was like a flying eagle. And the 4 beasts had each of them 6 wings about him, and they were full of eyes within." And chapter 5 speaks about the book. "And I saw in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written within and on the backside, sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, Who is worthy to open the book and to loose the seals thereof? And no one in heaven nor in the earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. And I beheld, and lo, in the midst of the throne and of the 4 beasts, and in the midst of the elders, stood a lamb as it had been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent forth into all the earth. And he came and took the book out of the right hand of him that sat upon the throne. And when he had taken the book, the 4 beasts and 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, having every one of them harps, and golden vials full of odors, which are the prayers of saints. And they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book, and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain, and hast redeemed us to God by thy blood out of every kindred, and tongue, and people, and nation, and hast made us unto our God kings and priests, and we shall reign on the earth. And I beheld, and I heard the voice of many angels round about the throne, and the beasts and the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power, and riches, and wisdom, and strength, and honor, and glory, and blessing. And every creature which is in heaven, and on the earth, and under the earth, and such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, heard I saying, Blessing, and honor, and glory, and power be unto him that sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb forever and ever. And the 4 beasts said, Amen. And the 24 elders fell down and worshipped him that liveth forever and ever. Anastasia. Yes, now these lines do sound in a completely different light of an expanded understanding of the essence of what is happening. Rigdon. Actually, I once mentioned that the sacred book and the sacred symbolism is regarded to be a record of sacred symbols which indicate the Word of God, the sound of creation that was revealed to the world. For example, the ancient Egyptians considered hieroglyphs to be sacred signs that implied entire concepts and sometimes individual sounds. Later, a simplified writing system appeared, which became applicable not only in religious but also in secular texts. What are, for example, modern letters in different languages? They are, in fact, conventional signs invented by people. Their various combination is a kind of conditional code for understanding this or that information. Moreover, any conventional sign is neutral by itself, but in different combinations, even a conventional sign becomes part of a peculiar information portal for the conduction and action of this or that power and will. But all this, let us call it informational space, activates and begins to work only when a person applies his power to it, attention, awareness, by reading this code. For example, when a person sees a closed book and does not know what is written in it, its conventional signs are in a neutral state. But as soon as he begins to read, if he understands these conventional signs, this is exactly the initial application of power for activating this informational space. But what is very important is what predominates in a person at that moment, and what is the power of this application, that is, what is the nature of its origin. For example, a person is reading a modern book, good fiction, but at that moment the animal nature dominates in him, selfishness, anger, hatred, and so on. Accordingly, even when reading a good, kind book, its contents will irritate him, make him angry, amuse and entertain his megalomania with primitiveness, cause envy and indignation. He will choose those points in it which satisfy his ego. In other words, the conventional signs written in the book will contribute to a greater activation of the power that prevails in the person at that moment, that is, of the will, pursuant to a program from the animal nature. And if spiritual nature dominates in the person at that moment, another side will open to him. Not only will he enrich himself with the information, but he will also be able to sort it out maturely. He may be able to realize the origin of certain sources of power the author himself inserted through the code of conventional signs activated by him. Anastasia. So that same book, but which one reads, as they say, with the love of God in their soul, will make it possible to understand the information embedded in it without bias, comprehend the essence, to feel and recognize the source of its origin. In other words, the book is a conditional information code, and its perception depends on the dominant choice of the person himself. Rigdon. That is right. These conditional informational codes, words and sentences, are recorded in the book by people who at the time of recording them, writing the book, were dominated by one or another power, or rather the will from either the spiritual world or from the animal mind. If the person does not know these conditional codes, for example the language in which the book is written, of course he will not be able to read it. But if he knows them and accordingly activates them, then he will feel the effect of this activation, that is an influence upon him of the power of that will. Anastasia. In other words, if you're dominated by the animal nature, then even while reading spiritual treatises, you'll miss the most important points. You'll deny everything and won't understand anything because of narrowed consciousness at that moment. And if you're dominated by the spiritual nature, then you will perceive any book in the state of an expanded perception of the world, which will make it easy to separate the wheat from the chaff and understand the writer's dominant motives, who put what in there and for what purpose all this was done. Rigdon: Yes, that is to say, when consciousness is dominated by the spiritual nature, which means there is an expanded perception of the world due to the deepest feelings, you begin to understand the true essence and gain wisdom. And through wisdom comes knowledge. Knowledge as a sign code, during the activation of which, by the spiritual nature, conditions form not only for the transformation of the personality, but also of the world that surrounds it. Therefore, the book and the information encoded in it are in fact a conductor of the will from either the spiritual world or the animal mind. Information codes belong to exchangeable information. They're neutral until a person activates them and comes into a resonance with their power. These conventional signs of writing were invented by people. They must not be confused with the original active working signs which have been introduced into this world from the outside. These are completely different concepts and different signs. Anastasia: Do you mean those original signs? Rigdon: Absolutely. I mean exactly those original 18 working signs that still exist in the human society. 9 positive creating signs introduced from the spiritual world, and 9 negative working signs introduced from the animal mind. These signs are active regardless of the person and his dominant desires and powers. They're active by themselves, that is, they're endowed with power and interact with the surrounding visible and invisible worlds and with the whole complex human structure in 6 dimensions. Anastasia: Yes, this information requires deep reflection. Rigdon: And as for information recorded in the symbols of the icon Christ in Majesty, Spas Vsilach, in Rus, this knowledge was later disseminated also through the image of the icon of Our Lady of the Burning Bush, Neopalimaya Kupina. So then, the symbolic and allegorical composition of this icon in the main geometrical details practically repeats Christ in Majesty, a red square with 4 evangelists in zoomorphic apocalyptic images, a human, a lion, a calf, and an eagle, a diagonal cross, a hidden oval, a rhombus, in which the image of the Mother of God, Our Lady, is inscribed, and 6 angels in the rhombus. In general, everything is as it should be, only the geometrical elements are named differently in descriptions. For example, as 2 4-pointed stars overlaying each other, a total of 8 vertices, or as an 8-pointed star with a truncated lower beam. And the rhombus is, as a rule, green or blue, navy blue in color, while the square under it is red, as it should be. In the center of the composition is the Mother of God, Our Lady, who is holding baby Christ in her left hand, while in her right hand there is a ladder. Sometimes a ladder in such icons touches a shoulder of the Mother of God, and sometimes instead of a ladder, a gate and a rod are drawn as a symbol of the Savior. All this symbolizes that it is the Mother of God that spiritually elevates humanity from earth to heaven. Among the images in this icon, there's also Archangel Gabriel with a symbol of glad tidings, a branch of lily. Anastasia. Yes, this icon is well known to fine art experts, for example, by the image of the 16th century of the icon of Our Lady of the Burning Bush, which originates from a local line of iconostasies of the Transfiguration Cathedral of the Solovetsky Monastery, and many people know about it. Almost every Orthodox family has icons of this kind. Only who among people has paid attention to such fine details? After all, if you ask any person, many people know this icon as the protector of home from fires. At best, they will tell you that this icon is based on the biblical story about Moses when he decided to lead his people out of Egypt, or about a burning blackthorn bush out of which God called to Moses, and he, as if out of curiosity, went to see why it was on fire but was not consumed by the flames. Rigdon, laughing. Though people's words are amusing, the essence in them is the truth. Priests have always been consumed with curiosity and envy about where a truly spiritual being gets so much God's power. What do you think? How are Moses, the Mother of God, and fires connected? Anastasia. You know, there's a feeling that all this connection has been created artificially. Essentially, judging by all the spiritual signs and by the fact of how many miracles in the world happened through her image over these thousands of years, the Mother of God is truly Savior in majesty. Rigdon. That is so. The icon of Our Lady of the Burning Bush, Neopalimaya Kupina, has nothing to do with all these matters of priesthood, and in Rus it became called so not from the word Kupina, meaning blackthorn, shrub, but from the Old Slavic word kupa, which means a connection, elevation, a totality of something, and the fact that it got associated with the belief that it protects from fire, well, at least now it is, as you have correctly noticed, found in every home after becoming famous for performing miracles. But what is more important is that through it, knowledge has been passed down to the majority, even if such an unpacked form. And it exists now, and this is by no means unimportant. It is no coincidence that Our Lady of the Burning Bush, Neopalimaya Kupina, is associated with the symbol of the Immaculate Conception by God's Mother from the Holy Spirit. This is exactly a symbol of what I told you about. God's Mother is the conductor of the power of God for every person walking the spiritual path. This is the power of God's love, with the help of which the human soul is liberated from earthly reincarnations. Jesus, as a spiritual being from a different world, renewed the true knowledge which got lost in centuries and gave people spiritual tools for spiritual salvation. So in other words, he left keys. Working on oneself with these tools, a person acquired, figuratively speaking, a key to the sign, and he gave power and signs themselves to God's Mother as the conductor of God's power, as a spiritually liberated being who is between the worlds for the sake of spiritual liberation of the human souls. And it is only upon union of diligence and work on oneself of the spiritual seeker and the power of God's Mother, Allatra, coming together, that the personality merged with the soul, that is, a person attained liberation of his soul, the seventh dimension, or as they say in Christianity, paradise, the kingdom of the Father and the Son. And it only depends on the choice of a person whether the sign will be active and whether the person will be worthy of receiving this divine power that will lead him to God. The key is given for the purpose of being used, and in order to use the key, it is necessary to invest one's effort in this. So such is the path of a spiritual person, the path of burning spiritual dispassion, which only when coupled together with the creating power of God leads to liberation. And this is known not only in Christianity, but in other religions as well. This was known already in the ancient times, when people had different names for God, His Son, and God's Mother, the Great Mother. After all, it is not about priestly concepts from the mind and their epithets, but about the same spiritual grains which all their religions rest upon. Here's a simple example. As I mentioned, not too long ago, the cult of the goddess Isis, which originated in ancient Egypt, used to be very popular among different Eastern and Western folk. By the way, one just needs to turn one's attention to the art of ancient Egypt, to those of its patterns which have been preserved to this day in buildings, paintings of ancient temples, and sculptural images. And one can see the same symbols of passing down the basis of spiritual knowledge as everywhere around the world. The working Allatra sign, a lotus, a circle, a cube, a rhombus, a pyramid, a cross, a square, and symbolic images of the four essences. So the cult of the goddess Isis lasted more than 1 millennium, including the Roman Empire era. And where is the real reason for such popularity hidden? In active signs, the Allatra sign, which was spread in those times through the cult of goddess Isis, just like it is being spread today through the cult of God's Mother. Primordial knowledge has long been lost for the most part, but symbols and signs have remained. Anastasia. Yes, Isis as the Great Mother was often depicted precisely with the Allatra sign on her head, as we have said, in the form of a cup-shaped crescent with horns pointing upwards, above which a circle is located like a protruding side of a pearl. Rigdon. This symbol indicates that this power belongs to the one who created everything in the universe. I have already said that a long time ago, people denoted the concept of the One Supreme, the One Eternal, with the sound Ra. This is where later, with the emergence of priesthood, a god named Ra appeared, who, according to legends, emerged from the lotus flower that had risen from the world's ocean. The great goddess, who was called by different epithets, which were later transformed into names, initially acted as the conductive power of Ra, the One Eternal. At various times, besides Isis, the bearers of such a sign in ancient Egypt were goddess Hathor, a daughter of the sun Ra. Her name means the home of heaven, and goddess Lusalasat. Her name means the creating hand of God, the greatest among those who emanate. It was considered, for example, that if a person tastes goddess Hathor's spiritual gifts, then this will give him more spiritual powers, and she will help him cross over from the earthly world to the other, spiritual world. This is why the following epithets were bestowed upon her: the Great Mother, Goddess of Love, Spiritual Joy, the one shining in the rays of Ra, the Great Woman, the Creator of all living things. Among additional associative designations that symbolized her were sycamore as the tree of life, as well as symbols of eternal life. The colors of green and blue, which as legends had it, were commanded by her. The latter is connected to the coded knowledge about the wave nature of a human and the moment of spiritual transformation. Anastasia. Yes, the same colors are present, as already mentioned, in the designation of the divine characters, who for different peoples embody the cosmic order, the waters of life, fertility, the mother progenitress, and the creating divine power of the feminine principle. In the Christian religion, these colors are inherent to the Mother of God. The rhombus of Our Lady of the Burning Bush, Neopalima Jacobina, for example, which has the image of the Virgin Mary, is also denoted by green or blue, navy blue color. This indicates that one and the same basic knowledge was passed down from generation to generation, from nation to nation. Incidentally, there is this ancient word glovka, which the ancient Greeks had borrowed in their time for their mythology from the peoples who once lived on what today are Slavic territories, to denote the creating power of the divine principle connected with water, which also commanded green and blue colors. Rigdon. I will say even more. In order to explain to people the knowledge of the invisible world, one had to refer to associations and images that could be understood by residents of the three-dimensional world. In the ancient times, the Great Mother, Goddess, as the creating power of the spiritual nature of a human being, whose reflection eventually became, for instance, that same Isis who was represented as a woman, was initially depicted in a certain pose reminiscent of a sacred cube, when a person is sitting and hugging their knees. From above, the cube was crowned with a head indicating its top, and the Allatra sign was placed on the head or on one of the facets of the cube itself. The essence is simple. This is a symbolic depiction of the path of spiritual liberation of the personality when it merges with the soul, regardless of the body in which the person is located, for example, his gender, race, and so on. This is how the Foremother was originally depicted in ancient times, sitting in cubical position. Moreover, she was placed on a square, flat base. The cube meant the spiritual world, which a person can reach with help of the divine power of the feminine principle, Allat, and qualitatively change his nature, becoming a different being, a spiritual one. It also meant the 6 dimensions in which the human structure was located. The flat square stone is the earthly material world, and also 4 corners as an indication of the 4 main human essences. Later, when people started imitating this, priests began to reproduce, immortalize for the sake of earthly glory, their faces in the form of cubic sculptures. Later, when in that same ancient Egypt, gods began to be portrayed in the form of personalized sculptures, then in order to reflect their divine essence, the god's figure was placed on a cube. And if it was necessary to indicate a connection between earthly and heavenly, divine, then it was put on a cube, which was placed on a flat square. If the figure was placed simply on a flat square, that meant only the earthly aspect of existence. Such initial cubical statues, as well as their variations of the rhombic types, in their time were quite widespread canonical sculptural images not only in ancient Egypt, but also in other parts of the world. Anastasia. Indeed, I have often encountered similar figurines of deities sitting in a cubic position among the archaeological finds discovered in different parts of the world. The figurines found in the Paleolithic layers, the so-called Great Mother, also sit in the same way, with legs tucked under and arms on the knees. Similar figurines were discovered among the finds belonging to the Harappan civilization. And what about the cubic figurines of ancient Indian and Chinese gods, not to mention multiple artifacts of the Aztec, Olmec, and Maya in Mesoamerica? On territories where the Slavic people lived, figurines of the great foremother of the period of Trypillian civilization were found, where on her bosom there is a rhombus with a diagonal cross inside and with points centers, and another version of her portrayal has specific symbols of a truncated pyramid or two intertwined serpents, which, taking into consideration, for example, ancient Indian knowledge about the power of the Kundalini serpent, symbolize the creating power of a human spiritual revival. Rigdon. By the way, two snakes curled up into a bowl for the ancients were one of the original symbols of death and resurrection of nature, its renewal. Snakes, for instance, grass snakes, go below ground in the autumn and curl up into a large ball in earth burrows, falling into hibernation, then wake up in the spring and leave the burrows from below ground. That is why they served as an associative example for those people who wanted to understand what reincarnation, death, and resurrection of a human being are in the cycle of rebirth of his soul. Anastasia. Yes, many peoples, especially in the East, revered the snake as a symbol associated with fertility, the feminine principle, earth, water, and also wisdom. If one considers this knowledge in the spiritual context, then everything falls into place. Regarding the Trypillian civilization, it is interesting that, for instance, ceramic jugs with sacred symbols were mostly of the rhombic form. If one carefully examines archaeological findings, one will find that the significant symbols and signs of spiritual development were depicted on such jugs. The circle, the crescent with its horns pointing upwards, spirals, triangles, pyramids, wavy snakes, zigzag-like dividing lines, connection with water, in other words with the other world, four-pointed crosses, the sun and the moon, four suns. Moreover, according to archaeological excavations, every house of the Trypillian civilization had a cross-shaped sacred altar in the form of the diagonal cross where the first fire for the stove was kindled. It's the same symbol of the fire of the soul and the four essences. Rigdon. The rhombus form is often found in the most ancient ornaments. It was called the symbol of unity of earth and heaven and was associated with lily and lotus. Anastasia. Here, even if we trace the etymology of the word rhombus, we can discover interesting facts. This word is derived from the Greek rhombos, which means a spinning top, magic wheel, tambourine. In this regard, it suffices to recall the important symbolic role the tambourine played in magical actions, for example among shamans. Moreover, usually such a tambourine was decorated with, again, those same main symbols and signs. Rigdon. Absolutely. By the way, It was believed that the shaman extracts the sacred sound from it with one hand while holding in the other hand the crossbar of the tambourine, which as a rule had the form of a diagonal or equilateral cross. After all, according to the symbolism, it is the intersection of the circle and the cross that creates 8 faces, the octagon. The white shamans of Siberia had a belief, sacred knowledge, that if the square, that is, the signs of the 4 elements, is set into motion, then they may turn into the sign of eternity, circle. And in the West, in the ancient philosophy, the Greeks called the same process quintessence, from the Latin word quinta essentia, the 5th essence, the theory of the 5th element. Anastasia: that is true, and it was called the primary ether, divine, eternal, and celestial, heavenly being in the sky. Aristotle generally defined the quintessence as the thinnest element, the basic essence, the substance of the whole superlunary world, unlike the 4 elements of the sublunary world, which are subject to cyclicity of interconversion, emergence, and destruction. Everything is so simple. It turns out that everyone is talking about the same thing, only using different words. Rigdon: of course, there is nothing difficult if you know. When you reach an understanding, everything becomes simple. Regarding shamans, you have noted quite rightly that in those times this knowledge and such a form of passing it down were natural for different peoples. But even earlier, this basic knowledge was known to the majority in the human society, and people did not need additional explanations, even if they lived in different parts of the planet. So then, a statue in the form of a cube symbolized the victory of a human spiritual nature over the material one, that is, of the spiritual nature over the animal nature. It also meant a spiritually mature person who is ready to perceive the divine word. The letter in those days was considered to be an inaudible sound, thanks to which God communicates with a human, and spiritual enlightenment of man in the understanding of the One. That is, gods were sometimes depicted with an open mouth, but more often corresponding signs were placed on their cubic statues. And later, when hieroglyphs appeared, they began to carve out communications to the One who had an invisible nature. Anastasia: I believe that readers will be interested to learn that people back in those ancient times knew about the primordial sound. Rigdon: of course they did. After all, this is basic spiritual knowledge. What did, for example, a hieroglyph mean in ancient Egypt? It was initially considered to be a sacred sign, the divine word, the sign that indicated the sound. Moreover, hieroglyphs were written in a specific order and grouped in different square and rectangular shapes, which also had its meaning. Such writing was taught only in temple schools called houses of life. Let me remind you that the symbol of life, eternal life, for the ancient Egyptians was the Ankh sign, which was called the key of life, key to eternity. By the way, this peculiar cross as a symbol of immortality was associated with water, the other world. It was known not only to the ancient Egyptian civilization, but also in the Mayan civilization and ancient European peoples, for example, to the Scandinavians. It is interesting that the ancient Egyptian scribes themselves, who applied sacred signs, as a rule, were depicted in a lotus position, sitting with crossed legs on a square flat stone. The lotus position in ancient times was also conditionally called a pyramid. The ancient Egyptians had a special attitude to sound as a sacred manifestation of the Invisible One who created everything. That is from whence they have this understanding recorded in legends that sounds awaken the universe. They awaken not only the soul, but also the most beautiful thing in it, the connection with the Invisible One. Anastasia. Obviously, that is why in ancient Egypt there was a special veneration of music as of great creating power. Mentions have been preserved that in some religious ceremonies, only women were trusted to fill the space with sacred sounds. For example, priestesses of goddesses Isis and Hathor, on whose heads, incidentally, there was the Allatra sign. Rigdon. All this, of course, are external rituals, which however symbolize precisely the creating power of the divine Allat, which manifested the power of God, the primordial sound of creation, through the Allatra sign. But the most important thing in all this theatrical action of associative transfer of spiritual knowledge is the attitude of believers and the working sign which is seen by masses of people. Later, when knowledge began to be lost, initiated people started renewing it in the form that could be understood by the new generations. Then a different image of the great Mother Goddess became popular, already not in the form of a cube, but in the form of a woman sitting on the face of a parallelepiped, the hexagon whose opposite facets, which symbolized 6 dimensions, are equal and parallel, like with the cube. Moreover, the emphasis was placed on the fact that the goddess sits exactly on the top of this symbolically depicted cube by marking or highlighting with ornament one of the vertices of the cube. The feet of the goddess rested on a square flat stone. All this symbolized the connection between the earth and the sky. On the head of the Great Mother, there was always the Allatra sign, which played a key role in the spiritual activation of the person looking at it. Spiritual symbols began to be placed in the hands of the Great Mother. For example, in the left hand there was the Ankh sign, key to eternity, and in the right hand there was the lotus flower with a long stem. Sometimes the goddess was depicted holding the symbolic left and right essences in her hands as a sign of victory over the animal nature, which was later replaced with a staff. The lotus was initially a symbol of the spiritual knowledge, spiritual practice, creating forces, perfection, and eternity in the One. That is why it was called the sacred flower, knowledge of the Radiant One, Ra. Many gods, and not only of ancient Egypt, were depicted sitting on the lotus flower. Incidentally, as I once mentioned, it is the lotus that was one of the first symbols of immortality and resurrection among different peoples in the meaning of spiritual transformation of a human. Later on, this was one way or another reflected in the religious beliefs of different cultures, for example of ancient India, ancient Egypt, Assyria, Phoenicia, Hittites, and others. If a lotus bud was depicted, this meant potential capabilities of a person during his lifetime, and if a ripe lotus seed pod was depicted, which has the form of an inverted, truncated, cone-shaped small pyramid, this meant the result of lifetime actions of a person, a kind of fruit, a total after his death. If the stalk with the seed pod was in the hands of a deity, then this meant a fruit-bearing power of creation. Besides, the lotus was often depicted together with the Great Mother, as scientists call her, goddess of the moon, so later they started drawing it in the form of a bowl. So in the hands of the Virgin Mother of the ancient Egyptian culture, the lotus symbolized chastity, spiritual fertility, the virginal purity of the creating power of the feminine principle. Later, there were different interpretations of the lotus flower in the hands of the great goddess. Staff, the rod of spiritual power over matter entwined by one or two serpents. A blossomed scepter, knowledge in the form of an open scroll, open book. Still later, Goddess Isis began to be depicted in the following way. The palm of her right hand is pressed to the solar plexus, and with her left hand she holds the child, the son of the One, whose name is Horus, which means the one who is from the sky. Horus, as a creating god, was usually depicted with the head of a falcon. Anastasia. Yes, we have already mentioned in a conversation that in the mythology of the peoples of the world, since ancient times, the bird served as an association related to spiritual concepts, with a spiritual being who came from heaven, from another world, as well as with the human's front essence. For many peoples, drawing of wings as such meant the connection with other worlds, dimensions, the symbol of elevation of the soul into eternity of the spiritual world after death of the body in the material world. The image of the bird became an archetype for all winged creatures. Rigdon. Absolutely. Besides, birds were also attributes of the gods who personified the struggle of the forces of light and darkness, who acted in the invisible world and induced the human choice to either side. That is why, since ancient times, the initiated divided birds symbolically. For example, falcons symbolize the forces of light, spiritual vigilance, and courage in action. Eagle symbolized the dark forces and struggle for the material power. But because of imitation and misunderstanding of the essence of these symbols, the symbolism of these birds practically merged, and they were being substituted for each other in the human society. However, for an intelligent person, it is enough to look at the modern symbolism of the banners of states and international organizations. Are there many falcons to be found there? However, the number of eagles is countless. This is just another indirect confirmation out of numerous facts of what edge today's society stands on, who controls it, and what power is winning in this world. Anastasia. The high flight of the falcon in ancient Egypt, for example, was associatively compared to the flight of the soul in heavenly realms. It was believed that Horus, as the son of Osiris and Isis, was called to the human world to unite heaven and earth and to fight the forces of darkness. The embodiment of life force and the soul, Ba, was represented in the form of a falcon with a person's head, and some gods, on the contrary, were depicted as people with a falcon's head. Rigdon. That is right. Such gods of ancient Egypt, as for instance Ra and Montu, were depicted in the ancient times in the form of a falcon-headed person, and on their heads there was a sign of a circle. Their symbol was a winged sun disk, circle. It was an attribute of not only the ancient Egyptian Ra, Montu, and Horus, but later, as I have already mentioned, it was a symbol of gods of other peoples, for instance, of the supreme god of good for the ancient Persians, Ahura Mazda. So, returning to the topic of the symbolism of the Great Mother and the cube, the name of goddess Isis, for example, when translated from the ancient Egyptian language into Greek, means a throne, a seat. The Greek word thronos, in its turn, means a seat, a raised platform. This is precisely what has been connected with ancient images of the Great Mother in the sitting position in the form of a cube. The hieroglyph related to the name of Isis was depicted in such a way as a side view of a flat square stone, a parallelepiped emphasizing the fact that the goddess sits at its very top corner. This throne, seat, is also often placed on the head of Isis as a designation of her name, which is one of the ancient epithets of the Great Mother, connected with spiritual elevation, a symbolic holy place, the connection of heaven and earth. And that is how the symbolic cube became a throne. And now it is enough to draw an analogy of what various religions call the place of becoming closer to God, to the highest enlightenment in self-perfection, and much will become clear. Buddha, for example, was depicted on a throne that was named with the epithets lotus and diamond throne. In Christianity, for example, instead of the word throne, they used the word that was similar in meaning, prestol in English transcription. The Old Slavonic word prestol is derived from the word stol, slut, table, to spread. Moreover, meaning a sitting place and even a platform, connection with the Supreme. That is why there is such a saying, the throne, prestol of God is heaven. Anastasia. The communion table, prestol, a quadrangular table with relics that is covered with a veil, is the main attribute of the Orthodox Church. It stands in the middle of the altar. Incidentally, it is interesting that many types of altar compositions represent precisely the Mother of God on a throne. Rigdon. Exactly right. But it is worth noting that it is one thing to depict gods with typical symbols in order to pass down spiritual knowledge, and another are people with their insatiable thirst for material imitation and power. During the period of development of the political and priestly institution of power in human society, those in power, imitating ancient images of gods who were sitting on the throne, did not hesitate to surround their dear selves with all the symbols of God's glory, often without understanding its original essence. I will not even mention the civilizations of the East, Asia, and the West, Mesoamerica, in this regard. Their history has enough of such facts. I will simply give an example of annalistic lore about the royal regalia in Rus, about the so-called throne of Monomaque, which has been preserved to this day. Earlier, the Tsar's throne was called Tsar's Place. This was a symbol of supreme power. It was located not only in the prince's outer entrance hall in the palace, but also in temples. In the temple, it was, as a rule, placed on the right hand of the holy gates of the iconostasies in the form of a marquee canopy cover on 4 pillars, where behind a separate entrance there was a fenced-in seat. And the pillars of this pyramidal throne were the figures of 4 animals. And which animals at that? A fierce lion, Skimant, a monster beast, Uina, hyena, a vicious beast without turning neck, and 2 oscragons. One has many knots, and the other is also full of light to the brim. Anastasia. In other words, in the pillars of the Tsar's throne there were symbols of all 4 essences of man. The lion and the hyena are lateral essences, and the one that has many knots must definitely be the back essence. And what is the exact translation from the Old Slavonic of the last phrase? Rigdon. And the second one is full of light to the edge, limit, top. Anastasia. That's precisely about the front essence. That's the Old Slavonic ancient language for you. As they say, it's a shame not to know it. Rigdon. Regarding the 4 essences, for ancient Slavs, as I have already mentioned, this was nothing new. Their ancient deities, which in the era of propagation of Christianity began to be called pagan, fully reflected all this knowledge that was formulated in understandable to people associative form. For example, let us consider the Slavic deity Strobosh, Strebog, the god of the 4 winds. The root of his name comes from the word to build, and its main function was defined as the organizer of good. The 4 winds of different seasons allegorically stood for the 4 human essences, those invisible intelligent spaces that try to dominate in him. At that, 3 of them are whirling vortices, creating wail and whistle that spin in a swift dance to the sound of heavenly choirs. That is why later in the folklore, Russian incantations, people invented curses against a terrible devil, a violent whirlwind, and a flying fiery serpent. And the spring wind was associated with the front essence, with the first spring birds, messengers of good spirits, and with the singing and music of heavens. So all the tools were given so that people built good inside themselves. The rest already depended on their human choice. Anastasia. Yes, it turns out that the associative concepts of ancient Slavs about the nature of the human spatial structure and his spiritual component were closer to the truth. For the wind, as an element of tangible space, comes the closest to characterizing the invisible nature of the 4 essences. Rigdon. But what is even more interesting regarding the ancient Slavs, their knowledge was recorded not only in mythology, but also in architectural buildings. Long before Christianity, in Rus there existed constructions of temples that later became known as tent-shaped. The Old Russian word shator is derived from the Turkic satir, meaning a tent, canopy. By the way, the ancient Indian word shatram means a barrier, veil, and was associated with the meaning of I open and close light. Anastasia. I open and close light? So in fact, in the spiritual interpretation, this is key to heaven? Rigdon. Absolutely. So then, in the old Russian architecture, shator was the name given to the finial of the centric buildings in the form of a tetrahedral or octahedral pyramid on the top of towers, temples, and even the front porch in an ordinary wooden house. This was a symbol, speaking the modern language, of an active aspiration of a human for the spiritual, heaven. In fact, this structure represented an octagon placed on quadrangle, allowing to make a transition of tiers of square base of, for example, a temple to its octagonal finial, marquee, on top of which a small cupola was placed as a topper with a hemisphere. Anastasia. A topper with a hemisphere? A finial on 8 facets with an indication of a cupola? That's exactly the top of a cube placed on its vertex. These are true architectural symbols of pillars of light. Rigden. By the way, the word glavka, cupola, gave origin to the Old Slavonic word glava, meaning a head, as the beginning of everything, the basis, the supreme, head honcho, head of the house, a chapter, head of birch bark manuscripts, and later books, and so on. But in the human himself, glavka was the crown of his head, the top of a human. Anastasia. Well, the crown of the head has always been marked as the 1,000-petaled lotus chakran, or as it is called in India, the Sahasra Ra chakran, which when translated from Sanskrit means 1,000 petals of a lotus. This is the human's 7th chakran. Interestingly, the Hindus believe that it is here that the spiritual consciousness blocks the lower human essences which bind to earthly attachments and desires the soul that seeks eternity. It is with the help of this chakran that the unification with the Supreme as the final stage of the spiritual growth of the soul in the body shell takes place. It is here, according to the views of religious ascetics of India, that the awakening creating power of Kundalini, the Kundalini serpent, rising through the 6 chakrans, ends its path, and super enlightenment takes place, unification with super consciousness, the soul with God, the Supreme One. Rigden. It is also worthwhile paying attention to the symbol with which they mark this chakran as a transparent diamond, from which subsequently the names, the lotus, and the diamond throne of Buddha came from. Anastasia. Each time I come across the ancient knowledge of Indo-European peoples, their wisdom and the depth of cognition of the spiritual essence never cease to amaze me. Rigden. Various peoples, including the ones living on the present Slavic territories, have had this knowledge since ancient times. Moreover, what else was typical for the ancient Russian temples with such construction? They made quite a strong impression with their external symbols and scale of construction. But the inner space of these ancient temples was extremely small and not intended for populous worship. The incredible height over the crossing was emphasized in this inner narrow space of the temple. Often it is to the foremother of this or that people that such temples were dedicated as to the creating power of the divine feminine principle. So their internal space also symbolized path of spiritual perfection in a human being himself. Anastasia. The ancient peoples that once lived on the present Slavic territories really had a rich spiritual heritage, as evidenced by archaeological findings containing the relevant spiritual symbols and signs dating back to the 12th to 4th millennia BC. It's just that today, obviously, it is to someone's advantage that modern people who live on those territories mistakenly believe that their ancestors supposedly descended from savage tribes who had no spiritual heritage. Rigden. People should consider why such an opinion is being imposed upon them and their children, and why everything is being done to ensure that people themselves are not interested in something greater, in what they're not supposed to know, as defined by those in power. Why, having the present technical capabilities of the civilization, the world's priests carry on with information attacks upon these people's consciousness, making Ivans who do not remember their kinship out of them. Anastasia: Yes, if the Slavic peoples wake up from their spiritual slumber, then they, following the generosity of their soul, will spiritually awaken other peoples, and this all peoples awakening will affect the whole world. You had once told us some interesting information about the revelation of John, in particular, how he wrote the story of the apocalypse using the Jewish priests' information, who had borrowed much from ancient Greek legends, religious beliefs of the Eastern peoples, including from Egyptian and Babylonian myths. I have included all this in the book Sensei 4. So John, as you mentioned, also wrote about the throne set in heaven, on which there was the sitting one. Most importantly, he speaks of the same 4 apocalyptic beasts standing around the throne. Rigdon: Yes, John also had he who is sitting, who looked like gemstones, like jasper and carnelian, and the glow of an emerald circled his throne like a rainbow. Of course, it is all the same. Again, the same colors of gemstones that symbolize Goddess Isis and other conductors of Allatra. Again, it is the same throne that was set in heaven, and the sitting one was on the throne. Before the throne, a sea of glass like crystal, and 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God. In the middle of the throne and about the throne were 4 beasts full of eyes before and behind. And the first beast was like a lion, and the second beast like a calf, and the third beast had a face as a man, and the fourth beast was like a flying eagle. Each of the 4 beasts had 6 wings about him, and were full of eyes inside and out. Without stopping day or night, they were saying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was, who is, and who is coming. And when those beasts give glory and honor and thanks to him who sits on the throne, who lives forever and ever, the 24 elders fall down before him who sits on the throne and worship him that lives forever and ever, and cast their crowns before the throne, saying, Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created. John simply used the information of the Jewish priests, and the latter copied most of this knowledge from the legends of other peoples, having naturally appropriated them to form concepts from the mind and create their own religion. Only as a basis he took the plot, naturally not about the creating power of Allatra for the living people, but about the judgment of every person after death of his physical body. The ancient Egyptians called it the after-death court of the supreme god Osiris. The wife of the latter, I remind you, was considered to be goddess Isis. I once told you about Osiris. His name means one who is at the top. He is considered to be the lord of the afterlife world, who holds court over every human soul after earthly life, deciding its further fate. In the modern version of the translation of the papyrus text, which tells about the afterlife court, the epithet of the person who enters this court sounds quite amusing, freshly dead. As they say, as the person understands life, so he translates it into another language. The ancient Egyptians believed that life continues also after death of the physical body, but in a different form and in a different space. This view was based on the knowledge that was once given to all people. The place of court, the transition state of human after the physical death, in the underworld was called by the ancient Egyptians as the Great Hall of Two Truths. Osiris at the court, as a being from the supreme spiritual world, was symbolically depicted sitting on a cubic throne, his feet resting on a square base. He judges from the top of the cube, to which, as a rule, points the marked vertex of the cube. At the court, in the Great Hall of Two Truths, the four defenders of Osiris's throne are also present. Anastasia: I remember you once showed us a copy of the papyrus with an image of the court of Osiris. There were also the four defenders of the Osiris's throne in the underworld who stood on a lotus flower before the judge. Rigdon: Indeed, according to the legend, they are sons of the son of Osiris, of Horus. Horus meaning one who is from the sky. Each of them is protected by a certain goddess who is depicted as a winged woman. The names of the sons of Horus are Amsat, Hapi, Duamutev, and Quebensinuev. Amsat has a human face. Hapi was depicted with the head of a monkey, Duamutev with the head of a jackal, Quebensinuev with the head of a falcon. These main four are consistently mentioned in the pyramid texts, in the coffin texts, in the Book of the Dead, and other religious and magical literature of the ancient Egyptians. Of course, already a large part of the spiritual knowledge has undergone changes and distortions due to interpretation from the mind with domination of the material thinking, but nevertheless, some echoes have remained. In the original spiritual sense, these are precisely the four main human essences. This is exactly the part of the human structure, the real witnesses of the invisible world, that like flight recorders of the aircraft, record all of the overt and covert deeds of the personality, thoughts, choices, and preferences during the spent life. The back essence, Amsat, was depicted in a human form as a symbol of all of the human past. The past life of different personalities, subpersonalities, in the earthly reincarnations of the soul. John describes it in the following way: the beast had a face like a man. The right essence, Hapi, was depicted with the head of a monkey, Hamadryas baboon, as a symbol of wildness, herd instinct, manifestations of animal instincts, strength, anger, and aggression. John describes it as the beast like a calf, a herd animal. The left essence, Duamutev, with the head of a jackal, is a symbol of a highly developed animal, of lightning-fast attack, dexterity, intelligence, and cunning. John describes it as an animal like a lion. In general, it should be noted that in the associative image of a jackal, the ancient Egyptians very accurately captured the main characteristics of the left essence during its attacks on a person with the corresponding thought forms. Because the jackal also deftly sneaks up on the victim unnoticed and seizes it sharply, it is characterized by audacity and insolence of sudden attacks. It can even seize a bird rising into the air from a high jump. Besides, it is very loud. This beast produces a whining cry when it goes hunting. It howls so loudly that the animals nearby begin to repeat it and to whine in response. And finally, the symbol of the front essence, is quibi sinuev, with the head of a falcon. John described it as a living creature like a flying eagle. An eagle is already a comment from the priesthood. The falcon was indeed a symbol of spiritual freedom of the person who was aspiring for the spiritual path, upwards, heavenward, towards liberation of his soul. It was also a symbol of inspiration, ascension through all the levels, and victory over matter. In Egypt, it was the falcon that was the king of birds, the heavenly nature, one of the first manifestations, a symbol of God Ra. And for many other peoples, such as the Incas, it was also a solar, sun symbol that guarded the spiritual path of a human and strengthened his spirit. This was compared to the falcon's ability to soar high and long, to be close to the sun. In the Book of the Dead, these four essences are also called Masters of the Truth and Verity, the Supreme Princess standing behind Osiris's back, the Pillars of Shu. Shu, according to cosmological legends, is the one who once raised the sky from the ground and is holding it up, that god of air that divides heaven and earth, in the sacred legends about man, a designation of his shadow in the invisible space. They were placed on the lotus flower and later at the sides of the throne, behind the throne, or in front of the throne. John has it as in the midst of the throne and around the throne. Anastasia. Back then, you had mentioned that in front of the one sitting on the cube, Osiris, there is the symbolically depicted animal mind in the form of a lion, as well as a faded lotus flower on the altar. Of the latter, only the seed vessel remains, on which, as a matter of fact, stand these four essences. Rigdon. That is right. As I have already said, the lotus in this form was usually depicted as the symbol of the spiritual result of the personality's life path after the death of its body. A lotus with petals is a symbol of active life, and when petals fall off, the core remains, the spiritual seeds that man gains during his lifetime. The image of the papyrus symbolically shows four main essences, like witnesses, standing on this core. They are, simply put, the information about each day the person has lived, so to speak, second by second. The notation above them, as a rule, displays symbolic marks of the count of thoughts and deeds, sins of a person, recorded by each essence. This is a kind of conditional indicator of the quantitative equivalent of the active domination of each essence during the life lived by the personality. It is impossible to hide anything. All the secrets are revealed. These four essences become like silent witnesses that never lie. All the person's deeds, thoughts, emotions, experiences, all the temptations, what the person was seduced by, and what he chose throughout life, all is there before the judge. Anastasia. It is interesting that the ancient Egyptian papyrus clearly showed that the human soul does not take part in this process. It only awaits its fate according to the results of the testimonies of the four essences while being on the scale. Rigdon. Yes, usually next to it near the bowl, the symbol of the front essence was additionally depicted, a figure with the head of a falcon, indicating its involvement in the weighing, thus associatively demonstrating how active it was during the person's lifetime. And one of the essences of the animal nature, the back, the right, or the left one, was as a rule put near the opposite scale, on which there was a figure of the goddess of justice and truth, Ma'at, or its attribute, a feather. Here, the dominant essence of the animal nature was depicted, showing how active it was during the entire human life. Most often, the left essence, the jackal-headed figure, was depicted in this place. It is considered to be the oldest one, the one leading the back and the right essences, and the cleverest hypostasis of the animal nature in a human. Anastasia. If we view this from the perspective of spiritual knowledge, it turns out that these essences at first provoke certain thoughts in a person during his lifetime, and then, based on his choice, they record to what he pays the most attention and gives life energy. And after his death, they so to speak rat out his personality at this court? Rigdon. That is how it is. However, this court takes place not in the way people have made it up, explaining the processes of the invisible world to each other through associative images that people of the three-dimensional world can understand. These are simply inevitable processes for every personality, taking place, shall we say, at the level of energy and information which awaited after death of the physical body. Anastasia. So if during its lifetime the personality mostly chose the animal nature, activating mainly its back and lateral essences, then in fact it became a sealed subpersonality, and the soul was again immersed in the material world of the animal mind. That is, its reincarnation occurred, and another confinement in the material body. Rigdon. Indeed, the soul was again confined, using the language of religion, in hell. In ancient Egypt, for example, this was symbolically depicted as devouring, swallowing the soul by the monster called Amat. This monster personified the animal world of intelligent matter in its image, moreover indicating the three dimensions of the world into which the soul was sent. In particular, Amat had the traits of three animals, the crocodile, the lion, and the hippopotamus. That is, simply put, the soul was sent to reincarnation, returning once again to the earthly life of the three-dimensional world. And if activation of the front essence outweighed during the human life, then the soul became free. According to the ancient Egyptian beliefs, it was sent on the solar ship that also was called the Ship of Eternity, the Ship of Million Years, to Uru, Yalu, Elysian Fields, Paradise, that is, to another spiritual world. Anastasia. And if we consider that the ancient Egyptians, just like other peoples, such as the Trypillian civilization, depicted the solar ship in the form of Allatra sign, a crescent with a circle, the smile of Ra, then the comparison becomes quite intriguing. The one who had once given this knowledge obviously knew much more about the dimensions of the universe and the spiritual world than was subsequently reflected in the religious concepts and beliefs of those peoples. Rigdon. All this exists, and it all has always been. All this is the symbolism of the real energy processes which take place when the personality, together with the soul, leaves the body after its physical death. It is just that all this was explained for a spiritually immature person, for the logic of his material mind, using associative examples of the three-dimensional world which the society of that time could understand. Anastasia. Yes, it turns out that there it is impossible to change anything. What you have chosen here for yourself is what you get there. Life is indeed a very responsible business. Trials, the burden of life, are truly given according to my strength and nothing beyond that. And the main thing is that I understand that in fact it is not difficult for me to control myself here and now. Ignore these provocative whispers of the back and the lateral essences, because it is all in my hands. It is I who chooses whether to listen to them or not. I just need a little more control on my part. If some quality of the animal nature has manifested itself somewhere, I must not allow it to develop in me. I must focus more in this moment on positive thoughts and do more spiritual and constructive deeds during the day. This has been said from century to century. We can recall, for instance, recent periods. Let us take, for example, lines from Jesus' biblical Sermon on the Mount. The lamp of the body is the eye. So then, if your eye is clear, your whole body will be full of light. But if your eye is evil, your whole body will be full of darkness. Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Rigdon. Quite true. Already the one who reaps is receiving rewards and gathering fruit for eternal life, so that sower and reaper can rejoice together. This, in one form or another, is said in almost all the traditional religions of the peoples of the world that have spiritual grains. For example, in the Holy Book of Islam, the Quran, the following things are mentioned. The Almighty, having created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, placed on the water surface his magnificent throne, which covered the heavens and the earth, and from which he directs his creation. His throne was rested on the water, so that he may test to find out which of you is the best in deeds. Surah 11, verse 7. Moreover, the throne is referred to by two terms: kursi, a throne, an elevated sitting place, and arsh, the highest place that embraces all that exists and is above it. Arsh embraces kursi and is located above it. According to the Muslim beliefs, it is thought that the throne now rests on the shoulders of 4 greatest angels supporting it. According to the legend, these angels have different faces. One of them has the face of an eagle, the second one of a lion, the third one of a calf, and the fourth one of man. The Quran mentions that Angel Gabriel, who passes on the revelations of the Almighty to prophets, including in the form of scrolls and books, and who comes to help in case of need, tells Muhammad about the spiritual mysteries of the human soul, waging its fight in space and time, about reward and retribution for each person on Judgment Day for the deeds in the earthly world. Surah 17, which tells the story of Muhammad's ascent to the 7th heaven thanks to Angel Gabriel, has such words. Ayah 11. Man prays for evil as fervently as he ought to pray for good, for mankind is ever hasty in being unwise. Ayah 15. He who follows the direct path follows to his own advantage, but he who goes astray by delusion from that path does so to his own loss. And no laden soul will bear another's load, and no one ever was punished by us until a messenger was sent to them with a warning of punishment and a message about the right, direct path. Here it is worthwhile paying attention to these and the following lines from the summit of understanding of the already available knowledge. For example, knowledge of characteristics of the human structure in 6 dimensions the activity of persons' four main essences, including their testimony at the afterlife court about the aspiration of the human soul for eternity, its desire to live the last life in the material world, about the many desires of the animal nature which block the soul in transient lives and are stimulated by the three essences for the purpose of implementing the human choice. Ayah 18. He that desires benefits of life transient, temporary, we will immediately deliver to him those things, to whomsoever we also wish as we please. And only then we will assign to him hell, where he will burn, outcast and despised. Ayah 19. He that desires the life of the hereafter and looks for eternity of the future world and strives for it as it ought to be striven for, being a believer in God with his whole soul, he is the one whose striving with benediction will be accepted by God. Anastasia. Yes, the meaning is deep. So Jabrail spoke about the activity of these four essences in relation to a human being. That is, if a person gives attention and wishes for what the right, the left, and the back essences suggest to him, he will get what he desires. Only he will then have to answer for his choice with his own sufferings, having become a subpersonality in reincarnations, in hell, burn outcast and despised, burdening the soul with new enslavements in matter. And if a person wants to break the cycle of earthly reincarnations and escape into the eternity of the spiritual world, and he tries in his life to do everything in his power to develop spiritually, so that this earthly life becomes the last one for him, then he has a chance to be accepted in the spiritual world. Yes, such wise lines of the Quran truly reflect the spiritual essence which has come down to the present day from the depths of the ages. It's just that many people, especially the young generations, are unfamiliar with such spiritual literature of different peoples, as for example the Vedas, the Avesta, Tripitaka, the Bible, and the Quran. For that matter, just like I was at their age. That's why many of them don't even know that information about the Judgment Day is in Quran as well. Rigdon. Of course, about the Judgment Day and about the book of all the actions of a person during his lifetime and about the justice scales. For example, Surah 99, the earthquake, Az-Zalzalah, Ayah 7 and 8 says, whoever has done at least an atom's weight of good shall see it there, get requital for it, and whoever has done at least an atom's weight of evil shall see it there, get requital for it. Each person will give an account of his thoughts, actions, and deeds. The world of Islam knows to this day the words of the Prophet Muhammad. On the Judgment Day, man will not escape the place of the account until he answers four questions. How did you spend your life? How did you use your body? How did you earn and use your property? How did you use your religious knowledge? Anastasia. In actuality, this is an account that is related to the four essences, because the back essence, the human past, is how you have spent your life. The right essence is the animal instincts of man, how a person used his body. The left essence is the thirst for power and numerous earthly desires associated with it. The front essence is how the person develops spiritually throughout his entire life. Rigdon. Absolutely. In Surah 21, the prophets, Al-Anbiya, Ayah 47, It says, "On resurrection day, we shall set up scales of justice so that no one will be dealt with unjustly in any way, not even as small as a grain of a mustard seed. For none can take account of deeds as we do." Anastasia. Indeed, people see only the outer religious shell of the face unknown to them, but do not even try to grasp the essence of spiritual grains that are laid there. Rigdon. Unfortunately, that is so. Mentions of the soul's two paths, the true and the false one, exist also in the ancient Indo-European mythology. They have also been preserved in the Upanishads treatises, which are considered to be the final part of the Vedas, where sacred knowledge and explanations of the secret inner meaning of the spiritual path are laid out. This work is the basis of the orthodox religious philosophical systems of India. The ancient Iranian religion of Zoroastrianism, the sacred book of which is the Avesta, also talks about the man's personal judgment after the death of his body. In particular, it is mentioned that the after-death fate of a human depends entirely on how many righteous good thoughts, words, and deeds he has accumulated during his life. 3 days after death of the body, the human soul goes to the bridge of requital, Shinbat, for the judgment which is executed by the sons of Ahura Mazda, Mithra, Sraosha, and Rashnu. The actions committed by the person during his earthly life are weighed on the scales by Rashnu, the spirit of righteousness, direct, honest. By the way, according to religious treatises, Ahura Mazda had 4 sons, Mithra, Sraosha, Rashnu, and Ashi, the essence of the true law of the universe. The Ashi term was also used in the meaning of the name of the goddess of fate, truth, and justice. Ancient Iranian legends mention that each person after death, at the entrance to the other world, would always meet his Diana in a female form, the embodiment of his inner spiritual world. Only for the righteous, it appeared as an image of a beautiful girl, and it was believed that the righteous person passed as if through 4 steps, beginning with the first step into the heaven of good thoughts, with the second step of good words, with the third one of good deeds, and after the 4th step, he reached infinite light. And those who wasted their lives on the earthly amassed for themselves bad thoughts, words, and deeds were considered cursed souls. For such a burdened soul, Diana appeared in the form of a dreadful old woman. Such a soul passed through 3 hells of evil thoughts, words, and deeds, and ultimately at the 4th stage, it faced the supreme deity of the evil of Ahriman and his helpers. Anastasia. Even though this is a legend, a lot of real information has been put into it. Rigdon. Well, the purpose of creating legends was to pass information even through those who do not understand it. So different world religions such as Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, and Hinduism, in one form or another, speak about this, so to say, personal judgment, which not a single living person will escape after death of his physical body. This knowledge exists and was present among almost all the peoples of the world, although it was expressed differently. For example, since ancient times, the notion judgment, court, among the Slavs was used to mean fate, and later deities associated with the human destiny. It was believed that the court holds in its hands all that is good and disastrous, and that its sentences are impossible to avoid, neither with mind nor with cunning. Anastasia. To this day, different peoples interpret the concept of judgment, just like in the ancient Indian language, as connection and unity. For example, the ancient Scandinavians and Germans interpreted it as a strait, a place that you can swim across, and the Greeks as a vault. Rigdon. Absolutely right. By the way, in the religious beliefs of ancient Greeks, the supreme god Zeus was the leader of the goddesses of fate, Moiras. It was believed that all the people have Moira. The Greek word Moira means fate, destiny. In early religious beliefs, they called it the inevitable law of nature, the divine predestination. According to the beliefs of the ancient Greeks, Zeus ruled over the earth and below it and passed judgment on the dead. It was mentioned that the behests of the human fate were often unknown to Zeus, and it was only on golden, celestial solar scales, where one scale embodied human life and the other one stood for death, that he learned his fate. Zeus himself remained indifferent to the weighing results, and for the living people, he took the good and the evil out of the two vessels and handed them out blindly to people at random. In the Chinese beliefs, there are mentions of the books of fate which are stored in the other world, where the main events and the duration of life are indicated for each living person. In the Sumero-Akkadian religious beliefs, it was thought that to die meant to meet your Shimta, in other words, that which invisibly accompanied a person throughout his entire life and which determined his further fate. By the way, there were the concepts of Shaidu and Alade as two opposing forces that were embodied in the human life force, defining his character and destiny. At that, the word Alade was used in the meaning of creation, and such examples are quite numerous. Anastasia. You once mentioned that none of the popular beliefs in the ancient world, none of the world religions would have become so widespread among people had they not included information about the invisible world, the human structure, about the spiritual stages of human development, about the responsibility of the personality for the life spent, and the cautions about the consequences of its choice. Rigdon. Religion is only an external form, the variety of which was invented by priests at different times, mainly for the implementation of their earthly goals. However, the foundation for the superstructure, as such a form of different speculative concepts, was the spiritual knowledge which was passed down from generation to generation by different peoples. Otherwise, these religions would not have been attractive to the masses. With their soul, at the inner level, people do feel the real spiritual grain, no matter what husks from the human mind priests use to cover it up with. Anastasia. Yes, you have repeatedly told us that after death of the person's body, whether he likes it or not, personal judgment on him takes place in the invisible world. As I understand, in religious concepts, for example, of Christianity, Islam, and Zoroastrianism, there is a fusion of notions of personal judgment over a person after his death and the overall judgment of mankind, which you have mentioned before, saying that a collective judgment day has been set for the entire living humankind. Rigdon. Quite right. These are the times of the crossroads. This was foretold a long time ago in different prophecies, that at a certain time, while people are alive, The collective judgment will take place for the entire humanity. Anastasia. In the Crossroads book, I wrote about these prophecies which are coming true today and which existed among different peoples of the world. The Sumerians, the Mayans, divination of the Birdman, the Celts, divination of the Wheel of Times, the ancient Persians, and so on. By the way, the Persians in Zoroastrianism too, like you've said, preserved a lot of information about the afterlife, the resurrection, the collective judgment day, Frashajurt, as meaning making the world perfect. According to the beliefs of the Zoroastrians, 3 Sashyants must come into the earthly world. Sasyant is an Avestan word, a participle of the future tense of the verb to save. The first 2 Sasyants will have to restore the teachings of Ahura Mazda at the end of times, and then the last Sasyant will come for the final battle with bearers of evil and execute the terrible judgment. There is also information that by the end of times, when the circle of millennial evolutions is exhausted, when Asha triumphs, the truth, justice, and good, heaven and earth can finally set in, where people will live happily. The earth will become like a valley. There will be one language, one law for all people, and that every righteous person brings this event of the world's transformation closer with his thoughts and deeds. From today's perspective, all these predictions do not seem to be legends at all. Rigdon. Yes, everything depends on people themselves, on their choice. It is just that today, most people do not understand all the importance of these processes, the importance of personal spiritual transformation, which not only can open the path to eternity for a human, but will also invariably entail transformation of the world around him. Predictions about the Judgment Day have existed for a long time. Priests, while creating this or that religion, also included them in their concepts. But they used this knowledge for their material purposes, emphasizing the fact that if you believe solely in their religion, you will save yourself after your death, having risen from the dead in a bodily resurrection on Judgment Day. Well, what have these material substitutions from the human mind led to? To the fact that today some simply laugh at it, others think irresponsibly that this will happen later and after my death at that. And when will that one, the only day of judgment, happen anyway? Still others are killing one another for their faith, fanatically and with animal instinct, thinking that they will be rewarded there for it. While the majority of believers were simply forced to behave passively, with the idea imposed upon them that they needed to be in the herd of only this religion and no other, and everything will be decided for them with a battle somewhere over there in heaven between angels and demons. All these are tricks of the animal mind and distortions from the priests who crave for earthly power. Actually, in the other, spiritual world, there is no division between the material and the spiritual natures. There's only the spiritual there. Division and struggle exist in the human himself because a part of the spiritual world, the soul, is placed in the material body. Angels and demons with which priests frighten people, coming up with different guises for them. All this is in fact the person's choice of this or that will, the will from the spiritual world or the will from the animal mind, which he accepts and which he then considers to be his own. With this choice, a person determines his further lot in the decisive inner battle. all the same processes are also projected onto the society. At that, it is much easier to win against the animal nature in society as a whole than for each person to conquer it inside himself. The judgment day for humankind is not one day, but the sum grand total at which humanity has arrived, all of the society, from its first day until the last one. This is the judgment of the living over the living, which people personally carry out over themselves in the time of global cataclysms and changes on Earth that are related to cosmic phenomena. Anastasia. Yes, if society had the spiritual vector of development today, and if at the head it had the idea of universal unity on the basis of friendship and mutual help among the nations, then indeed, taking into account the current technical capabilities, it would have a chance to survive this period. But with such a discord which we have right now, and because politicians and priests stir up animosity among the nations, it is unlikely that the society will have a future. But everything is actually in people's hands. You once mentioned that in the life of a real human, there is always a place for a heroic deed. As people say, the soul is a measure for everything. Rigdon. That is right. Unfortunately, the modern world leaves much to be desired. Although everything flows, everything changes. As practice shows, ideas of a global nature are implemented only when they're based on common aspirations and actions of the majority of people, on consolidation of efforts in common interests of different groups. So people themselves can still change the situation where there is a will. Anastasia. So what do people lack for such a spiritual feat of arms for the sake of the future of the entire humanity? Perhaps the society lacks primordial knowledge, which in fact once united all the people in their main spiritual aspirations. Rigdon. I have already said, but still I will outline in general terms a summation of what has been said previously. Given the existence of signs, symbols, and certain spiritual grains in different cultures, anyone can make a conclusion that the knowledge as such has existed at all times. Moreover, it still exists now, and if a person truly desires for the spiritual, he can find it. But the thing is that modern man, with his material worldview, is a product of the present-day society. And currently, the society, unfortunately, has a consumerist format of thinking, where more often people become victims of the animal mind, conductors of its will, slaves on its galleys. After all, while in the state of domination of the animal nature, even in the spiritual knowledge, a person will see yet another opportunity for material gain, for satisfaction of his significance, and other qualities of the animal nature. This means there will be numerous substitutions and an absence of real spiritual growth, even given availability of knowledge as such. We will not even go deeper into history. Let us consider a simple example with your books, which in fact is typical for the situation in general. No sooner had they come out than besides the people seeking knowledge, there immediately appeared those ones who started to use the knowledge from these books to raise their personal image and strengthen their authority, to hype their concepts from the material thinking, to satisfy their megalomania and their significance. Some of them, using this knowledge as cover, started to call themselves teachers or servitors, thus trying to earn, if not money for this information, then at least some personal authority. The knowledge, however, is given in the book exactly for the purpose of being disseminated among people in its pure form. without intermediaries who pontificate from their mind and distort the essence of the knowledge out of ignorance or lack of understanding. One can certainly feel sorry for these people, for it is the spiritual nature that encourages them to share the information received with people. But their thinking, encoded with foundations and postulates of prior experience gained in different religions and sects, redirects this desire and power emanating from the soul into the already drawn in their consciousness material direction. So they create an entire bacchanalia. They try to teach others and prescribe how they should meditate while being selfish by nature without understanding themselves. They believe that they are allowed to make changes to the meditation techniques to combine, distort, and modify them based on their previous experience gained in different shady institutions of occult and religious character. In general, they try to teach others from their human mind, but things remain unchanged. Precise tools are given in the books, but these people, because of their ignorance, try to spoil them. But as it is known, one cannot build a good thing with a bad tool. Besides, this is happening now during your life before your very eyes. And what will happen in 100 years? Not to mention millennia, if of course this civilization will have this time. Anastasia: yes, that's true. Unfortunately, such people are many, but still there are many more of those people who have been inspired by the depth of this knowledge, who try to change themselves, become human beings, who selflessly distribute this information. There are people who practice meditations from the books without distinguishing themselves from among their friends with whom they are walking the spiritual path, even if they have a little more experience in these practices than their mates. Such people do not shout right and left, but their spiritual toil, first of all on themselves, can be seen by their deeds and actions. Rigdon: it is good that such people exist. It is for them that the primordial knowledge is given. Spiritual tools must be used for self-development and for the pursuit of the supreme. So the knowledge does exist in the society, and what is missing is just switching the dominant from the perspective of the animal nature to the spiritual nature. What is lacking is the firm choice each day and independent work on oneself. After all, unless a person himself wants to change, just for himself personally and not for boasting to people, and gets practical experience of work on himself and of control over his thoughts and desires, he will get tangled in a multitude of distorted theories and practices which have been mutilated beyond recognition like in a sticky cobweb. When a person comes in contact with true spiritual knowledge, he discovers its simplicity, depth, and naturalness for himself. But as it is known, theory is dead without practice. It is not enough to just know about something. One also needs to be able to apply this knowledge in practice. Spiritual work on oneself is multifaceted and every day. It involves not only work with spiritual tools, but also developing purity of thoughts, deeds, and actions that are worthy of the title of a human being. In absence of such all-encompassing work on oneself, even if the person has received knowledge, after some time he will question himself. So now I received some knowledge, I've been doing some practices, but what has changed? That is, having this knowledge will only disturb him with other questions from the mind. But why? Because when a person does not work hard on his own spiritual transformation, he is filled with secret hope that this knowledge will help him change or improve his material life. Anastasia. In other words, such a person expects quick visible changes for himself in the material world. Rigdon. Perfectly true. But what can change in that narrow range of the three-dimensional world that he sees and perceives with his five material senses? A brick falling on his foot, for example, will cause the same pain. Heat and cold will bring discomfort to the body in the same way. The person will still feel the need for food and sleep, and his animal nature will terrorize him in the same way, with thousands of desires and an appetite for all the pleasures of the material world. A person, while under the influence of the animal nature, subconsciously expects some material changes in his life, acquisition of magical power which will give him satisfaction in something, or secret influence over somebody, and so on. Anastasia. In other words, the person views spiritual knowledge, with help of which he can spiritually rise above the material world, from the perspective of a resident, observer of three-dimensional space. And material thinking in the format of this dimension is limited as a rule by secret unfulfilled desires from the animal nature. Well, that's right. What else can the animal nature whisper to him? You haven't acquired secret power over others with this knowledge, and the material nimbus hasn't begun to shine above your head before the crowd. Where's the promised elevation? Rigdon. A certain lack of understanding of spiritual processes is undoubtedly present in a person at the first stages of his work on himself. On the outside, yes, nothing changes. The body with its problems continues to age. At first, the person does not notice that thanks to the primordial knowledge, he gets that other, the eternal, that which is much more important than all the three-dimensional, material, and mortal. The knowledge gives him a foundation for flourishing in him of spiritual power and wisdom. Knowing about his animal nature, in certain situations, the person will already restrain its manifestations, stop himself, ignore a bad thought, thus changing his future, which would inevitably happen if he had actually allowed a thought from the animal nature to develop into a situation that is negative for his spiritual nature. While working on himself every day, he will help someone both with a word and will show an example to others with his good deed, will share spiritual knowledge with the others, and thus a person more and more often will make his conscious choice each day, that is here and now, and from such here and nows his whole life is woven. So such doubts are typical only for the one who is at the beginning of his process of spiritual development. But the one who already stands firmly on the spiritual path changes himself radically, becoming aware more deeply of the meaning of his fleeting life. Each day, such people hurry to do many good deeds for people and for the soul, both planned and completely accidental, increasing their personality's chance for spiritual salvation. So while in firm position of the spiritual observer, as well as having primordial knowledge and working on himself, a person gets practical keys to self-perfection and finds grains of the truth, even if they're hidden in an elevator full of chaff. Anastasia. Given the development of information technology, today people have time and opportunity to analyze the mistakes and experience of the past of the human civilization. Moreover, modern people have an opportunity to partially monitor the situation in the world on different aspects of life of the global society, thanks to, for instance, internet technologies. Many facts of the life and activity of politicians and priests become public more often. This naturally entails an appropriate reaction on the part of society. People no longer trust the authorities. Many people have begun to realize who's cooking the soup of events for nations, colluding with the priestly and political clans, chefs in the kitchen of the world politics, economy, and most importantly, ideology. Many people have become aware who orders and who executes. But a conviction has been imposed upon people that this situation in society cannot be changed, that it has been so since the beginning of time, although in fact, people, nations themselves, are the ones who execute and participate in all these processes, as well as consume the political or religious product. And so many people understand the absurdity of this situation. They understand that it is impossible to live like this anymore. But they do not understand what needs to be done so that life in society truly becomes better, not on paper, but indeed. How to change the channel of society's movement so that it enters the path of stimulating true cultural, moral, and spiritual development in a person, rather than continue to be stuck in the hopeless quagmire of the animal nature with its consumerist format of thinking, words, and discords. Rigdon: Yes, unfortunately, the sentiment about hopelessness and inevitability of these processes has long been formed in the modern society, but in fact, there is a way out, and it is very simple. People need as much as possible to assess information, everyday life, and its events from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature. Then they will better understand how to live and what to do. This is similar to the example of work on the purity of your consciousness. When a thought from the animal nature comes, ignore it. Do not give it attention. It is better if you pay more attention to the good, to thoughts, deeds, and actions from the spiritual nature. It is the same in society. Simply ignore all the bad things and multiply around you all the good, creating, and kind things. One must not be passive in the affairs of society. You yourself should not create conditions for the flourishing of stimuli that activate the animal nature in people. For example, cultivation of pridefulness, of that same bribery, of monetary-driven, selfish relationships instead of friendship, and so on. When most people stop supporting and putting into life the will of priests and politicians who stimulate aggression and qualities of the animal nature in peoples, then many artificially created problems will disappear from society. It is just that one needs to understand that we are all humans and are all made from the same thing. None of us is higher or lower. We're all sitting in a barrel of material dirt. That is, we are confined in this material world, in this mortal body, with its eternal problems and inexhaustible desires. And at some point, everyone will have to answer for the lived life. Priests and politicians are also people who are on equal footing with everyone else. They're no different from others except for the exorbitant thirst for earthly power and passion for the accumulation of wealth. Anastasia: That's right. Judging by the history of development of the human civilization, priests, just like politicians, were at all times dependent on the support of people, so they did everything to increase their authority among people, using all sorts of methods, mainly those based on fears. But in fact, if the majority of people stopped supporting this or that religion, it faded away. Rigdon: You have rightly pointed out that it is just another religion that faded as a certain behavior pattern for the public consciousness, but not people's faith in God. It is just that priests used this faith at all times, and based on it, they created new mindsets favorable for their regime for the purpose of enslaving public consciousness. Anastasia. At the time, after one memorable for me conversation with you, I thoroughly researched the issue of motivation and justification at various times by priests of the importance of this or that religion for the consciousness of peoples. And I found a number of interesting facts. In almost all beliefs, the emphasis was placed on the ritual of offering sacrifice to this or that god, which constituted the main act in a religious ceremony. Today, for example, in addition to traditional ceremonies, this is a commonplace donation of money for religious purposes. I remember the words you said back then. Do people at least remember what sacrifice to God is? After all, almost all the religious systems at different times were built around the ritual of sacrifice. Why, since ancient times, has sacrifice played such an important role in the worship services of different peoples? What you said later was a real insight for me. Could you also tell the readers about this significant for humanity moment? Rigdon. Well, it is worth it. I shall start perhaps with an ancient Slavic interpretation of the word zhertva, meaning sacrifice, which, although it may sound amusing, captures the essence. I had once explained that the word zhertva, which appeared in the Russian language in the 11th century in connection with spread of the Christian religion, is derived from the verbal formation, an ancient Slavic word zhru, I'm making a sacrifice, and the word zhru, in its turn, was earlier used among the Slavs in the meaning of to gorge. The ancient Slavonic verb zhrать is of the Indo-European origin, that is, to devour. By the way, devouring was connected with the ancient Russian word zhivot, belly, stomach, which in ancient times meant life. It is from it that the ancient Slavic word животное, meaning animal, is derived, which literally means that which lives. By the way, the word животное became widespread in the Kievan Rus, specifically in the 11th-12th centuries, thanks to secret renewal of the primordial spiritual teaching, including about the four essences by Agapit of Pechersk. Anastasia. So that means that the old Slavic heathen temples, especially those onto which special signs and symbols were drawn, were not sacrificial altars as such. Perhaps in some cases these were publicly known places where for centuries people came to study spiritual knowledge using signs and symbols, and to share their experience, like for instance ancient people gathered in their sacred caves studying petroglyphs. Rigdon. It will be easy for people to trace it, having had the basic spiritual knowledge. So they later used the word zhru, I devour, to indicate the word priest. If one traces the etymology of the related words, one can find that earlier it stood for one who boasts, reminds of himself, extols. Hence the origin among the people of the word priest, meaning as one would say now, the real consumer of gifts brought to a conditional deity. By the way, in the old days in Rus, there was such a word as zhartsavat, which also meant to gorge, to devour. It is derived from the word zharts, meaning a bribe taker, oppressor, robber, offender. So people precisely described who is who in this world. If you search the meaning of the word victim, in Russian it is жертва, you can find that it means that which is being devoured, destroyed, and that which perishes. It is that which is given away, or that which one loses permanently. This is self-sacrifice, renunciation of benefits and pleasures. In the religious beliefs of many nations, sacrifice is a propitiatory or gratifying offering to all sorts of deities, mainly from fruits of the earth or from the kingdom of animals. It is the cleansing from filth and attainment of spiritual purity. Let us take, for example, the Bible, which mentions sons of the progenitors making a sacrifice to God. Cain made a sacrifice from fruits of the earth, and Abel sacrificed from his flocks. In modern world religions, sacrifice is regarded as a symbol of offering something that is dear and pleasing to you out of your abundance. But if we delve into the spiritual origins of these symbolic rituals and beliefs, we can understand what true sacrifice to God is, which implies the relationship between God and a person. The real sacrifice to God is when a person sacrifices his animal nature at the altar of his life. That is, he renounces his numerous desires, thoughts, fleeting and temporary illusions, thus opening for himself a spiritual path to true eternity, to the world of God. A long time ago, at the dawn of mankind, this was explained to people, that the qualities of the animal nature are like fruits of the earth, which at first seduce the eye, but then quickly rot. It is only by sacrificing these transient things to God that you have the opportunity to pass into His eternity, that is, by working on yourself and refusing temptations of the animal nature. And if you develop spiritually, do good, and help to awaken other people who live by their instincts like animals, then for God, this is akin to your joy that you feel as a result of a good brood of your herds. It is no coincidence that the place for sacrifice or communication of a believer with God, which nowadays people call the altar, from the Latin altaria and from altus, meaning high, originally in ancient times was indicated simply as a sign or a symbol, mainly in the form of a square, circle, oval, cylinder, or a cube, rhombus. All these inscriptions served as clear symbols of spiritual practices which a person was performing in an altered state of consciousness, and while in that state, he was communicating directly with God at a deep level of feelings. And such a moment of communion with God through feelings is possible only when the personality is fully immersed in this process and is dominated solely by the spiritual nature. By making such a choice in favor of the spiritual world, a person thereby consciously sacrifices the customary for the material world domination of animal nature in his consciousness. Later, when people started losing the spiritual knowledge, material altars of similar symbolic forms began to be erected out of clay, wood, or metals. This could be a flat, round, or an oval stone, a square table, a cube, and so on. They began to set them on elevations in temples to orient them to a certain part of the world and make material sacrifices. Anastasia. Indeed, a very serious substitution took place in the religious systems. Rigdon. And it lies not only in the substitution of the spiritual worldview with the material one. It is like losing the light inside yourself, which makes things visible to your eyes. The substitution occurred at the very root of the global understanding by human of the essence of his life and the surrounding world, the aims and objectives of the temporary stay in this world. The main spiritual component, the principal spiritual guideline, has been lost: service to God and continuous connection with Him. That is why the will of the animal mind seizes the human consciousness very easily. As a result, they take the illusion of this world to be the essence. Even those who hold spiritual knowledge of generations in their hands are chasing after the ashes of this world, the material gain and banal power over their flock. Because of their pridefulness, priests consider themselves to be the owners of this universal human spiritual knowledge and have built a lucrative business on it, in which people become their slaves and permanent sponsors. In other words, they exist by the formula invented by priests: give money and serve us. An important point was lost: gratis service to God and to people, which implies dissemination of primordial spiritual knowledge, thus enabling the personality to fuse with the soul and for the human being to independently attain spiritual liberation. Anastasia: yes, the animal mind has truly enslaved the modern people. As the ancients would say, a human, instead of the free bird which aspires for spiritual heights, has become like a bird's feather which the wind carries all over the world at its whim. People noticed a long time ago that boundless increase in material profit and power does not imply improvement of morality. Rigdon: quite true. So then, the ritual of sacrifice has existed since ancient times. Besides, note that it was typical of different forms of the development of religion: tribal, ethnic, state, and global ones. In the format of religion, it was mainly treated as a magic act, a ritual of making a sacrifice, offering gifts to supernatural powers, spirits, or gods, with the aim of expressing their devotion to these forces and achieving, thanks to them, so to speak, a certain influence on the state of matter, people, and natural phenomena in a way that is supernatural for the human being. At that, a variety of types of sacrifices was used. For example, burning incense of aromatic herbs as cleansing from filth or asking spirits and gods for something earthly, hanging colorful pieces of cloth for the propitiation of elements in the places of power and of dwelling of shamanic spirits in mountain passes and near holy springs. Anastasia: yes, sacrifices of the products of gathering in agriculture are also known for the purpose of a better harvest the following year, a better hunt, or a better catch next time. Cattle were also sacrificed for an increase in offspring or as a request for something related to the affairs of a community or a person in this world. Rigdon: correct. That is, there were all kinds of different sacrifices in the system of various religious beliefs, ranging from harmless smoking of aromatic herbs to sacrifice of virginity, temple homosexuality, bloody sacrifices of parts of a human body, and the very human lives. And in most cases, all this was done by priests to acquire certain power in the material world. In other words, for earthly purposes. Anastasia: the most interesting thing is that this happened not only in ancient times, but is also being done now, both in religions and in close secret occult societies, for example among the archons. And this, despite the fact that the world community has long condemned human sacrifice and similar savagery of the priests of the distant past. I'm sure that for the readers, just like for me in my time, it will be very interesting to know why such sacrifices have been made throughout the history of mankind and why this phenomenon is quite alive in the human society. Why has so much attention been given and is still being given to this in religious institutions? What is the source of such a substitution of the spiritual knowledge for zealous service to the matter of this world? Rigdon. It is of course quite a serious question, but if people today are already starting to think about this as well, then perhaps it is worth imparting its global essence. In the material world, there is a single animal mind, which I have mentioned more than once. Today, even modern science records some of its manifestations, which are mainly visible in the behavior of communities of living beings. For example, starting with reproduction and attack of a quorum of bacteria on cells, and ending with collective migration, aggression, self-destruction of animals, and so on. Speaking of which, the Latin word quorum means of which there are enough, that is, a sufficient number from a community. In science, this phenomenon is called collective intelligence. A sense of quorum, particularly one which is directed at domination, control, and capture of matter, as well as devouring of it, controls many processes both in the micro and in the macro world. In medicine, for example, cancer cells have been observed to act together as an intelligent community. Even when exposed to medication, they transmit signals to each other and stand still for some time. That is, together they block the effect of the drug. Each cell, while getting certain signals from the quorum, changes the model of its behavior according to the general behavior, collective intelligence. In other words, this is in fact an intelligent organism within an intelligent organism. Today, much research has accumulated in the field of biology about the life of communities of bees, ants, mice, rats, dolphins, and large mammals, where the dominance of the collective intelligence is clearly seen. Manifestations of domination of one matter over another exist everywhere, including in space. This has also been observed by astronomers in the behavior of planets and star systems. For instance, not far from us, in the star clusters of the Milky Way, there are giant stars which are in essence vampires. These are binary stars where one of the stars simply pulls matter onto itself in the form of gas from its partner, to which it is very closely located. And then it completely absorbs the star, consequently extending its own life and becoming a supergiant star for some time. It is all the same according to the same laws of domination of matter. Not to mention a collective impact of communities of planets and galaxies on the processes occurring in outer space, that is that which humanity still cannot study as of today, given the insufficient level of technological capacity. But these phenomena do exist, and even today, one can find a lot of indirect evidence of this. So submission to the unified animal mind is typical of any matter, including the human community, which consists of beings that partly have material nature. The single animal mind has a common origin itself and its own subdivisions in the form of collective and individual minds. Figuratively speaking, it is like an independent organism with its multi-level structure and organization. Incidentally, the word organism is derived from the Greek word organon, which means a tool, an instrument. To make it easier to understand all of its complexity and coherence and governance, I will give an example of the human body, which functions as a single whole. The body has different levels of organization: molecular, cellular, tissue, and so on. It has a common mind, brain, which coordinates the work of all its biological systems and thus supports the life of the body. Also, there are systems to which organs are subordinated. There are organs in which cells work in a certain general rhythm. There is a cell as the lowest level of organic individuality, which has its own structure and the ability to replicate, exist, and so on. But that same cell is a part of organs, a part of the system, part of the whole organism. It is the same in the structure of the unified animal mind of matter. There are many units of collective and individual minds which closely interact with each other, thus creating entire systems in micro and macro world which are subordinate to the one animal mind. Anastasia: since we're talking about controlled matter, then Ahriman should be involved in it somewhere? Rigdon: precisely. Ahriman is the one who has power over the one animal mind and uses it for the purpose of separating, so to speak, a pure soul for the world of God through material filters. Anastasia: I think it will be interesting for any person who stays on the path of self-perfection to find out how the animal mind acts in the human being. Rigdon: it manifests its will in different ways, through the animal nature, through the activity of the back and lateral essences when they work in its mode, the material body. Anastasia: yes, given that most people identify themselves solely with the reflection in the mirror, thinking that the body is them, as people say, for real. Rigdon: if a human were only the body, he would thoroughly know all the subtle nuances of controlling it and live by managing tens of thousands of various vital functions and operations which constantly take place in his body. But the body as a single organism mainly functions in the mode that is independent of the personality's consciousness. And what does the person see in his body without a mirror? What does he see here and now with eyes open in the visible world? He sees only that which he is allowed to see with the two little windows, eyes, initially designed for observing this three-dimensional external world from the dark room of his consciousness. Will the personality see and know much about itself or the diversity of the world in such a way? Are thoughts and emotions the product of his consciousness? And does the person know from where and how they appear? The animal mind constantly influences a person in one way or another through its branch, the animal nature, which is part of the material world. In most cases, people do not even understand this. Thoughts are simply there, and the person thinks that this is his own property. It is difficult for people to catch actions and thoughts from the animal mind inside themselves when they do not know about their dual nature and naturally do not monitor all this inside themselves. The result is that they perceive manifestations of the will of the animal mind as their own thoughts, desires, emotions, and so on. In reality, a human being is free only in his choice, but he is not free from thoughts because his consciousness, the observer, does not actually produce them. He only chooses between two flows, thoughts and stimuli from the spiritual nature, his will, or thoughts and desires from the animal mind, its will. That is, the person can choose the will which he liked or which has tempted him and apply to it the power of his attention which begets action. This is precisely the key moment of the human choice. Anastasia: Yes, the person only chooses whether or not to accept this or that invading mood, emotion, thought. Many readers already understand this in practical terms by tracking their thoughts during the day. Here, for example, is a typical situation which people describe in their letters. I've noticed so many times that everything seems to be fine, and then suddenly a negative thought or an emotion appears, and the mood becomes despondent for no apparent reason. Apathy to everything arises, as well as a feeling of inner tension, anxiety, and fear. But I didn't want it. It happens as if by itself, sort of without my desire. The most interesting thing is that if you start to simply ignore bad thoughts or emotions which surged suddenly and intentionally focus on something good, for example, on good thoughts or a good deed, then with time this negativity retreats, as if this state has never existed at all. And if you give in to a bad mood, begin to feel sorry for yourself and so on. In other words, if you give your attention to negative emotions, then this state only gets worse and starts to live inside you, or rather to poison your life like a parasite. After that, it is quite difficult to sit down to meditate. I simply force myself. On the other hand, when you're already performing a spiritual practice, here you already switch to the state of inner freedom, which is dear to you, to the feeling of immense gratitude and love for all that exists, to the purity of feelings. Rigdon: Certainly, in this switching, ignoring of thoughts from the animal nature, choice and affirmation of the domination of the spiritual nature is the essence of work on yourself. The animal mind forces people to oppose their spiritual nature, to believe only in the domination of matter, in its indivisible, undying material body. When a person falls into depression, engages in self-blame, or on the contrary is enveloped in dreams of material desires while pursuing earthly fame, wealth, and so on, all this indicates that at this moment he, without noticing it himself, is subordinate to the will of the animal mind and is easily controlled by its system. Anastasia: A person, in fact, can trace moments of manifestation of the animal mind by the presence of exciting ideas and material desires from the animal nature. Rigdon: Yes, but provided that the person will be tracking manifestation of such thoughts and desires in himself, but not participating in this process and not strengthening it. Control of the human life by the animal mind is so commonplace that a person himself practically does not notice this, writing off its manifestation to his thoughts, desires, habits, character, and so on. But an obvious submission to the will of the animal mind can be traced in actions of the so-called by psychologists expressive crowd, and even more so of the acting crowd if the key moment in its activation is the domination of the animal nature. That is exactly the dominance of the animal mind and its manifestation through collective intelligence in a raging crowd. In general, it should be understood that all the individuals with character lose their individuality in a crowd very quickly. They become malleable in the common melting pot of collective intelligence. In such an environment, Everyone quickly gets infected with general excitement, impulsiveness, and fast-acting, thoughtless mutual responsiveness. Basically, people in the crowd lose their individuality and become a mass. An individual loses self-consciousness, and in him awaken the bursts in emotions typical for the common will of the crowd. Moreover, these bursts in emotions are already not subject to the usual for the person limitation and daily control, which he normally exercises over them. That is, collective intelligence, subordinated to the animal mind, is inherent in the human society, given the fact that people are also a part of the material world. There is a substantial difference between when a person is in a crowd and is subordinate to the will of the animal mind, and when the person is in a group of people, but everyone keeps their true individuality. In the first case, a total domination of the animal nature takes place in his consciousness. It is narrowed, and only material desires, stimuli, and animal instincts are active in it, while the spiritual nature is blocked. In a crowd, an individual vanishes as a personality. There is only the organism of the crowd with the single animal mind. But when the spiritual nature dominates in a person, and he is in a group of like-minded people who, for example, are doing common, good, creative work together, then he keeps his true individuality, by which is meant the connection of his personality with the soul, God. He can feel other people, as they say, be on the same wavelength with them, rejoice in their successes, but his consciousness will still be expanded, and he will maintain a constant individual connection with the soul through his attention and the deepest feelings. A similar process occurs also during collective meditations, when people are performing a spiritual practice together, but everyone has a personal connection with their spiritual nature. Anastasia. When basic primordial knowledge about the spiritual nature is lost in society, and the remaining echoes are thoroughly reworked by religions, it is difficult for people to understand what the domination of the will of the spiritual nature is in society and in each person. Today, it sounds like a legend about heaven on earth. But when it comes to domination of the will of the animal mind in the crowd, examples abound, although people, for the most part, do not understand the essence of the invisible source of impact and the reason why this phenomenon is inherent in the human society. Modern science already has a lot of research in social psychology in the study of the problems of crowd behavior. If one becomes familiar with it, one will be able to understand that all the characteristics of the animal nature are quite typical for that same aggressively acting crowd. For example, an aggressive crowd is driven by the common emotion of anger, rage, and blind hatred. This will, which is alien to the spiritual nature of a human, directs actions of people in a crowd towards destruction and killing of their own kind. A panicking crowd is overtaken by the common emotion of fear. People exposed to its influence, while fleeing like any other herd of animals, can trample their fellow human beings in panic. People lose humaneness at this moment and become beings with the domination of animal instincts. As they say, they lose their heads from the fear and desire to save only themselves. The dominating emotions of the so-called money-grabbing crowd are such qualities of the animal mind as greed and the desire to possess greater material wealth. Or, for example, the rebellious crowd, which is a constant attribute of all revolutions and coups. It is a typical conductor of the will of the animal mind if we consider what actions it commits in its madness: killing people, pogroms, arson, the desire to seize weapons, tendency to absolute power, violence, ferocity, and so on. Rigdon: absolutely correct. At the heart lies an emotion conductor of the will of the animal nature, and also the same laws of influence and struggle for domination of one matter over another. Although humanity, for the most part, does not have even a general idea of the impact of the animal mind upon it, however, the subject of its isolated manifestations, such as various kinds of crowd behavior, is studied diligently, especially by intelligence agencies of different countries. Moreover, there is development and implementation of technologies that use the fact of such unconscious actions of people in a crowd to achieve certain political or religious goals. For example, it has long been known that the most trivial street accident, let us take a traffic accident for instance, gathers an unintended crowd in the form of curious passers-by. This crowd gets infected with emotions of the same type of what has happened. That is, as so-called by psychologists, circular reaction takes place, growing emotional infection in the crowd. It starts, as usual, with the discussion who saw what, who and how was driving, how the driver was turning, and which of the drivers is to blame. But such an aggravation of emotional passions may well end in a quick transformation of the crowd from being an occasional one, accidental, from the Latin word occasio, meaning occurrence, to expressive, with the topic being changed from discussing the road accident to the blame game of who is responsible for the terrible quality of roads, bad life, and lack of order in society. If such emotions are heated, it is not far from the transformation of the crowd to an acting one. Perhaps to better understand exactly how this happens, I will describe a classical scheme of how secret services use the technologies of changing power, which are based on such effects of crowd infection. Moreover, these methods are practiced both by competing states and by the country's own services in different states. For example, at about the same time in different parts of a capital city, suddenly road accidents take place. Naturally, random crowds of onlookers appear, among whom specialists are found, who with their speeches can turn an occasional, unintended crowd into an acting one, and direct it to riots and unrest to overthrow one regime for another. Also, a similar infection of the crowd, only by other means and other different schemes, which cause the manifestation of the animal mind in masses, can be traced to a series of prepared and artificially made color revolutions in various countries of the world. Anastasia: the sad thing is that most people are unaware of this, and as a result, such technologies still work in the crowd. If man knew about it, he wouldn't be another pawn in someone else's hands. He wouldn't consciously give in to the will that is alien to his spiritual nature, and wouldn't be its active conductor, burdening his personality with the weight of material dominance. But maybe it also happens because of the human habit to live by giving preference in daily life to thoughts and emotions of the animal nature. Besides, people tend to copy the behavior of others, and many today do not care about the cleanliness of their thoughts. Maybe that is why the animal mood in society is transmitted more often and faster than anything good, spiritual, and positive. And it spreads among the population like fire along a detonating fuse. Many people encounter such phenomena, but unfortunately they're not always aware of them. For example, they meet their friends or relatives who as a rule start telling them about someone whom they met today or recently, with whom they talked and who strongly impressed them with their negative actions or words. And what's interesting is that the person does not simply relay the words of the disturber of his peace of mind, but he tries to copy his anger to a T, his emphasis on certain words, and show his gestures. In other words, while transmitting this information, he's overtaken by the same emotions and the power coming from the animal mind. Besides, without realizing it, he, as a conductor, tries to pass them on, forcibly imposing negativity already onto his friends, colleagues at work, and members of the household. In general, taking into account how common this phenomenon is in the world society and how many times a day different people do this on the scale of mankind, a rather sad situation emerges. Rigdon: it is just that people need to understand the cause of such situations, ignore the will of the animal mind, and not be yet another of its conductors. Otherwise, if the person gives a lot of personal attention at this moment, for example to the conversation that captured him, then he will be infected with this and become another conductor of the animal mind. As a result of such an infection, a person will crave to tell this news to his other friends, often with a trick from the animal nature, as a pretext to discuss or belittle someone, to laugh at someone, and always copying emotions in the same way. The animal nature is strong in people when they do not know about it and do not keep track of its manifestation in themselves. Anastasia: it's also interesting that news about something good, kind, and especially about something significant in the spiritual sense does not spread as fast as in the case with the emotional news from the animal nature. And what is typical is that a person, while sharing the good news, tries to say it in his own voice, as if reproducing some wisdom from this news, as though from himself personally. Rigdon: unfortunately, it is not common that modern people serve as conductors of the spiritual world. That is why they see events on television but do not see them without it. They listen to the words of a person but do not understand him without words. They can read books in different languages, but they cannot read the book of their lives. They aspire to go with the flow of the river of their lives, stand against the flow, looking for meaning in this, but do not understand that the meaning of their existence is on the other side. Many live just by the dead appearance of things, blindly serving the animal mind. But one must live by that which begets creation. One must live by the spiritual creation and serve the spiritual world. Only then will the person see events, understand people, and be able to adjust his life from the perspective of an observer from the spiritual nature. Anastasia: I would also like to touch on a sore subject of modern society, addiction of some people to alcohol and drugs. At one time, you were saying how the animal mind brings the personality under the control of its will through these poisons, how addiction to them develops unnoticed by it, and what the person loses when he falls under this influence which is alien to his spiritual nature. Rigdon: yes, this is a special topic. One of the ways of the animal mind to completely place a person under its control is to provoke in him the desire to consume alcohol or drugs. When a person begins to consume alcohol or drugs, the animal mind begins to completely dominate over him, to enslave and block any possible manifestation of the power from the spiritual nature. At the level of neurophysiology, an imbalance occurs, and many of the brain's neurons get blocked. The person begins to perceive information poorly. Instead, the animal nature actively dominates in him, and it seems to him that he is a hero and that everything in this world is permissible for him. Such a soap bubble, illusion, actually appears not because of the fact that he's such in reality, but simply because failure in the system of brain function occurs, and the personality's state of consciousness switches to a different mode, where there is a complete submission to the animal nature. For the spiritual nature in the person, this is a collapse. This is like, figuratively speaking, putting the soul into a deadly poisonous environment. Its power is partially blocked by the optical filters, subpersonalities anyway, and such a total domination of the animal nature in a new personality simply deprives it of its last chance and hope. Alcohol and drugs turn a person into an obedient slave of the animal mind, and even in small doses, kill in him the spiritual sprout. With time, an alcohol or drug addiction develops in a person, and he denies it. At the same time, this person persists in consuming this poison, citing any reasons, traditions, holidays, birthdays, funerals, personal stress, and so on. As a result, he does not notice his spiritual foundations being lost. This addiction escalating into debasing his human nature to the level of animal instincts, and the personality degrading. I have already mentioned that people in the state of alcoholic intoxication are inadequate in perceiving information. In most cases, all that dominates in them at the moment of alcoholic intoxication, practically poisoning, are the thoughts aloud from the animal nature about the precious self, about the objects of their pridefulness, about their unfulfilled selfish desires and unrealized excessive ambitions. This truly is a real tragedy, and first of all for the personality itself. As for people who are seriously engaged in their spiritual development, their body just physically cannot tolerate these poisons, alcohol and drugs. Why? It is because while consuming these toxic substances, the subtle connection with the other, the spiritual world, is disrupted. Using modern language, extrasensory abilities are lost. While under the influence of alcohol or drugs, a person is incapable of reading information that comes from the invisible world. His supernatural powers simply fade. All that he perceives in such a state is a manifestation of the will of the animal mind, which the person considers to be his own thoughts and desires. This was known in ancient times. This is also well known now. For example, in the Soviet Union, there was a powerful system of special services which included, among other things, departments involved in the study of paranormal phenomena and psychic development among some of their employees, for example, sleepers. So even the dairy product, kefir, was excluded from their diet, not to mention a strict ban on alcohol and drugs. Smoking was technically allowed. Although nicotine and tar intoxicate the body, they do not block mirror neurons, and consequently they allow unimpeded work with the invisible world and reading of the necessary information. So the person who consumes even small amounts of alcohol, no matter how long, degrades spiritually as a personality. If the desire appears to consume alcohol or to use drugs, these are the first symptoms that you're under control of your animal nature. That means you need to take measures to switch the dominant of consciousness, to increase emphasis on some positive aspects, exercise, perform physical labor. It should be noted that if the person completely stops drinking alcohol or using drugs, the body eventually recovers and the person gets a chance for spiritual development of his personality. Matter's intelligence is very active. It is its manifestations when thoughts about reaching some boundless freedom by means of alcohol or drugs are imposed on the unbelievers with material thinking. It is its manifestations when thoughts about getting supposedly one of the possibilities of some kind of sacred knowing or perceiving spiritual heights by means of alcohol or drugs are imposed upon the believers. All these thoughts are an illusion of the animal nature, which one way or another pushes people to continual dependence on the will of the animal mind and creates attractive thought forms associated with taking another dose of this poison. Anastasia. Many people simply do not see obvious facts and do not stop and think about why this happens to them and to their friends and why this problem still exists in society. They do not ask themselves the questions: how does a persistent alcohol dependency arise and form? Who has artificially introduced it into society? And who is actively supporting such a fatal for the spiritual nature tradition? After all, the person destroys not only himself and his personality, but also creates problems in the society around him. This is a real calamity, especially when the person is responsible for his family and children. After all, it's not about how many material goods he was able to provide for his children. The point is how many spiritual riches the person was able to give them with his own life's example. After all, children are not personal property and not a crutch on which the person intends to lean in old age. First and foremost, these are new personalities whose consciousness is a blank slate. They came into this world, just like everyone else, to gain their chance of spiritual liberation. In fact, from an early age, these new personalities observe and adopt the life experience of the previous generations from people who are of authority to them, mostly from parents, who in many ways serve as an example to them. If a family has traditions related to, for example, drinking alcohol, then what is demonstrably imposed upon children since childhood is negative experience and patterns of dependence on the animal nature, which adults show by drinking, for example, at celebrations at home. People consider it to be a harmless action because they do not understand its essence and long-term consequences. Rigdon. They do not understand the misery they commence by doing this, dooming the souls not only of their children, but also of their descendants to suffering. However, the situation can be rectified if people start to work first of all on themselves, if they actively change the society itself in which they live for the better. Regarding society, here one must get to the root of who makes alcohol and drugs popular among people and why is it still being done. This information can be found quite easily even today. The first ones to introduce drugs and alcohol into mass consumption by people were priests and politicians who saw obvious benefits in it for themselves. And why? Because, as I have said earlier, the personality's spiritual component is blocked with the help of drugs and alcohol, and the person can then easily fall under the influence of an alien will. It becomes easier for conductors from the animal mind to control him and manipulate his consciousness as part of the crowd, biomass. Suffice it to look at the realities of today. Why is all this actually being quietly encouraged despite the clearly visible struggle against these phenomena throughout the world? There is the same propaganda as in the ancient times, but only on a more massive scale, of distribution of alcohol and drugs, not only through products themselves and their advertising, but also through the formation of stereotypes, their introduction into the mass culture of society. For example, through a massive influence of mass media, as well as through popular cultural projects and feature films. After all, the easiest way is to encode a person with behavior patterns to subordinate him to the system through the images of idols and their habits, because any individual, as I have already said, is inclined to imitate. In general, it is not all as simple as it seems at first glance. Anastasia. This, unfortunately, is the truth of today. Rigdon. But again, who prevents people themselves from bringing order to society? Who prevents the personality from disciplining its thoughts? Everything is in the hands of people themselves. One just needs to be a good example for others and to at least create a favorable environment around oneself in this regard, not to encourage people to consume alcohol and drugs, and not to create conditions for spreading this animal addiction among people, to do everything possible to promote spiritual knowledge in mass culture, as well as cultural and moral values, and examples of the image of a real human. Anastasia. Hopefully, people will become inspired by this knowledge. If it is possible, please shed some light on a few other points about the animal mind. You said that it mainly acts through collective and individual minds, in other words, through its subdivisions. Could you clarify its manifestation on a wider scale using an example of the human society? Rigdon. These processes can be tracked both in the micro and macrocosm. People, because of the duality of their nature, are not only able to consciously approach the study of them, but also to create their society on a truly spiritual basis. After all, while developing spiritually, the person has an opportunity to be an observer from the spiritual nature, and therefore to understand manifestations of the animal mind. He is able to track its actions and correct his development without allowing this will, which is alien to his spiritual nature, to interfere with his life. Same with society. For example, nowadays there are many scientific papers on study and monitoring of the nature of public mood. It is just that for the most part, they're reduced to the results of the political and priestly control of the masses. But that is not the point. Even in these papers, one can find parts that are quite fascinating. The mood is a psychological derivative. The subject of mass moods is a certain mass, a number of people, a crowd, that is united due to an action of some factor. Emotions, feelings, and other psychological manifestations which reflect people's behavior can serve as such a factor. Rumors, which as a rule are negative, serve as an impulse for the formation of a mass. They create hidden resentment in a person because of activation of the back and the lateral essences. We have already spoken about how fast these rumors spread, and how people willingly serve as conductors of the will of the animal mind. If most people believe in such rumors, in other words, put the power of their attention into them, then accordingly, they themselves become carriers of this will, contributing to its further dissemination. As a rule, a chain of rumors is built on the opposition of we and they. People's consciousness becomes narrowed to the present situation, and they do not see the root, the real reason that gave rise to the hotbed of tension. That is why people gather in crowds in the street, wishing to improve their lives, but as a result, it ends in frustration and deterioration of their lives, or simply with bloody slaughter. History knows enough examples when the people who came out into the streets, even simply in peaceful support of some movement, after joining the crowd, later did not themselves understand what happened to them personally and what made them run with everyone and wreck the infrastructure of their own city in which they were to live tomorrow. So the following are inherent to mass moods: a stimulus, reaction to it, and readiness for action. Such a mass arises depending on the situation and reacts to the same stimuli in an identical manner. It is united by a psychic connection which in its turn is created out of similar emotions and impulses. This special mental state is uniform for most people. Moreover, it usually contains a certain destructive charge and has a hidden negative direction. If people were able to capture the movement of the energy of thought forms in a crowd, they would see that it has the form of a spiral with a counterclockwise direction. The same words and emotions are reproduced over and over again, while increasing their intensity due to a greater excitation of conductors themselves who excite each other, and the connection, capture of the consciousness of new people willing to listen to speakers or understand the situation. Then the search for the guilty party begins, to whom all kinds of negative qualities are attributed. In the end, the situation may develop into an outpouring of all this negative energy of the mass onto any given or the nearest object, or onto the individuals who in the crowd's opinion have anything to do with the cause of their troubles or are actually them. By the way, if such a stimulation of each other and circling of gossip are absent, these moods quickly lose their strength. Anastasia. Yes, this is a traditional search for the scapegoat, which is typical for domination of the animal nature in the human being. It is just that all this is manifested here in a single mass, which is subjected to the influence of the will of the animal mind. Rigdon. Absolutely. It should be noted that the animal mind manifests its will not only in the mood of a mass, which carries a clear destructive charge, but also in a hidden defense of that which it already considers to be its property. Infection with the will of the animal mind occurs quite quickly in a mass, like the spread of a virus. At that, the crowd which is subject to this will and is controlled by it, thoughtlessly rejects all that disrupts or opposes it, or somehow tries to break the superficial stereotype. This mass, as a single whole, directs its negativity against a potential disturber of this will. It is also typical that all the aspirations of a crowd, which is under the influence of the animal mind, are superficial. They're empty in content. The deepest feelings are not present in them, and there is no connection of an individual with his spiritual nature. Later, when a person is left alone with himself, He cannot explain why he behaved in such an inappropriate and unnatural way while in the raging crowd. The answer is simple. At the moment of his presence in the Mass, he was merely one of the conductors of the will of the animal mind. Anastasia. Yes, basically, such manifestations are somewhat identical both in society and in attacks of the animal nature on an individual. For instance, in the books of the Holy Elders, you can find examples of their struggle with their passions. Among other things, there is also a mention that when a person abides in the spiritual state, then, using our language, the animal nature starts to test him in every possible way, not only with tempting thoughts, but even with deterioration of health, aggression on the part of the people around him, and so on. In other words, with its manifestations through the visible and the invisible matter. Similar examples can be found not only in literature, but also tracked in real life. For example, how differently people respond to the knowledge which has been given thanks to you and recorded in books. There are people who, after reading them, started to wake up spiritually, expand their horizons of knowledge, and try to discipline their thoughts. They merely started tracking the animal nature in themselves without giving away their interest in spiritual work on themselves in the outer world. And in fact, many of them noted that as soon as they started to approach this work on themselves responsibly, they were aggressively attacked by the animal nature. Moreover, both from their circles, acquaintances, relatives, and friends, who themselves are more often subject to the activation of the animal nature inside them, and from their own consciousness. The animal nature exerted desperate resistance in response to an attempt against its power in the human consciousness and sanctity of its deep-rooted patterns of thinking. Moreover, some people who were particularly persistent in spiritual work would suddenly receive aggressive, meaningless calls from distant relatives or former friends, including those they haven't heard about in a long time. But more often, especially in the early stages of work on oneself, out of nowhere there would appear an aggressive attack from the environment at work, at home, and again from those people who were more susceptible to the influence of their animal nature than others. The latter obviously did not even suspect that at that moment they were only conductors of the animal mind's attack. Rigdon. This is natural. The animal mind will do its utmost in order to return a spiritually awakening person into the old track of the usual domination of the animal nature, to restore its former power over a cog that is breaking away from its material system. Its job is to awaken the animal fear in a person and make him believe in the supremacy of matter, its forces and laws, so that the person surrenders spiritually. But in fact, the choice always remains with the personality. Thanks to the process of spiritual development, one cognizes not only himself, but also the invisible side of the surrounding world. He begins to distinguish reality from the illusion which he previously considered to be the reality. The human being, while feeling his true spiritual nature, starts to lose fears imposed by the animal nature. He begins to feel his soul and its world and understand that when he himself is the conductor of the will of the spiritual nature, then for him, in fact, there are no obstacles in the material world. So when a person abides in such a clear, expanded state of consciousness, all that remains for the animal mind, in order to return its former power over this personality, is to keep watch for the time when the personality weakens its spiritual control, gives in to emotions or temptations with any thoughts and desires from the animal nature. One must simply understand this and not fall for its tricks. But the main thing in this process of the activity of the animal mind during the spiritual awakening of a person is that the person himself, while being in the position of the observer from the spiritual nature, gains practical experience and understanding of those things before which the animal mind is powerless. The only thing the animal mind cannot fend off is spiritual power. That is, when a person already consciously chooses the spiritual path and lives by his inner spiritual world, by his depth, the interconnection by means of feelings through his soul with the world of God, when he is able to not only bring it to heel, but also to control his animal nature and its multiple manifestations in various emotions and desires. Of course, this fighting experience in a way is gained due to attacks from the animal mind, which spiritually awakening people draw upon themselves. Consciousness becomes a battlefield. But the result of the victory is worth it, for a person awakens spiritual powers within himself, strengthens them, understands the reality and the meaning of his existence, and begins to consciously seek God, strive for the spiritual world, that is, for eternity. The spiritual power given to a human being is immense. If the majority of people in the modern society can realize this simple truth, understand all the frailty and temporality of matter that surrounds them, and begin to awaken spiritually, then this will affect the whole human society in general, and the monad will turn over. That's when the golden millennium that people have dreamt about since time immemorial will come. Anastasia. It all starts with the first step in the spiritual direction of an individual as a unit of the structure of this society. That is why it is important for everyone to know their true nature, to know that before which the animal mind is powerless, how to track its manifestation in oneself and prevent its domination and violence against one's personality. Rigdon. Absolutely. And this is much simpler than people think while being in the state of spiritual inaction. A person simply must not allow the will of the animal mind to become his reality. But let us return to our conversation about material sacrifices. The knowledge of the existence of collective and individual mind was also present in the society of that time as an integral part of spiritual knowledge. Understanding one's dual nature helped one make an informed choice to which of the natures, the spiritual or the animal one, to devote his transient life and which will to serve. By the way, the basis of the primordial knowledge about the collective and individual minds later gave rise to archaic beliefs. For example, totemism, animism, fetishism, animatism, and shamanism. Let us consider totemism. Initially, a totem designated a certain sign through which the person possessing spiritual knowledge could influence natural elements, processes, and fauna, in other words, matter. And much later, because of people's temptation by magical practices, increased dominance of the animal nature in communities, and the desire to achieve abundance and material well-being, people have turned all this into the totem cult, a whole set of beliefs in the supernatural kinship between tribes and certain totems, animals, plants, natural phenomena, and inanimate objects. Once again, where was the emphasis? on the people's request for the animal mind to share power with them, that is, supernatural power to achieve some worldly goods or to give them power over others, and so on. As it is known, like attracts like. Magic, animism, belief in spirits and supernatural beings, and fetishism, worship of inanimate objects. Fetishes, which are endowed, according to people's belief, with supernatural powers, appeared in the same way. So appeared animatism, the cult of worship of impersonal supernatural power, which in people's opinion determines the vital processes in nature, for example, success in hunting, in war, a better harvest, and so on. Shamanism, based on the cult of spirits, faith in supernatural communication of the cult's mediator, shaman, with spirits. These cults were once formed on the basis of spiritual knowledge after substitutions from the animal nature started to take place. Priesthood was born, and race for power began. In them, knowledge of the laws of matter began to be applied in favor of the system of the animal mind. That is, people started worshipping and imitating the strongest one. They started deifying him and creating a halo of immunity. And in some cases, they would even eat the strongest one, as in some cults it was thought to be necessary to be like him and to get his strength. Moreover, representatives of such beliefs were characterized by an aggressive attitude towards any otherwise minded people, attacking the enemy, people who worshipped other cults, and their destruction were strongly encouraged. Well, the purpose of worship of such rites spoke for themselves: enrichment, that is, multiplying material wealth, obtaining guarantees of fertility of land and people, and favor of the elements, which were achieved as a result of concluding an agreement, often in blood, with supernatural powers, that was sealed with sacrifices. Anastasia. In other words, these actions are typical for the material being, or mass, that is influenced by the will of the animal mind. Rigdon. And it all worked. The elements stayed away from the villages, nature gave good harvests, and people who asked for strength and dexterity in the material world in their prayers were given these and other qualities they desired. In general, in many cases, people received from matter those benefits they asked for in return for their prayer and faith, the dominant choice, and a material sacrifice to the place where they lived. But what was the real price that personalities paid for providing their mortal bodies with these temporal, earthly benefits by the will of the animal mind? Even during the most harmless sacred ritual, people spent the power of their faith on it, their inner, creative, deepest feelings, which are initially intended for personality to merge with the soul and for liberation from the captivity of matter. Otherwise, no effect would take place in the material world. Such human material desires, together with increasing comfort and conditions of existence, as well as accumulation of wealth, have only contributed to strengthening the animal nature in a human, to greater temptation and allure of possessing supernatural powers, divisions and strife among people, and the emergence of institutions of political and priestly power. For individual possession of this or that power led to division into clans, to conflicts and strife, which would sometimes lead people to pointless destruction of even their own families, when sons would go against their fathers because of their belief in the power of the totem of a neighboring tribe. But it must be said that in spite of such worship and sacrifice to the animal mind of matter, spiritual sprouts still made their way. That is, there were people who intuitively sought primordial spiritual knowledge in their faith, thirsting for peace, kindness, and unity. After all, along with the cult, each nation also had a rich mythology of the origin of a human being and the world, which was also originally based on a single grain of the primordial knowledge that was common to all the peoples. There were, of course, peaceful tribes who used primordial knowledge chiefly for their spiritual development, that is, as intended. They lived modestly, understanding the temporal nature and the transience of their life, and the fact that it is given for the spiritual transformation of a human, preparation for other eternal life. These people obtained the food necessary for their tribe through physical labor without spending their valuable power, which is the deepest inner feelings based on sincere faith that is intended for spiritual development. As for the material world, they used this unique power only in extremely rare cases. For example, when they were threatened by real danger from an unexpected natural disaster capable of destroying their entire tribe. They also had a better social organization than modern humankind. They lived in groups and were friends with each other. They had no leaders, but there were experienced people who preserved spiritual, magical, and medical knowledge and passed it on to those young people who were most talented spiritually. The person who was the most experienced in these matters was considered to be the head that was recognized by all and was elected only upon an agreement of the entire community. Everyone could turn to him for important advice. At that, this person had no special privileges or power in the group and lived like everyone else. By the way, descendants of some of these peoples still live now and have the same social organization. With that, they live in conditions that are much worse in comparison to those of people in civilized, to be precise, in more comfortable and affluent countries. But this does not prevent them from living humanely in their communities. Where there is a wish, there is a way. For example, the Bushmen, African peoples who speak the ancient Khoisan languages with click consonants. They're the same ones who kept records in rock paintings. By the way, the name Khoisan clicking languages is purely conditional. The word Khoisan is derived from the word Khoi, meaning man, which in its turn was used to indicate the self-name of the African people Khoisan, who also spoke a clicking language, which means people's people or real people. Anastasia. Yes, this is an interesting comparison. Real people spoke in a clicking language, which is obviously an echo of the bird language that you once mentioned as the people's first proto-language. The real human was a human even in the ancient times. As the saying goes, real people are not those that speak beautifully, but those who live properly. Rigdon. Absolutely. We recently mentioned in our conversation the Ainu people, who are an ancient population of the Japanese islands. This nation with European facial features once upon a time came there from the territories on which modern Russia is located. So in the Japanese language, Ainu, the English transcription of the word, literally too means a real human. Of course, I cannot say that their modern descendants have preserved all the knowledge, mythology, and social organization which their distant ancestors had. But pay attention to their national dress and you will see signs and symbols that are familiar to you, and that will tell you a lot. Anastasia: Interesting. So much for archaic beliefs. Speaking of signs and symbols, you have practically eliminated the serious gaps in science, white spots of the issue of genesis of archaic beliefs. Indeed, scientists have endlessly debated this issue for more than just 1 century, but many are of the opinion that it was all a caveman's misconception associated with the mindset of the primitive people. But they understand that this embryo has practically all the main elements of future world religions, which have influenced masses of people for some unknown to them reason, including in terms of sacrificial offerings. Rigdon, grinning: A caveman's misconception? Modern man is no different from the primitive man. He has the same brain structure, the same thinking with its multiple desires of the animal nature, and the same impulses of the spiritual nature. As it was, so it still is, on the verge of choice. Anastasia: You're right. Man's own pridefulness prevents him from understanding the truth. In every age, one can find the pundits who praise to the skies achievements of their contemporaries, criticizing the development level of previous generations. Although in the next century, these strong statements were condemned already by their own descendants. Very few paid attention impartially to the interesting facts about the spiritual development of a human from the distant past. And regarding the peaceful tribe's social organization which you have mentioned, modern humans indeed have much to learn here. It's particularly noteworthy that everyone lived in peace and friendship, and the most experienced person unselfishly and actively helped people, living according to the ideology of good, without having any privileges or power in the community. On the whole, he lived like the rest of his people. It's a good example for those people who today consider themselves to be leaders and priests, that is, politicians and church ministers. I think that any sensible nation would like to have such a social organization. Here's an interesting comparison. If in the past an experienced person, living like everyone else, in practice helped the community with his knowledge by working with people individually, then in the modern world, priests and politicians not only exist separately from people, but they also try to strengthen their power through mass moods by means of various promises. Although in fact, if we follow historical examples of even thousands of years old, nobody has ever fulfilled these promises. For priests and politicians, this is just an ancient game of promises based on the people's faith. Rigdon: It is simply necessary to understand why it happens this way and why society itself supports this process, stepping on the same rake every time. All this is predictable when society is dominated by the consumer thinking. What are the promises of politicians and priests? For those in power, it is just a method of manipulating the masses, that is, public mood. This is a play on the desires and aspirations of, I emphasize, the masses, the thinking patterns of which are formed through mass media owned by those in power. For the masses, promises and assurances of politicians and priests are an expression of the consumerist format that has nothing to do not only with true spirituality, but also with delivering what has been promised. What the masses have been promised to be given and provided for free is what people already consider as their own in their thoughts and live by this illusion of hope. The only question here is one of personal gain, which affects their financial interests. Knowing this consumeristic desire of people, priests and politicians simply manipulate the mood of the masses. For example, while people live in hopes that the priests and politicians will be keeping their promises, the latter go about their business carefree. As soon as discontent starts brewing in society and people run out of patience, a political theater of action unfolds. Incitement of negative sentiments begins in society with help of priests and politicians. Rumors are spread from their circles about who exactly is deceiving people and who is to blame for all the ills, and people's anger is focused on yet another pawn of politicians and priests who allegedly has failed to keep his promises and whose words do not agree with his actions. People always perceive the latter as a betrayal of their needs. As a result, through mass media, those in power quickly bring the masses to the critical point, and an emotional explosion takes place. Priests and politicians remove one of their pawns and put another in its place that starts making idle promises and assurances to people exactly the same way, gaining popularity for itself through the faith of people themselves. And again, thoughts from the animal nature start running around in people in a new circle. Anastasia. So that means that the leadership of any country in the world in fact corresponds to the consumers' needs of their people. In other words, when some candidate or an organization in the election campaign state that they will help to achieve the masses' aspirations, people rush to vote for the fulfillment of their desires from the animal nature. And after the election, with the help of mass media, the illusion is simply supported in people that their desires are being fulfilled or they will be fulfilled in the near future. That is, there is a prolongation of hopes and aspirations of the masses to a certain time, and such a game of the animal mind happens from generation to generation. People, as it turns out, thus redirect the power of their attention. In other words, instead of fulfilling the spiritual needs of their personality and the soul, they waste it on nothing. And then they just sit around and wait for someone to start creating their material and spiritual life for them. That is the true substitution of reality by the animal mind. Rigdon. That is right. And such a substitution of man's actions for his inaction, especially in spiritual matters, began precisely with the creation of religion as such. In particular, with the development of the institution of priesthood, when spiritual foundations started to be substituted with material views and promises. Priests took advantage of the fact that people who perfected themselves spiritually lived by their anticipation of spiritual liberation, of future bliss in another world. On this basis, priests created the system of religion which politicians later borrowed from them to create their system of politics. That is, through persuasions and suggestions, priests first formed a strong opinion in people that man himself is spiritually weak and sinful, and is not capable of achieving spiritual freedom without the priest's help. They instilled into masses that a person can get spiritual freedom only if he slavishly carries out the priest's will, follows their rituals, and sponsors them for his entire conscious life. In other words, it was instilled that people would not be able to achieve spiritual freedom by independently working on themselves, but only through intermediaries, priests. However, while launching the mechanism of influencing the masses, priests immediately suggested to people the idea of postponing the implementation of the aspirations, putting off realization of their spiritual desire for an indefinite period. For example, in eschatological religions and beliefs, in order to bind people specifically to their own religion, priests used the information about the Last Judgment Day of the world existence, which they borrowed from other ancient religions. However, nothing was told to believers about the ancient mansions in other religions. They were just being convinced that only by abiding in this religion and serving its priests for free their entire lives, they would one day surely be saved. Thus, priests maintain their power by giving people promises of a future after-death bliss, which in fact is an empty illusion, since without real spiritual work on itself, the personality has no future. In the political system, people's spiritual aspirations were just replaced with material desires and promises of, instead of eternity, some illusory freedom in the near future. Only politicians, unlike priests, constantly instill that without them, people will not be able to build a truly free and safe society with a good level of material prosperity and equality. They form in people faith in a good ruler, politician, who will secure a happy future for them, and constantly undermine their belief in life which society can build without politicians and priests. Therefore, both priests and politicians are interested in the consumerist way of society's development, so as not to lose their power over it. Otherwise, the world society can consolidate and choose a vector in the direction of a truly spiritual development, which will naturally reject the system of political and priestly power as unnecessary. Anastasia. Looking at the world today, the question arises as to with which dominant in consciousness people come up with political and religious theories and introduce them to the masses. Rigdon. This is a substantial question. Those who want to find the answer to it should take a closer look at modern society and its dominating values. After all, sacrifices to the single animal mind have remained. Pridefulness is eating people. They're dominated and easily manipulated by the animal nature as a structure unit of the animal mind, instilling pridefulness for an individual mind. And the saddest thing is that modern people are so full of these qualities of the animal nature that they do not notice the obvious, convincing each other of one and the same looping of thoughts that the spiritual world does not exist and that there is only the material, visible world they can see, paradise in the body. That is, people perceive what is alien to their spiritual nature as true, circulating that information with which priests and politicians fuel their worldview. As a result, the majority in society have chosen to live by laws of the animal mind. For example, worship and imitation of the strongest one in this material world, whether these are people, countries, organizations, secret orders, priests, or politicians, fighting to achieve greater power, pursuing only material goals. It is sufficient to observe how divided people are among themselves in the world, how politicians and priests launch wars for the sake of their profits and power, drawing up contracts in blood, and offering up millions of human lives as a sacrifice for their own profit, success, and the well-being of their descendants. How huge crowds of people are quickly wound up to aggression and are controlled by the collective animal mind like herds of animals. How people trying to make it in life bend over backwards in front of higher management in order to get something more, something better for themselves. They give bribes, make deals with their conscience for the sake of material benefits, guarantees of success for their business, and a better material provision for their posterity. And in old age, they are ready to make any sacrifice in order to get health and former power over someone. In short, they live by the harsh laws of matter, of the single animal mind. Rigdon. After all, in order to get something in the material world, you have to give away something valuable. This is the point of making a sacrifice in the domain of the animal mind. So a human gives away the most precious thing he has, that for which he was born into this world. He is wasting into nothingness the power that is intended for reaching eternity on achieving a short-lived, fleeting illusion, on what tomorrow will turn to dust, and for him it will be his ruin. He is wasting the power of his attention, the deepest feelings of sincere inner faith intended for the spiritual development throughout his life, for uniting his personality with the soul and salvation in eternity in order to attain temporary foolish dreams of power, health, wealth, and success in the material world. Thus, in relation to himself and his soul, a person in fact commits a crime which burdens him for a long time, including after death of the physical body. After all, nothing can be worse than this. That is why people suffer during their lives, without even understanding the true reason for the torment of their spirit, writing everything off to external factors and the environment. But a choice is a choice. Whatever a person gives preference to in his transient life is what he gets. As I have already mentioned, Jesus Christ said, "According to your faith be it unto you." Priests have, of course, turned him into goods sold by the piece for themselves, the atoning sacrifice for the sins of mankind. But Jesus Christ was and still is a great spiritual being, one of those who possess the enormous power of the spiritual world, the world of God, capable of transforming any matter. When performing a miracle for which people asked, he would say, "According to your faith, be it unto you." Some prayed to him for help, for healing a disease, and received it, others for food. Some prayed for a haul of fish, and others for the resurrection of the physical body. And the robber who hung next to Jesus on the cross, suffering from hunger and torture, while in death throes of his body, asked Christ only for the salvation of his soul. And this man was granted spiritual liberation by the one who is truly close to God in his eternal world. It is just that priests presented this truth differently in the canonical Gospels by introducing the concept of resurrection in the body for the flock and omitting details about reincarnations and liberation of the soul about which Jesus told people in his teaching. That is why priests destroyed the true followers of Christ, those who, despite priestly religions, remembered and kept his teaching in spiritual purity. For instance, suffice it to mention ruthless persecution and extermination by fire and sword of the Gnostics in the 1st to 3rd centuries AD, and the Cathars in the 11th to 13th centuries AD, who preserved the knowledge about reincarnations of the soul, about the dual nature of a human, his essences, the role of the feminine principle in the creation of the world, about the power of signs and symbols and much more, which priests had tried to erase from the people's memory. Anastasia: Yes, truly, according to your faith be it unto you. Rigdon: Nowadays too people go to church, but what do they ask from God? What do they pray for? For that same health, prosperity, wealth, success, and material benefits for themselves and their near and dear ones. This is the same sacrifice and service to the single animal mind, an invocation to the power of secret otherworldly and supernatural forces to achieve material goals and please one's mortal body. After all, nowadays almost every religion has prayers addressed to saints, gods, and spirits, which supposedly help in the treatment of one or another illness, in doing human deeds in the material world, and bring success in various everyday matters. And what is required of people for this? Just to pray, that is, to use their own inner deepest feelings of faith about their problems in this world, about the material need, and to donate money to a certain temple, or rather to those who own this temple. Priests have even created entire lists with detailed instructions of what believers must do, and how, to whom, and in what human need to pray. And it is only at the end of this list that you can find a small postscript saying that of course you can also pray for a surge of spiritual energy and for the salvation of the soul. But what will a person who is looking at this long list of desires of his back and lateral essences pay attention to? Anastasia: Yes, it's no wonder that at the court of Osiris in the ancient Egyptian papyrus, where all these essences are placed one after another in a certain sequence, the front essence, the falcon-headed figure, stands last in this queue of human desires and prayers during the spent life. Rigdon: Unfortunately, after all this time, nothing has changed in this matter regarding either an individual or, as a consequence, society as a whole. Modern human must understand that no matter what religion he belongs to, or even if he considers himself outside of religion, walking the spiritual path on his own, he must pray only for his soul's salvation and really work on himself in every day. It is necessary to put your animal nature on the altar of your life, giving up the multitude of its desires and illusory thoughts. For this is the only sacrifice that is acceptable to God, no matter by what epithets people call him, which opens a spiritual path into his world to a person. Anastasia: Judging by letters from the readers who belong to the ranks of the faithful of different religions, people are also concerned about another issue regarding the salvation of the soul. Many people pray fervently not only for their own health or healing of their relatives, but also for the salvation of the souls of all the people, considering the very thought of saving only their own soul to be selfish. Is this right or not? By the way, readers also note that they meet many people who talk with fervor about saving the world and humankind, but who at the same time don't bother with transforming themselves spiritually. Rigdon: A human always becomes like the person who serves as a role model for him. He's inclined to indulge in pridefulness that he can also pray for someone, even though he himself is a spiritually immature being, and there are many such people. I would compare them to fishermen who found themselves in the middle of the river in the winter because of a misunderstanding and fell through the ice. The drowning fishermen are the state of the modern mankind. At the same time, many people, while sinking to the bottom and not even making an attempt to save themselves, foolishly waste time and energy thinking about how they will be saving others. But how can someone who's drowning himself save others? After all, in order to save someone, you must first of all get out onto solid ice and even better to the shore, and then save the rest. The gist of the truth is simple. Save yourself first before saving others. Even if all the people on earth pray for the salvation of the soul of one person, and the person himself does not want to change, then all these prayers and expenditures of spiritual powers will be for nothing. Nobody can obtain forgiveness for the accumulated sins of the personality and sub-personalities. Only the person himself, by changing internally and beginning to work on himself, can, by real actions, achieve fusion of his personality with the soul, become a spiritual being, and find true salvation in eternity. Of course, people can get health as well as wealth and success for someone by prayer, but in doing so, they will reduce their chance of saving themselves and their soul. In fact, unwisely exchanging eternity for ashes. After all, what you have given your preference to is what you have received. You either sacrifice the spiritual, eternal, or the animal, transient. Such is the choice in the fleeting life of the personality. If a person, abiding in prayer, wishes for God to give him earthly blessings, from the health of the body to material wealth, then by doing this, he in fact ruins his personality and his soul. Even while praying with good intentions for the health of his loved ones, is he doing good for their soul, all the more so for his own soul. You must not ask for anything material from God, because in fact, you will put your spiritual power into requests to the material world. And those will give it who run things in this world, whispering desires from the animal nature to you. It will all be given to you, that little for which you ask, but much more will be taken away from you, and God has nothing to do with it. After all, you yourself make a choice in favor of matter, and with your choice, you ruin your spiritual destiny, exchanging eternity for a mortal moment. Anastasia. The vast majority of people pray specifically for health simply out of ignorance, citing the fact that their ancestors did so, but more so because of fear of the unknown and of losing life. I myself in my young years experienced this panic from the animal nature and understand very well how these people feel. But in fact, if one looks in an unbiased way at the events of those years, I can say that the health problems at that time helped me radically change my attitude towards life. This encouraged me to seek alternative solutions, which ultimately led to you and to discovery of the spiritual world thanks to your knowledge. This meeting influenced the rest of my faith, changed my life, and judging by the many letters from readers, not only mine. But I've met you in my life, and what are other people to do? Rigdon. Actually, all the circumstances in the person's life, both bad and good ones, are given according to his or her strength. They're given for a person to understand something, to overcome himself, and encounter spiritual knowledge in one way or another, and with what dominant in his consciousness he will be perceiving these circumstances is his personal choice, which ultimately determines the future, after death fate of his personality. Different situations happen in life. Sometimes a person is still full of life energy and suddenly a deadly disease strikes him. As a rule, upon discovering it, the person starts, on the one hand, to reevaluate his life, and on the other, to give way to despair, yielding to provocative thoughts from the animal nature. After all, the animal nature always shows one and the same illusion to a person that he will live a very, very long time. People are often unaware of the transience of time and the necessity and importance of spiritual work on themselves. But the truth of life is that a human is not only mortal, he's suddenly mortal. In reality, he has no time for later. He only has here and now in this changeable material world. If the outcome is clear and there are no chances, even in such cases one should not despair. It is necessary to hold on and keep fighting for life, but most importantly, to double your effort of taking care of your soul and help other people to understand the real values of life and the transience of the given lifetime. If you have been able to realize it yourself, help someone else. After all, by helping other people, in the spiritual sense, you help yourself. Thus, you can help yourself much more than the doctor who is temporarily saving your material body. And death is death. One way or another, sooner or later, it will be inevitable for any person. What matters is not the number of years lived, but the quality of the life lived in the spiritual sense. One person can live 120 years of useless selfish life, and another only 1 and 20 years, but of quality spiritual life, the life of a real human being, and the difference in their after-death fate will be enormous. After all, life does not end with death of the body. For the person who has practically no lifetime left, it is important to earn, if not salvation of his personality and the soul, then at least peace. Anastasia, peace? Rigdon, yes. If at the end of his life, the truth suddenly opened to a person, but in fact he had been following it unconsciously all his life, then he has a chance, with the benefit of knowledge, even in the remaining part of his lifetime, to make a breakthrough in his spiritual development and earn, if not salvation of the soul, then at least peace. The latter means that if peace is destined for a person for his spiritual labor, then his current personality, when it becomes a sub-personality, will be blocked from its sufferings, although it will not be deprived of voiceless contemplation of the new personality's life journey, its hardships and mistakes. After all, upon rebirth, figuratively speaking, together with the machine, the body, the driver changes as well. If he drives unskillfully through life, he brings extreme discomfort to all its silent passengers, sub-personalities. By the way, it is on the basis of echoes of the knowledge about peace that people created different after-death rituals, such as, for example, the burial service and so on. But the fact is that a person himself must earn this peace during his lifetime. Of course, there are other cases when the person discovers the truth in the summer of his life but rejects it, tempted by the illusion of the material world. However, time flies fast. At the end of life's journey, as a rule, such people become disappointed, for both the lies of illusions about the world and substitution from the animal nature manifest themselves. The person would gladly plunge into the truth, but his war is lost, and peace is no longer available. So people simply need to gain an understanding of the following. The material is for the material, and the spiritual is for the spiritual. If a person has material problems, including health problems, he must solve them with help of the usual resources instead of focusing all his attention on this and drawing on his unique inner powers intended for spiritual salvation. Health issues relate exactly to the discipline of the mind and to abstaining from excessive desires of one's animal nature. All illnesses are cured with knowledge. If a person already has a serious health problem, well, there are doctors and specialists in various diseases. Modern medicine as a science today has so expanded its capabilities in the field of genetics, pharmacology, and biotechnology that actually many diseases can be cured now, even those which are today said to be incurable. Furthermore, modern medicine even allows to fight such a disease as old age. Anastasia. Prolongation of biological life beyond the limit of the species that is increasing life for an extended period of time? Yeah, I still remember the results of your unique experiments. Rigdon. Well, I'm not talking about that now, but about capabilities of modern medicine. Anastasia. I must say that I have been very impressed with your research in these areas, especially with the experiments on prolongation of the lifespan of laboratory animals. What surprised me most is that in order to make this medicinal drug, you used simple ingredients that are available for mass production. Chronoprotector, as our mutual acquaintance called it jokingly. As they say, every joke has a bit of a joke in it. Your experimental drug is a true protection against time. After all, the results of your experiment in fact prove that it is possible already today to prolong the human life up to 200 years at least, and at best in the future, taking into account functionality of the human brain, up to 1,000 years. Rigdon. It is possible without, by the way, biological aging. But what is the point? Where a direct way is apparent, what is the point of taking a detour? Anastasia. Well, as far as I remember, at the beginning of the experiment, the animals had the biological age that was above the average, which when counted in human years would equal to 65 years. Already after a few months, as a result of the overall regeneration of the body, which followed after only 3 injections of the medicine, the biological age of the laboratory animals corresponded to 35 to 40 years of human life. And most importantly, it remained so until the animals were withdrawn from the experiment. Rigdon. Yes, the animals were withdrawn from the experiment when their real age exceeded the limit of the species by more than 2 times. So what? Anastasia. That is more than 200 years when converted to human age. And had the animals continued to receive these, so to speak, chronoprotectors, they could have lived much longer. Rigdon. Absolutely. If you are leading up to a conclusion about humans, then I shall tell you the following. Even if a person who has lived to see old age, not to mention adolescence, starts receiving this medicine, then his body will rejuvenate itself to middle age, and it will stay in such a state for a long time. As the experiment has shown, over 200 years and without aging at that, preserving middle age of the body throughout life. Naturally, immortality of the material body is out of the question, for any matter is mortal, but it is quite possible to significantly prolong the biological life of the human being beyond the limit of the species, and what is more, to do it scientifically. There is no magic here, it is just ordinary knowledge. After all, the intercellular matrix was at the basis of the medicine I used. Anastasia, it's an amazing fact that you've practically proved that the intercellular matrix as a unique intercellular substance plays a crucial role in the regeneration of body cells and affects life prolongation beyond the limit of the species. As of today, science knows that the molecular damage of the structures of the intercellular matrix not only accompanies aging, but also causes many serious diseases. Rigdon, naturally, even small changes in the structure of the intercellular matrix contribute to development of various kinds of pathologies. One of the major causes of aging is exactly the increase of molecular changes in the body, primarily in the structure of the intercellular matrix. Anastasia, the intercellular matrix in the human body is quite diverse and in general has been studied well enough, but no research has paid much attention to that kind of preform of the intercellular matrix as such which you pointed out, and which is hidden in the embryonic cord. Rigdon, there is an ancient wisdom, the cause of every end is hidden in the beginning. Anastasia, that's a fact. What is currently taking place in the scientific world causes confusion, to say the least. After all, the scientists who study the problems of gerontology got stuck at the point that the lifespan of each species, including the human being, is genetically predetermined, and as of today, it has been scientifically proven that the human potential has the capacity of 100 to 120 years. So scientists focus their research on the prolongation of the active period of life of the elderly person, without leaving the limits of this research. They're running in circles around the stem cells of the body to get caught in the endless loop of developing and selling peptide drugs. But it doesn't go further than this. Rigdon, well, I think the answer is obvious why it does not go any further in today's society with its powerful modern technology and global scientific potential. Anastasia, right, I understand that in the modern world, the consumerist attitude to life unfortunately is becoming increasingly more dominant in the minds of people, and the very format of the social worldview leaves much to be desired. But your knowledge and developments are a landmark sensation. They contain unique information about the intercellular matrix, the necessary conditions for body regeneration, and about peculiarities of creating artificial gravity. This is valuable information about the human being, even for such sciences as gravitational physiology and biology. After all, this field of knowledge is practically a blank spot in science. The influence of the gravitational field in which we live hasn't been studied enough. What about space? We haven't even gone into space beyond the Earth's gravitational field, not to mention the study of gravity and its effect on the human being on other planets. So when will people experimentally get to the numerical characteristics of the impact of different levels of gravity and to the understanding that in the human body there is a whole system that reacts to changes in gravity, not to mention a way to control it? How many centuries will it take? Rigdon, what will change in the human himself? Different time, different burden. Besides, will people have this time? Anastasia, well, As they say, better late than never. After all, already today, scientists understand that functioning of a living organism depends to a large extent on the magnitude of gravitational forces and how fast the body responds to the reduction of gravity, decreasing the volume of that same proverbial intercellular fluid. But that's not the point here. After all, your knowledge and research actually prove that planet Earth, with its gravity conditions, is not the native home of mankind. You can say that we're all aliens here. Your information provides the basis for theoretical calculations of gravitational conditions under which self-regeneration takes place in the human body, and consequently, lifespan increases tenfold more than what it currently is. This will be such a breakthrough in the human worldview. Rigdon. Because the consumerist mindset dominates in today's society, it is better that people think that they have descended from a monkey on Earth. The knowledge you're referring to is useful only when the entire world community, or at least its majority, will go in the direction of spiritual development and domination of the spiritual nature in people. Otherwise, this knowledge is meaningless. When the animal nature dominates the consciousness of the majority, the life of people will be bitter like a melted candle which gives neither light nor warmth. For the present society, this knowledge will do no good. Furthermore, I would say it would be harmful for the reason that an increase in the human lifespan, even by 20 years, will result in an increase in population of the planet. This will inevitably lead to crises, both food and economic ones, which would be partially created artificially by politicians and priests. Especially since in this matter, it is also necessary to consider the growing negative dynamics of the activity of different natural processes on Earth. In order to avoid all these consequences at such a time and prolong the lives of people, it is first of all necessary to change the vector of development of society from the consumerist one to the spiritual and creating vector, so that the universal spiritual and moral laws would be dominant in society, and not on paper, but in deed. Knowledge is, first of all, a responsibility. If these developments fall into the hands of a limited circle of people, then this will lead to even more serious consequences for the entire mankind than if the majority of people possess them. Just imagine some priests or politicians getting hold of these developments. They have always been the first ones interested in these breakthroughs in science, in order to immortalize themselves and the power of their animal nature. Suffice it to look into history. Representatives of secret societies have sought the elixir of immortality for centuries. However, immortality in the body is definitely a myth, for any matter is mortal and finite. But extending life for a certain period of time is quite realistic. With that in mind, just imagine what would happen if people, their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren would tolerate and feed for 200 years some group of priests and politicians who will not grow old, while generations of people will be dying. This will inevitably lead to wars and bloodshed. Once again, the animal mind will dominate through human weaknesses, and one matter will be destroying the other. What is the point? The time of life is transient and flies very quickly, no matter whether it is 100, 200, or 1,000 years. But will a human's torment and his inner anguish subside as a result of it? And then you will have to answer for all these spent years, for everything that you have created in yourself during these moments. Those who have truly come into contact with the spiritual world of God through the depth of their feelings understand how transient and short-lived all this illusory material world is. Personally, I would not for a minute extend the predetermined period of existence for myself in this material world, in this mortal body with its perennial problems and desires. Anastasia: Yes, that's true. However, this is understood by those who have personal spiritual experience. Most people, however, can't even control themselves and their animal nature. I think that when people's lives are longer, they will have more opportunities to understand themselves. They won't be in such a hurry as now, galloping through life, making many mistakes, living according to patterns just like everybody else, and realizing only towards the end of their lives that all this was empty and not worthy of their attention. They will have time to learn and understand the knowledge and consciously develop themselves spiritually, given the experience of their mistakes in the past. After all, it can also be seen as a chance for their spiritual development, for achieving fusion of the personality with the soul, and going beyond the material world. Rigdon: Yes, for a person it can indeed be a chance, but only when society changes its behavior patterns, its consumerist outlook, which is nothing complicated. It is necessary for the human being to understand his true spiritual essence. Then he will be able to bring real changes into the life of society and awaken people around him. In this respect, even one person is a warrior and can do many useful things. After all, each person has many roles in his life which provide him with an opportunity to communicate with different people: a parent, relative, neighbor, friend, professional, athlete, student, worker, leader, social activist, resident of the internet, etc. And to think of how many people he has already encountered in his life: childhood friends, classmates, fellow students, colleagues, business partners, distant relatives, and acquaintances. This is already a whole mini-society, people whom he met in the past, and those with whom he communicates in the present. So it means he can make changes everywhere, both at work and at home, both among the people he knows and among those he does not know, regardless of their nationality, social status, and religion. All of these seemingly different personalities really have much in common. We're all human beings. We all suffer from the same manifestations of the animal nature and rejoice alike at the real spiritual manifestations, for we're all guests in the material world and here temporarily. Anastasia: Yes, you're right. There's nothing difficult about it. You just constantly perfect yourself spiritually, live by the spiritual world, apply this knowledge to practice, and you begin to live in society humanely, as befits a real human being, and then pass this knowledge on. When we look around and see what's going on in religions and in the world politics, it seems that there are many different faiths now, and practically all of them urge one to take care of one's spiritual purity and moral values. But in reality, and it is no secret now, most ministers of all kinds of cults are guided purely by mercenary interests, and they form consumerist way of thinking in people, tightening the loop of matter around the person even more and knocking spiritual foundation out from under his feet. Wherever you look, substitutions are everywhere. Priests exploit crowds of believers, like farmers exploit dairy cows, cajoling material resources from their pockets under any pretext. They stop at nothing and use power over the flock to increase their political influence for personal gain, of course. Not to mention politics. The result of the effect of the animal mind on society through this area of activity associated with power and control is evident. Selfishness, acquisitiveness, and the dog-eat-dog attitude has become the norm in society. Nations are divided into social groups, parties, and religions, and they're forced to oppose, fight, and kill one another for interests of their leaders, who use one and the same ancient method of different promises to control the masses. It is clear how and for what purpose aggression is activated in the world community, but the sad thing is that people themselves support this. And this happens at a time when just the opposite is needed. The entire international community must consolidate for the sake of survival of humankind as a species, given the growth of dynamics, frequency, and scale of natural disasters, as well as those problems humanity will face in the near future. Rigdon. Yes, unless society changes, mankind simply will not survive. During the time of global change, people, because of an aggressive activation of the animal nature, which obeys the general animal mind, like any other intelligent matter, will simply fight for survival on their own. That is, nations will be destroying one another, and those who survive will be destroyed by nature itself. It is only possible to survive the coming cataclysms if the whole humanity unites and the society transforms in the spiritual sense. If people are jointly able to change the direction of movement of the international community from the consumerist channel towards the true spiritual development, with the domination of the spiritual nature in it, then the mankind will have a chance to survive this period. What is more, both the society and future generations will be able to reach an entirely new stage of its development. But nowadays, this depends on real choices and actions of each person. Most importantly, many intelligent people of the planet understand this. They see the impending disaster and the collapse of society, but they do not know how to withstand all this and what to do. Anastasia. What needs to be done in order to change the society here and now? Where do we start? Rigdon. Start with the simple. Start with yourself. When a person understands the meaning of his life and the meaning of spiritual development, he will qualitatively change himself. And if this knowledge is available to many people on earth, then the society as a whole will change sooner or later, and therefore the vector of movement of the human civilization as a whole will be entirely different. Anastasia. It is actually very difficult for a modern person who has gotten tangled up in the works of the human mind, in the host of existing religions, their concepts and dogmas, to understand the spiritual essence, that meaning, and the true reason for which he exists in this world. The simple truth became complicated, and because of this, the essence became incomprehensible. Of course, a variety of tools is available to almost any person today. There are spiritual practices, prayers, meditation techniques, and so on. The ultimate goal is clear. It is spiritual liberation. But this common foundation, The essence thanks to which this higher spiritual state is achieved has been lost. After all, tools themselves don't give an understanding of the fundamental principle. It lies in the consciousness and the deepest feelings of the master who works on himself with the help of these tools. Could you tell people about the elementary truth? What is the purpose of human spiritual development? Rigdon. The purpose of human spiritual development is in his qualitative inner change. This implies, first of all, not just recovery of the inner spiritual dialogue with God in each day lived through your deepest feelings, through your sincere love for Him, but also living by this mystery. Human, in reality, is drawn to such pure inner dialogue with God. This innermost need is most manifested in him in childhood, when the memory of incarnations is still fresh. He feels this contact with the deepest inner feelings through his soul, which can manifest outwardly in the form of sincere childlike joy and the all-embracing, pure love for everything and everyone. That is why it is believed that children are closer to God than adults. After all, the new personality is still pure and is connected to the soul by its sincerity and faith, and the latter harbors hope of salvation towards the new personality. That is why, from that point on, it seems to a person for the most part of his life that the best is yet to come. In fact, in the minutes of manifestation of his sincere happiness, the little person is experiencing the deepest feelings of coming in contact with his spiritual nature, attention, love, and care of God for his soul, even in such difficult for it conditions as confinement in the body. Over time, the new personality starts to perceive and know the surrounding world, and this conversation through feelings is transferred to the communication with the closest people, mother, father, and relatives. The first external visual images are fixed in consciousness, thanks to experiencing at this time the deepest feelings of sincere love coming from God. The latter is connected solely with the inner world of a human, with this wordless true conversation with God in His love. That is why we have the warmest memories of childhood, for example of the Mother as of the Almighty, the loved being, for whom nothing is impossible in this world. But as adults, we look at her already through different eyes, as an adult woman with her own fate. When the body begins to mature and the new personality begins to make the choice in favor of the animal nature more often, a person, through folly, loses this invisible dialogue with God through feelings. Although the soul itself does not stop knocking at the person, giving him its signals. In the person's life, circumstances arise which in one way or another urge him to return to this soul-soothing dialogue with God. But the person, guided by thoughts from the animal nature, refuses to listen and to be heard by his spiritual nature, which is the soul conducting God's love. At that point, the animal nature substitutes itself for this live communication. The personality, observing its thoughts, can clearly trace this process in itself if it wishes. This process begins when the person, when distracted by thoughts from the animal nature, or as they said in the ancient times, by the ashes, loses the dialogue with the one who is eternal, the one who is most dear and near to him. At this moment, the person starts feeling inner loneliness. As a consequence of this, he starts making a substitution, looking for external communication with those who, like he himself, are temporal here and consist of dust, or completely succumbing to the thoughts of his animal nature, he begins to talk to himself. But this communication is completely different from the spiritual dialogue with God. Feelings of sincerity and spiritual purity leave him, while feelings of resentment, pridefulness, jealousy, and self-interest appear. These are the most radical substitutions from the animal nature when it dominates consciousness. They take place because one ceases to understand himself and his spiritual nature, which makes up the true meaning of his life. His earthly selfhood distorts the understanding of the power of the deepest desire of the soul to become free and independent of matter, to escape from its captivity. A person no longer understands his real feelings. He locks himself away from everyone in his selfish fortress. He begins to try on the image masks offered by the animal nature. In such a state, he mentally addresses not God, but himself. He actually begins to listen to and talk only to himself, or rather to his animal nature, which substitutes the eternal truth with a temporal illusion, turning the person into its conductor. Such a dialogue with himself turns into a dialogue of a mortal human, which makes him spiteful and dependent on many material needs. He no longer lives by God. He is no longer free. He finds pleasure and the meaning of his miserable existence in matter, devoting his lifetime and attention to accumulating it, in bringing others under his control and inflicting suffering upon them. At that, the essence of this substitution is that the person himself does not notice this. It seems to him that he is doing everything right, and this way, in his opinion, will be better for others. But abiding in the dialogue of a mortal person, he finds no happiness and continues to sway in his material desires like a pendulum. Time passes, and an understanding comes that all this is vanity of vanities. He recalls that at one time in his childhood he had sincere joy, pure love, and confidence, which gave him a sensation of incredible inner freedom. And now there is no sincerity, no purity, and no faith. Everything is lost, and each day brings only sorrow to his soul. But God's love does not leave a person even when he forgets about it. God never leaves a human, for his love, thanks to the soul, is always with him. However, a human does not always want to accept this eternal love and often puts off the sacred learning of it until later, guided by momentary, temporary desires of mortal matter. But a person does not have this later. There is only here and now, in which true movement and choice take place. One only needs to open up and trust in God. There is no point in wasting precious time of life. As soon as the animal nature begins an attack that stimulates the feeling of loneliness, one simply must immediately overcome this earthly selfhood in oneself, and with the sincerity of a child, turn to God, relying on His will. Address Him as you can with your sincere words, thoughts, and most importantly, with the inner, deep feeling like for the nearest and dearest being. When the person begins to talk to his soul with a feeling of deep repentance, the love of God multiplies in him manifold. comes into the soul and gives it peace. It becomes a source of inexhaustible inner power for the person. It revives in him the spirit of faith, provides an opportunity to understand the experience gained and get a new perspective on his life. The person acquires the gift of insight. He abides in love, for he abides in God, and God in him. He has something to say to God, and he has the power of sincerity and faith needed to feel his spiritual answer. And this dialogue of the two beings who love each other is infinite, for God is communication in love. A person realizes that abiding in this communion, spiritualization, and unity with God is the real, true life. This mystery happens in each of us when we accept it and open up before God in our sincere feelings. But if the person relies on his selfhood, he himself closes the gate of his soul and feels forever lonely, regardless of how many friends or relatives surround him. However, if the gate of the soul is open for communion with God, a person is never alone, for he is always in conversation with him. When he resumes this inner communication with God, a sound understanding comes to him that his perception of life is limited, and that he sees only a part of it. God is the only one who sees the life of a human in its entirety. An understanding comes that even the greatest suffering is that circumstance which actually takes him to the path of communication with God and the renewal of the lost spiritual connections. For God sees a person's temptations and his potential for inner spiritual changes. That is why God gives such circumstances, thanks to which a person gains experience and an understanding of his choice, an opportunity to restore communication with him, which ultimately contributes to the fusion of the personality with the soul and escape into the spiritual world. But the choice is always up to a human what to live with, mortal pridefulness or eternal grace. Spiritual practices help a person perfect this dialogue with God at the deep level of feelings where purity of intentions reigns. They act as guides that create conditions for the personality to connect with the soul, enrich the inner world, and acquire knowledge, power, and the purity of feelings emanating from the spiritual world. Spiritual practices are the tools with which the person starts to understand an entirely different world and to realize his very close relationship to it. They accompany the personality from the first tentative step of cognition to the complete transition to the spiritual world, from the desire to change oneself to understanding the necessity of abiding in God constantly. This is a way of life. This is the way to eternity. This is like a breath of fresh air, water, light, and spiritual warmth. This is the joy of repentance and the happiness of abiding in God's love. The person who begins to work on himself and to learn spiritual practices often gives up doing them, becomes discouraged, reluctant, and lazy to do them, inventing excuses for himself and different distractions from the dialogue with God. But when such a state appears, you should stop and think, who is it that does not let you talk to God? Who creates mental barriers and illusory obstacles in your consciousness? Who makes you think that the matters of this temporal, instantaneous world are more significant than the most important thing in your life, spiritual salvation in eternity? Who does not want you to walk the spiritual path? There is one answer: the animal nature. This is why, when its clear opposition is manifested in the form of laziness, unwillingness, and excuses, you should double your efforts and begin to work on yourself spiritually. On the contrary, it is necessary to increase the time of meditations, dive deeper into feelings, no matter what, knock at the spiritual world more persistently, and restore your salvational, sincere dialogue with God. You must do spiritual practices at least twice a day, and during the day, preserve the connection with your inner world, with the soul, with the sense of God's presence. Then it will be not just a way of life, it will become that spiritual path which with every step will be bringing you into eternity. When the person lives in God, he has no inner discord, no conflict with himself. He no longer has the desire for individual requests, which are full of fear and worries of the material world, because he understands that the essence of their origin is from his earthly selfhood. He no longer tries to understand with the mind where God is at work and where not, for he starts to feel and know all this. And this knowledge comes not from the mind, but from the deepest feelings of the soul. After all, human believes with the mind, but knows with the soul. He begins to focus his inner life only on the soul, for through it he cognizes God and the infinite spiritual world, which is his real home. He acquires oneness with his own soul. There is no more space left in him for bad things, because he begins to live in God's world, a sense of peace from contact with him, and such communication takes place constantly. There is no longer anything other than God in a person's inner life, and the soul stands pure before him. This communion is the mystery of the two. A person feels the presence of God and loves him, reaches out for him like a loving person for the loved being near whom he craves to be forever, and to communicate with him infinitely. Over time, the person gets a real understanding of the fact that not only is God constantly present in him, but that he is present everywhere, in the entire surrounding world. The person realizes that God is everything to everyone. So the one who has started the dialogue with God soon changes himself, acquiring a different understanding and a different view of the world. But most importantly, the personality during its life, thanks to such independent communication with God, begins to abide in his spiritual world, acquiring that state of fusion with the soul, which in various religions is called differently: holiness, nirvana, the supreme connection with God, and so on. This state is that true freedom, that true existence to which a person aspires his entire life. Anastasia, thank you from all the people who truly thirst for spiritual enlightenment. This understanding truly opens one's eyes to the real essence of the spiritual development of each person. Rigdon, do not thank me, thank him, for the one conducting only humbly passes on his will, his wisdom. Anastasia, thank you. Yes, words cannot express everything. There are so many sincere feelings here. For the many people who thirst for the truth, this is a real spiritual insight, a revelation how to qualitatively transform oneself. Rigdon: it is important for people to remember that attention is the key element in their everyday life. Whatever a person pays and gives attention to in his life, to what thoughts, preferences, and desires, is what he receives. In its real manifestation, life is an informational exchange, which is far from being limited to the narrow spectrum of the perceptible and audible frequencies which a human perceives to a degree in this three-dimensional world. I have already used the figurative example of information building blocks, bricks, to explain that information is everywhere and is contained in everything. It exists outside of time and space because it forms everything, including time and space. Information influences an individual constantly, but it starts fully working within such an individual according to its program only when the individual begins to give it attention, that is, when he makes a choice. In other words, an activation takes place of the human structures which are connected not only to the three-dimensional world, for instance consciousness and subconsciousness, but also to the overall human energy structure. Without noticing that, personality begins to live by this information. It becomes a part of its reality. Therefore, by paying attention to certain information, one creates one's subsequent destiny with his choice. By giving the power of his attention to such information, he in fact gives life to the program contained therein, which is what transforms his life into one or another reality. Anastasia: yes, this is a very important point for understanding how a person becomes a conductor of the will of the animal mind or a conductor of the will of the spiritual world. It's all about constant choice. Whichever information, a program of someone's will, one put the most attention into and supports, that is exactly the will he becomes a conductor of. The problem of modern mankind is that many people do not understand themselves. Thus they thoughtlessly give their attention to the external and not to the inner world. Rigdon: human's main component around which his entire structure is built is the soul, and the personality in this structure represents a module for the spiritual, qualitatively new transformation of this power. By the way, the word module, when translated from Latin, modulus, means a small unit or a small measure. In other words, the fundamental principle in the human being is his spiritual component. The intention of creation of a human as an intelligent entity with the spiritual fundamental element lies in his spiritual transformation of himself, with the preservation of the right of choice in the creation of a true conductor of the powers of the spiritual world under conditions of the material world. Indeed, many people in the modern world do not understand themselves, their real capabilities, and the tremendous spiritual power contained within them, and that is why they do not understand how to transform their lives and the life of society in order to improve the quality of those lives. They do not even understand what real life or real happiness is. People attempt to substitute even the internal spiritual celebration of communication with God and contact with the spiritual world, which a person experiences through the deepest feelings during spiritual practices, with external rites and celebrations invented by the human mind. Yet interestingly, A person also awaits this external human celebration with great hope, and when it happens, it actually drains the person, turning him into a kind of an orphan, deceiving him with sensations, for the person has been subconsciously waiting for something greater, not in terms of entertainment or satisfying the flesh, but in terms of the deepest feelings, which he didn't get. All this is due to the fact that this is a substitution of the real spiritual celebration, which a person experiences every time he comes into contact with the spiritual world, with an ordinary theatrical performance from the mind, with associated external material decorations. So many concepts in people's lives are substituted by setting the programs of the will of the animal mind, for people themselves often choose thoughts and desires from the animal mind, focusing their attention and life energy on them. People's problem lies in the fact that while making their choice and becoming conductors and executors of the will of the animal mind, without even understanding this, they believe that it, the animal mind, does not exist as such. After all, the animal mind is invisible to their eyes, unlike their physical bodies and the surrounding three-dimensional world. Such people underestimate its might and power. They do not understand its capabilities of controlling the human mind, and most importantly, its aspiration for the total materialization of people's consciousness in the entire human community. And the latter will turn all people without exception into conductors of the will of the animal mind, which will increase its power considerably. The resource of the life energy of mankind with its capabilities related to the presence of the perpetual engine, the soul, in the structure of each person is very important to the animal mind. For the smart ones, it is enough to take a look at the events of the last centuries, how drastically the population of the planet has increased, how much in just the span of 2 centuries technologies have developed that are primarily designed to ensure mass communication of people on the planet, that is, to promote unification of everyone into a single information field. How at the same time, the consumerist format of thinking is being intensively imposed all over the world. How an obvious slant of the civilization towards matter is taking place. This is none other than preparation by the animal mind for total control over humankind and use of its powers and resources for its own purposes, which may not even be related to the three-dimensional world. Within its power, there are dimensions that are higher and more interesting within the limits of the densely populated material world, where even minor changes entail more global changes in the lower dimensions, which lead to certain results of the replenishment of animal mind's power, and the latter is necessary for the survival of the animal mind itself, which depends on matter, and for extension of its temporary existence in opposition to the greater powers, the powers of Allatra. And for this, the animal mind will not spare any sacrifices in the form of collective and individual minds subordinated to its will. So people should think hard on which edge the global community is currently standing, whose will they're thoughtlessly implementing, and what consequences await both every personality individually and the human civilization as a whole. Today, it is extremely important for the mankind, just as it is for every personality, to wake up spiritually, unite on a spiritual basis, and change the minus to a plus, using for spiritual purposes the technical base prepared by the animal mind to do this, and the result will not keep itself waiting. In the invisible world, such decisions and actions taken by the consolidated humanity can stop the vortex of the rapidly growing spinning of events along the reverse swastika, thanks to which people will not only be able to prevent future events that are to take place according to the program of the animal mind, which threaten the very fact of mankind's existence, but also to spin the vortex of events in the direction of the clockwise swastika. The latter is nothing other than activating the creating powers of Allatra and consequently creating a completely different future for the entire humankind. Anastasia: Yes, I understand what you're talking about. For the real capabilities both of human and society as a whole are not limited to the three-dimensional world. However, in order for the society to attain a qualitatively different level of understanding, people must learn to control their animal nature. They need to live by the spiritual transformation. Rigdon: Perfectly true. This is exactly why the main base of the primordial spiritual knowledge has been given, starting with your previous books and ending with this one. They are sufficient for a person not only to awaken spiritually, but also by working on himself to independently attain spiritual fusion of his personality with the soul. Certainly, provided that people really engage in self-perfection, do not distort this knowledge, and follow it as if along a navigating channel, while expanding their horizons of knowing the world and orientating themselves spiritually in this turbulent ocean of material life. The knowledge comes to a person at an important stage of his life, even if he is unaware of this, but it is revealed to him only when the person begins to spiritually transform himself and becomes worthy of accepting it. Otherwise, it will be of no use to him. The important thing is how well people will master the already obtained knowledge, how significant the changes in their inner spiritual growth will be, and what transformations will take place in the society as a result. Because the next level of knowledge is an opportunity for people to make spiritual transformations in the higher dimensions of the material world, which, as I have already mentioned, can lead to global changes in the lower dimensions. And this is great responsibility. This means a clash with forces of the animal mind, which will not give up its ground that easily. This, if you will, is the area of using supernatural powers, or as it used to be called, the art of the supreme white magic, and people who directly opposed the animal mind's forces against which they waged battles on that side of reality were named Gilyars. Anastasia: Well, unfortunately, today most people do not understand elementary spiritual things, and those who even receive this knowledge are often in no hurry to transform themselves, living by their old patterns imposed by the system of the animal mind. People still lack a firm desire to live and create from their spiritual nature. This is also seen from ordinary situations in life. For instance, a person, upon reading these books and coming into contact with the truth, is quickly inspired with the desire to work on himself and make spiritual changes in his life. However, after a short period of time, having once again shifted his attention to everyday problems and troubles of the material world, his spiritual desire quickly fades away. Through the animal nature, the system once again takes control of his consciousness, although the person's soul greatly suffers from such animal oppression. Rigdon. The person who lives by the hidden desires of his animal nature is spiritually weak. That is why, upon coming in contact with the truth, he gets inflamed like a match, but then he is quickly extinguished because he still has no spiritual support, either in himself or in the society around him. But if the person has a firm intention of escaping the reign of power of his animal nature, then he must return more often to the source of the truth, the books which will help him to shift his attention and come out of the narrowed state of consciousness. Moreover, one must understand that at initial stages of his spiritual development, communication with like-minded people will play a major role for him. This spiritual mutual support is particularly important for those who are at the very beginning of their journey. Just recall how such communication within your group helped you all at the beginning of your spiritual journey to overcome not only the lack of confidence in yourself and in your strength, but also to resist hidden attacks of the animal nature in time. The thing is that at the initial stages of the person's awakening, simple confusion and stereotypical substitutions often take place in his head, which results in misreading where manifestations of his animal nature are and where the spiritual nature is manifesting itself. In a group of like-minded people communicating with other people, one comes to understand oneself faster and better. As a rule, at first people are afraid of giving away the secrets of their animal nature, especially in a group. They fear bearing their problems in public, though they gladly listen to those who have the courage to do this. When the person gives up the positions of his animal nature, then in essence he blocks its loopholes, that is, the possibility of secret action. Besides, a group of like-minded people will not only hear the person out, but will also share their own similar situations and methods they have found for resolving them. Thus, one gets not only spiritual support from like-minded people, but also helpful input which expands his knowledge and experience. Such practice has existed since ancient times. For example, the early Christians practiced the so-called public confessions in small communes. This is basically the same heart-to-heart chat with friends, which brings spiritual benefit to the person. But with creation of the institution for controlling the masses, religion, much was turned upside down. Anastasia. That is so. Officially, the practice of confession for all the faithful of sensible age was introduced into Christianity in 1215 by resolutions of the Fourth Council of the Lateran. By the way, that council adopted a whole set of measures to fight heresy, including creating the Inquisition for the purpose of strengthening the authority of the Church. Those measures were included into reforms and the development of the Code of the Canon Law. This was the Church's response to the spread of the mass-scale heretical movements in the early 13th century, Cathars, Albigenses, Waldenses, and so on. The latter's guilt was only in the fact that people wanted to know the truth about the real teaching of Christ and started searching for it and developing spiritually without intermediaries. So then, regarding the accepted by religion practice of confession, it was imposed on the believer that he should do it at least once a year. The believer had to confess his sins to a priest, who in turn gave absolution in the name of Jesus Christ using words of absolution that had been specifically determined by the Church. It was considered a necessary condition for the person to obtain divine forgiveness, for it had been established by the priests that without a confession, the person would not be allowed to Holy Communion, and without it, there would supposedly be no salvation for one. Because according to the Church dogma, communion is a reunion with Christ, a blessed communion of the soul to eternal life. Otherwise, the person was expelled from religion. They scared him by telling him that he would be denied the right to be buried according to the Christian rites, and so on. Yes, of course the difference is significant. It is one thing when a person himself aspires to improve and perfect himself, to communicate with like-minded people and friends, wants to understand himself, to receive spiritual support, and do what he can to help others. And it's quite another when the person is obliged to do it under threat of excommunication from the Church and public harassment. Moreover, on behalf of an official organization, the Roman Catholic Church, which in those days, in fact, was an institution of executive power. Indeed, everything was turned upside down as if on purpose, so that people would repent out of fear and not be guided by spirit, so that they would not even think about engaging in spiritual pursuits on their own. Rigdon. These are exactly substitutions from the animal mind, which people do not notice while being its conductors, thinking that such thoughts are their own, that they're intended to strengthen their power and at the same time to supposedly contribute to the population's spiritual growth. Spiritual matters cannot be forced. It is one's personal choice that is important here. Everything is built on it. After all, there are no bad people. There are just people who do not know their real spiritual abilities, and so they suffer. Anastasia. It is known that a human's personal spiritual transformation has always had a certain impact on the society around him. You have repeatedly mentioned that if such spiritually awakened people were a majority, then the society too would change. Could you tell people how to qualitatively transform society in order to get away from the cliches and stereotypical patterns of the animal nature, as well as consumerist thinking, and reorient the vector of movement of modern civilization towards spiritual development? Rigdon. Everything is simple. It is necessary to create conditions for a fundamentally new model of society, taking into consideration the dual nature of a human being, eliminating the smallest possibilities of manifestation of the animal nature's temptations in all spheres of the society. How to start building such a society? If the majority of people indeed have an intention to create a civilization that would live according to the spiritual principles, everything can be solved in a very simple way. The first thing to do is to put the spiritual development of society in order. In a civilization that is oriented towards the spiritual vector, that is, claims a high level of development, there should be no fragmentation into different religions. Furthermore, there should be no religion as such as an institution of controlling the masses, and no intermediaries between God and a human. It should not have even a hint of such a phenomenon as a priesthood, no matter what they call the structure, which creates religious systems and institutions of different religions in the world. There should be a desire and certain actions of society itself in creating life conditions for the spiritual development of the human personality as such, as a basic component of such a society. The dawn of mankind saw the beginnings of such an organization of people's lives, where more attention was paid to the spiritual life of community, while material problems were secondary. As a result of geographic and other causes, many groups of people who had the same spiritual grains of knowledge existed isolated from each other. Over time, because primordial knowledge got lost and the animal nature became more dominant in people, a division within groups began, and social inequality emerged. The emergence of the institution of priesthood and the establishment of different religions was based on the foundation of the initial spiritual grains of the knowledge. However, the system itself was built according to the material dominant. In fact, it is an attempt of the animal mind to completely dominate and control the conglomerate of intelligent matter it deems to be humanity with its unique source of power, life energy intended for spiritual purposes. Anastasia. That means that religion as a system serves the interests of the animal mind, although it attracts masses of people to itself precisely because of the spiritual grains. Yes, if we look at all the variety of spiritual teachings, beliefs, and religions of the world's nations, while rejecting the husks of the priestly system and its concepts, presence of one and the same knowledge becomes obvious. How a person should adhere to the spiritual path and not fall for temptations of the material world. It's just that all these grains of knowledge are in fact about one and the same thing, but served in a variety of human interpretations. Rigdon. That is correct, and this knowledge is not a religion. That is why it can be found in different parts of the planet among different peoples with different beliefs. This knowledge contributes to the natural process of the spiritual development of a human, regardless of race, nationality, a region of residence, social status, and so on. But by using this knowledge, priests created their own religions, which are the fruit of the human mind. They came up with distinctive features and differences of one religion from another only in order to have power over a large number of people. History of humanity has seen times when attempts were made to turn masses of people into atheists. It seemed they were pursuing noble goals, to save people from the iron heel of the priesthood. But the problem was that the animal nature still remained dominant in different spheres of society. So instead of a bright future, conditions were created in humanity for a worse form of the dominance of the animal mind's will to manifest in people's consciousness. The concepts of the soul and God as such were eliminated for new generations and replaced by the selfish I and material priorities in life. The result of such a treatment of mankind by the animal mind is evident. The materialistic worldview dominates in the world society, and the consciousness of most people has been enslaved by material behavior patterns and directives. Today, a person who believes in one God and prays for the salvation of his soul is unfortunately perceived by most people as a relic of the past, as a kind of an individual who has been alienated from society and whose consciousness is supposedly blinkered by a religion or a sect even if he has nothing to do with these organizations. Why has such a negative attitude towards the main meaning of the human life, spiritual development, God, and the soul, gained such a foothold in today's society? Because the priorities of the animal mind are being promoted and glorified everywhere, and they orient society towards material values and consumerist principles. The minds of people are dominated by an attitude of saving and accumulating money, property, real estate, an unlimited right to preserve and pass them on by inheritance. A person narrow-mindedly sees the purpose of his life in this, thus attempting to get fame for himself, not only during life, but also to keep it after his death. This is a sort of an element of a substitution from the animal mind, so to speak, a substitute for immortality. Individual desires of the masses of people are reduced to an aspiration to possess something, have power in the material world, turn everything that surrounds them, including themselves, into their indivisible property. All this does not simply point at pathogenic signs of infection of society by the animal mind's attitudes, but also at the fact that humanity is coming to the edge of self-destruction. And unless urgent measures are taken now for its spiritual recovery, tomorrow may be too late, because destructive processes will have become irreversible. The most important thing is to realize that only a human himself can save both himself and society around him with his choice and his actions. Anastasia: yes, those two age-old questions are, who is to blame and what do we do? Ripton: people must not waste time searching for someone to blame, entertaining their animal nature, or wait for someone to do something for them. They themselves need to start acting and become a good example to others. In society, people are drawn to those who have honor and dignity, who help others for free, who live according to their conscience, who truly serve the spiritual world, ignoring material priorities. That is the kind of person you need to be, first of all, improving yourself. In a civilized society with a spiritual vector of development, everyone from childhood should be able to ignore thoughts from the animal nature, understand their dual nature, their own energy structure and its capabilities. A human must know that he is directly connected to the spiritual world, that there is one God, and there should be no intermediaries at all in communicating with Him. This is a sacrament of the two, human and God. It is necessary to create conditions in society so that new personalities that come into this world understand the primary meaning of life, to increase their spiritual power, to follow cultural and moral foundations that are natural for people, to be more humane and kind in their thoughts, words, and deeds, to perfect themselves internally, and ultimately to save their soul. We need to take into account the mistakes of the past and not lose the main spiritual reference points. In today's world, people forget one simple truth. The time of their lives flies very fast. They see a certain degree of freedom in achieving their material desires. In fact, this freedom is conditional. It is illusory. A human actually cannot possess anyone or anything in the material world. Even if he conquers people or a significant territory in it and gains power over its many riches, he is born alone and dies alone. This world for a human is only an illusion of information, which creates conditions for affirmation of his dominant choice. In such a qualitatively new society, various spiritual self-improvement tools must be on record and available to the personality. If a person wants to use additional tools for his spiritual development, for instance in the form of prayers, spiritual practices, meditation, and so on, he is more than welcome. This is his desire. But tools are just tools. They attune the attention, not unlike a tonometer, to a certain frequency, allow one for a moment to feel the other side, the other world, the world of God, to get experience, compare and understand the difference from this world, come in contact with one's soul through the deepest feelings, and feel its power. But then a person returns to the familiar three-dimensional world again, in which he once again makes his choice each day. And here it is very important what he will choose in the future with this spiritual experience under his belt. Will the person want to qualitatively transform his nature and become a spiritual being, or will he be seduced by a temporary illusion from the animal mind and thus condemn his soul and personality to continued suffering? All this seems to be a small detail and only a result of the personal choice of a single individual, but the choice of each person adds up to the movement of a civilization as a whole, which depends on each choice. It all starts with the purity and sincerity of intentions of each individual in the society, his or her true inner choice, and a responsible approach to life, given its very limited term. In order to establish civilized order in society, and first and foremost in the spiritual aspect, it is necessary for the society to have as many as possible spiritually literate people. This refers to those who perfect and transform themselves spiritually, expanding their horizons of knowledge. At first stages, it is imperative for such people to join forces for the purpose of disseminating the knowledge in various spheres of society. It is necessary to create conditions for more enlightened and intellectually developed people in the world community in whom the spiritual nature dominates, who would have free access to the primordial knowledge for cognizing the world and themselves. Anastasia. In other words, to do everything possible so that the priorities based on the internal need to create and increase good became firmly established in society. I give to God and I give to people, rather than the current give and take format of consumerist thinking of buying and selling. Rigdon. Absolutely right. So then, next, it is necessary to abolish the very structure of priesthood, this mass of various religious hierarchies and armies of priests who perform sacrificial rites and who consider themselves to be intermediaries between people and God, no matter what he may be called in different religions, but in fact, who just live at the expense of the public. For many of them, religion is a mere occupation and a source of income, acquired at the expense of ordinary believers' labor. It is a means of manipulation of mass consciousness through faith for political purposes. In order to abolish the structure of priesthood, revolutions are not necessary. There is no need to organize bloody showdowns, strife, and similar provocations of the animal nature. It is possible to abolish the system in a peaceful way. After all, priests are people too, just like everybody else. They also tend to make mistakes, just like any person. It is simply necessary to create such conditions for society in which the institution of priesthood disintegrates on its own as unnecessary. Then people who belong to it will find themselves in other professions which are more useful for society according to their real priorities and choices in life. Anastasia: how do we create such conditions? Rigdon: actually, it is not that difficult. People should simply stop sinning themselves by seducing priests with their alms. In the end, when this business ceases to bring them personal income, they will be forced to take off their priestly garments and go to work for the benefit of society just like everyone else. In general, if we speak about the concept of sin as a religious term, alms to priests can be called one of the heaviest sins, no matter what denomination they belong to. Why? A person donates to priests and their army of hired servants in the mistaken belief that they are more holy than him, that those people wearing other garments are closer to God, and therefore their prayer is more effective. But priests are people just like the rest. They have not yet saved themselves and their soul, so how can they save others? At the same time, once again, the person should stop and think for whom this material sacrifice is made and for what purposes. So the material alms of believers are needed only by the army of priests. God needs neither money nor other riches of the material world. The relationship between a human and God is based solely on the deepest personal feelings of the person from the contact with the spiritual world, his sincere love and gratitude to God. These true deepest feelings of a human towards God are the only real treasure that can be accepted by that world. These relationships with the spiritual world take place without any intermediaries. It should be understood that as long as the person evaluates the world from the perspective of a resident of three-dimensional space, that is through the prism of his material thinking, then in many spiritual matters he will be full of illusions cast by his pridefulness. He thinks that since he has deigned to pay some of his attention to the spiritual world, then entire hosts of angels have to take care of him, cater to his requests, and practically carry him to paradise on royal pillows. In reality, until the personality matures spiritually, it is unnoticeable to the spiritual world. I apologize for a commonplace human comparison, but such personalities are like millions of reproductive cells. Gametes have a set of chromosomes and carry hereditary characteristics. A person does not even notice their material emergence, existence, and death. Moreover, he sometimes uses their power without even realizing it. However, when two gametes fuse into a zygote, an embryo begins to develop. Here, at least one person, the woman, in the spiritual sense, the divine feminine principle, will be unable to ignore this fact. She will surely pay close attention to this phenomenon and will take care of the new being in the future. It is the same in the spiritual aspect. People need to develop themselves diligently, master spiritual practices, live by means of communication with the world of God at a deep level of feelings, so that the personality is able to fuse with the soul, and they earn the right to be accepted into eternity. Then the spiritual world, too, will turn its attention to this individual. It will dote on him as a long-awaited new perfect being. Unfortunately, the ancient truth about achieving fusion of the personality with the soul has been lost in the modern world, and a person hoping to express his love and gratitude towards God gives material alms to priests, thereby pandering to the animal mind in tempting and seducing people in priestly garments with the material world. You sin, and the priest sins by taking the alms, which become a subject of temptation for him. With your alms, you make him think not about the spiritual, but about the material, not about taking care of his soul and true service to God, but of increasing his material income. Do you understand where the severity of this sin lies? With his alms, a person pushes the personality and the soul of the priest into hell, inclining his choice in favor of matter, that is the animal mind, while also burdening himself with the sinful act. This sin is even more terrible than killing the human body, because the body is a temporary garment, in fact ashes, while this sin is like a deadly poison for the soul, which deprives this personality of the chance to break through to eternal life. At the heart of such material alms and sacrifice lies a substitution of the animal mind in the form, as you have mentioned, of the typical purchase and sale formula. You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. Belief in the possibility of a material buyout, a payoff for their sins, and an acquisition of new wealth in the future, from health to prosperity. Anastasia. Many people have just never stopped and thought about it. At that, ordinary believers regard such requests of alms in favor of the church as natural and humane, because this implies helping other people, since usually priests and their servants justify their requests of alms, for example, by construction of a new temple, church needs. Previously in sermons, the word church was often linked to the concept of heavenly church, help to the needy believers, and so on. Nobody reports to the flock about the actual circumstances of distribution of this public money, or provides them with any financial statements of income and expenses. Rigdon. In a normal civilized society, helping other people, just like building, for example, a temple intended for collective spiritual practices, can and should be done by associations of ordinary citizens, residents of a particular locality or community. All this is done according to the following principle. People come together, decide, and get it done if it really is vitally important for the locals and if they really wish it. For instance, people in a village want to build a temple for themselves, their children, and fellow villagers. They are to live here, and they should decide how to live, not someone from above. And you can rest assured that for themselves, their relatives, friends, and children, spiritually competent people will certainly build an appropriate temple without signs that activate the material nature in a human, but only with signs that awaken people's spiritual component. In a temple or at another place intended for collective spiritual practices, people will exchange knowledge and experience as equals and pray together for the salvation of their souls to the glory and gratitude of God's love. They will not conduct, like the majority of priests in today's temples, political or priestly religious monologues for the flock, mixing spiritual knowledge with the desires and aims of the animal nature, or indoctrination according to priestly programs. For this will indeed be intended for people and their spiritual development, and not for mixing spiritual grains with material aims. or for priestly business and exactions from the flock by recruits in priestly garments. In it, people will be developing themselves spiritually independently. No one should profit from temples and places where people gather for spiritual development and communication. As soon as exactions, sales, paid services, or paying salaries to anyone start in temples or holy places, temptations will arise as well. How to earn more, and then how to get more power without much effort. After all, for an idle mind, it is easier to carry a candle in a pompous theatrical ritual and to liken one's pridefulness to the analogy with the Supreme Being than to work with the pneumatic hammer in a coal mine, and the person will not even notice himself falling into a web of vices. This is a long-known maneuver of the animal nature. But it is not about temples as such, but about people. One can engage in spiritual perfection anywhere, both outdoors and indoors. I have already recounted how in the ancient times people engaged in spiritual development in caves, and generations of people came there and learned spiritual practices by the signs and symbols painted on the rock walls by their ancestors. These caves still exist today. No one has been tempted by their material poverty, and spiritually literate people can use the spiritual values, the knowledge, even now. Priests of different religions, as far back as the ancient times, would build magnificent temples to perform their rituals, decorating them with gold and jewels. For example, in ancient Egypt, Babylon, ancient Greece, and so on. And where are those temples now? They have been replaced by ruins, and the gold has long been looted by the people who were tempted by such material treasures. It is a disgrace to tempt people with material things in the places where spiritual education takes place. So people must not be allowed to make a profit from the spiritual aspiration of others. Dissemination of spiritual knowledge must not bring any financial or other material benefit to a person. This is the only way it is possible to avoid material temptations. And then the person will do this with all of his heart and soul, with sincerity of his spiritual intentions. Anastasia. Yes, the problem of most believers is that by making donations to religions, people in fact, in a way, buy their way out of the spiritual work on themselves, writing off the matters of their conscience onto priesthood. Instead of doing good themselves in the world, it is easier for them to give money to the servants of the altar, and the priesthood uses this with impunity. Rigdon. Unfortunately, this is so. However, not quite with impunity, for no one has yet succeeded, and no one will in the future in avoiding personal judgment, and each person will be rewarded according to his deeds and thoughts. As for the people themselves who attempt to buy their way out of spiritual work at the expense of alms to priests, that is their mistake. In fact, this is self-deception, for no matter what material ransom a person has made up for himself, no one will do the spiritual work for him. It is not his money in the temple that is important, but his personal involvement in the constructive deeds of society and personal spiritual changes associated with this. As for donations in temples, it is enough for an intelligent person to look at the realities of today. Construction of churches in cities has been turned into business projects. What is taken into consideration is not quality but quantity, not how many people will truly be able to have exposure to the spiritual, but what economic profitability and political benefit it will bring. At that, every religious organization, especially in big cities, tries to grab for itself a piece of land closer to areas of mass gatherings of people in order to ensure the biggest influx of parishioners. The fragmentation of religion into sects and their strife with each other is justified for power, where the importance of a person is judged by his wallet, and power over ordinary believers is seen as political power over electorate. Everything is turned upside down, and it can only be set right when people in society become more competent in spiritual matters themselves, begin to expand their horizons of knowledge and outlook, do what they can to participate in the life of society, live with God inside, and do good and creative deeds. Then the need for commercial brokers between God and a human will cease to exist. Anastasia. In connection with this, another important question arises. In the priestly army, there are certainly people who have chosen to serve one or another religion with hope of spiritual liberation, without knowing the true state of affairs in the system before getting into it. However, even while in it and observing things that are not shown to the masses of believers, they haven't lost in this political dirt the purity of their faith and their sincere intentions to serve only God and not priestly clans. Once you said that the true spirituality of such in fact God's people, who unfortunately are very few in the whole world, is what holds up like pillars the glory of any mass religion or belief. If the system of religions is abolished as such, what should people do who are truly walking towards God while engaged in spiritual asceticism and at the same time sincerely helping other people for free? Rigdon. Well, first of all, today there are too few of those who have the sincere desire to serve God instead of their pridefulness, by taking care of the human souls without getting remuneration for it at that. In fact, such people are indeed few among the millions who serve in the army of priests of different religions. The overwhelming majority of those who serve in religions are outsiders who have been tempted by material aims and not by spiritual salvation. And secondly, no external changes will stop the internal spiritual process for the true God's people. Even after changing their profession and working like everyone else for the benefit of society, they will continue to develop themselves spiritually just as sincerely, devoting their free time to helping others. For this is their spiritual need, their internal life, which prevails over circumstances of this world. So external changes will not stop them, rather they will delight them, given what they have to face and see in the everyday interior life of a religious community, as well as in the actions and deeds of their colleagues. One of the necessary conditions for achieving a qualitative transformation of society is the understanding by people themselves the meaning of their spiritual development, as well as the cessation of participation in tempting with power and material values of the people who belong to the army of priesthood. Do not give them money, donations, or presents of any kind. Do not appease their pridefulness with bowing, worshipping, hand-kissing, servility, obedience, supplications, or similar temptations for their animal nature. In other words, you must not sin yourself and provoke others into it. After all, this person is just like you. He, a servant of the sacrifice cult, does not differ from an ordinary person in any way, since his soul is also located in the body in this material world. Here, no one can be either lower or higher, for all human souls suffer equally from this material captivity. A human being has only one way out of these material pincers: to develop spiritually and liberate his soul, leave for the world of God. There are no such people who have not at least once felt this need coming from their soul and manifesting in aspiration for true spiritual freedom. It is a different matter that a person's animal nature interprets this need of the soul in its own way, distorting the very concept of freedom, endowing it with material quality which is alien to spiritual nature. All people are believers. Only each person uses the power of his faith as he chooses. By the way, those who consider themselves to be quite ardent atheists are actually, when they're alone, prone to the same fears and superstitions as any believer. In society, these people are basically those same priests, only on a small scale, the only difference being they openly glorify qualities of the animal nature, their self-love, pridefulness, vanity, and so on. Anastasia. Once the institution of the priesthood is abolished in society, how can people avoid similar mistakes in the future? I mean, while disseminating spiritual knowledge, how not to be tempted by pridefulness or vanity? How not to desire power over your own kind? That is, how to resist temptations of the animal nature. Rigdon. If the civilization moves in the spiritual direction, it will be possible to solve this issue quite easily. It must be understood that a human being has a dual nature, and constant swings between the animal and the spiritual nature take place in him. Consequently, it must be done in such a way that spiritual cognition and dissemination of universal humanitarian primordial knowledge is not to the advantage of a person's animal nature as a conductor of the animal mind, representing the material world and its interests, but so that it is absolutely acceptable and favorable for development of the spiritual nature in a person as the conductor of the spiritual world. It is important to make the primordial spiritual knowledge accessible to all people, and while disseminating it, eliminate any possibility of tempting people with incentives of the animal nature. Anastasia. So it is necessary for people themselves to create such conditions in society in which for those who spiritually educate others, it would be materially disadvantageous. Rigdon. Yes, in this matter, it is necessary to eliminate any possibilities of manipulation of public consciousness by conductors of the animal mind, as well as any chance of someone deriving economic profit or political benefit. Furthermore, it is necessary to prevent distortion of information and manipulation of it to someone's advantage. That is, this kind of manifestation of discretionary power in the field of knowledge dissemination. Anastasia. However, this will truly be possible only when many people learn the basics of the primordial knowledge. And when the world community has this information, the majority of people will begin to accurately separate the spiritual wheat from the chaff, and they will not succumb to the influence and provocations of people with bad intentions. They will be able to ignore manifestations of the animal nature within themselves and uphold the spiritual nature in their community and the environment. Rigdon: absolutely. First of all, people should awaken spiritually, and then these vestiges of colonial thinking will fall off on their own in society, and a whole army of various parasites and their freeloaders who live at the expense of people's faith will be cast out of the spiritual field. For as long as they live off ordinary people, they will come up with any number of things just to live their lives as social parasites, freeloaders in society, and so that on top of it, people kiss their hands for that and hold them in high esteem. People must learn to be the masters of their own spiritual destiny and not to expect someone to do their vital spiritual work for them. They must independently perfect themselves, work on themselves, and broaden their horizons of cognition of the world. Not to expect mercy from priests and politicians, not to indulge in illusions, and not to allow themselves to be manipulated. It is necessary to be a more mature personality, a socially active and spiritually responsible human being. And in order not to repeat the mistakes of the past and to avoid the dependence on the will of the animal mind in the future, as well as distortions of spiritual knowledge and return to the priestly schemes, it is necessary that those who decided to help themselves and other people in spiritual matters did that to the detriment of their pridefulness and material interests. Because, as I have already said, where financial interest appears, or the possibility to satisfy one's pridefulness, get any kind of benefit, or gain privileges and power over someone, sooner or later temptation will arise, and weakness of the human spirit will manifest itself. How does this look in real life? If a person independently improves himself, has a spiritual experience, and an inner need to disseminate spiritual knowledge, he helps people in his spare time. They learn, and in their turn, they also help other people in these matters, and those help the next ones. But everyone should work for the benefit of society, have some sort of civilian occupation, earning their daily bread with their work. In their spare time, people must study and share experience and knowledge with others as equals, like with good friends, suppressing their animal nature and guided by the spiritual nature in their actions. This is a real help to people, and at the same time, work on yourself. Detection of manifestations in yourself of the spiritual and animal natures, effective control over one's thoughts, studying one's nature and spiritual development. That is the point. You yourself grow and help others. Do you understand what is so special about disseminating spiritual knowledge in this way? A person goes to share the knowledge about God with people and spends his own time, his effort and resources without getting anything material in return, no temptations or gratification of his animal nature. The only thing that he gets is spiritual augmentation while communicating dispassionately with souls of the people who are suffering just like him. What you sow in yourself is what you will eventually reap. Spiritual to spiritual and material to the material. That is, this person sacrifices his earthly selfhood in the form of ambitions of his animal nature on the spiritual altar of his life, and also multiplies his spiritual gifts as a result of communication with people. These gifts are not material, not money, food, things, or human ambitions from pridefulness. This is exactly that spiritual component which a person passes to other people through the spiritual knowledge. For by disseminating spiritual knowledge, a person thus resists the unified animal mind and helps others, at least a little bit, to know, feel, and understand the divine essence that is hidden in them and that does not belong to the material world. Matter is mortal, but the soul is immortal. Personality has freedom of choice, whether to become mortal or to live for eternity. This is the whole point, and everything must grow from here. One must remember that the animal mind is very strong, and a human being, by virtue of his dual nature, and because of the swings in his choice between the two natures, is weak. Even those who are steadfastly walking along the spiritual path are exposed to attacks of the animal nature. Should a person get just a little distracted or become slightly tempted by the material, as the animal mind seizes his consciousness at once, often winning during those moments of his life when the personality's choice is particularly important. This is why it is recommended to be vigilant, to work on yourself relentlessly, and not give an inch to your animal nature. If you have stepped on a rake once, know how to avoid it next time. While disseminating spiritual knowledge, there is always a temptation from the animal nature by pridefulness, likening oneself to a superior being, in the desire to appropriate this knowledge and interpret it in one's own way from one's mind while talking to other people. This is how the distortion of it from the animal nature usually happens, as well as substitution with material concepts, and as a result, the primordial knowledge is lost. A person must understand that spiritual knowledge is given to all people. The human being is not God or an angel or a cherub, and nor is he the Holy Spirit. He's just a human, the same as all people, since his soul is confined to a multidimensional energy structure that belongs to the material world. Anastasia. There is another important question which interests our readers. Can a person give somebody an absolution of his or her sins, forgive anything to anyone in the spiritual sense, on behalf of superior spiritual beings? Rigdon. A human cannot absolve anyone of sins or pray for anyone, for he himself is imperfect. And no one on earth is given the power to forgive on behalf of superior spiritual beings, and even more so on behalf of God. Absolution of sin is associated with confession, which we have already mentioned in our conversation. It is necessary to understand the psychological nature of the origin of such a phenomenon in religion as confession. The effect of catharsis, from the Greek word katharsis, meaning purification, is well known not only to ministers of various religions, but also to psychoanalysts and psychotherapists. People knew about it also in ancient times. This is a therapeutic method when a person recalls moving moments of their life which gave rise to a deep experience of an inner conflict or a psychoneurotic disorder. In fact, for a person, this is a psychological relief, which is inherent in any heart-to-heart conversation, for example with a friend, about one's troubles or problems, after which his state of depression disappears, and a person experiences a kind of a psychological relief. As they say, joy shared is joy doubled, while sorrow shared is sorrow halved. And in most cases, the more pridefulness there is in a person, the harder it is for him or her to confess any wrongdoing. Religion's ministers added this practice to their armory. Confessing an offense was presented as a kind of a sacrifice which was certain to be followed by a reward, forgiveness of wrongful actions, or the remission of sins. This way, they basically dishabituated people from working on themselves spiritually and accustomed them to the thought that if a person asked sincerely enough, they were sure to receive this forgiveness. I repeat, this is simply a purely psychological technique which is based on the person's faith. But here's what I want to say in this respect. A heart-to-heart conversation is certainly good. However, it only temporarily helps a person experience one of the consequences of his inner conflict at that particular moment, yet it does not solve the main thing, removing the cause of the conflict. The roots of the latter lie in the daily habit of thinking, which is mostly related to the concentration of the personality's attention on thoughts and desires of the animal nature. Only the person himself can radically eliminate the cause of such conflict's origin in himself. No one else can do this for him. Only he himself, with his choice in internal changes, by multiplying his good deeds and seriously working on himself, can spiritually purify himself, evolve, and as a mature being, escape from the material captivity, free his soul. Only he himself, thanks to his spiritual work, can on his own leave for the seventh dimension, the seventh heaven, paradise, nirvana, that is, make his spiritual way into the world of God. Any person who truly walks along the spiritual path, who works on himself, and whose life is dominated by his personal, innermost communion with God, love, and connection with the spiritual nature, sooner or later reaches this understanding on his own. People should learn to understand their dual nature, understand and forgive each other's mistakes in such a way as if they themselves were learning this lesson, and as if this were happening exactly to them. To err is human. However, spiritually strong people not only acknowledge their mistakes, but they can also learn from them. They have the courage and patience to realize the mistakes made and fix them if possible. One should not be unhappy about what cannot be repaired, but you should double your efforts in what will unfailingly bring spiritual joy not only to you, but to other people as well. Life is a real school where mistakes are lessons and the gained experience a mentor. As they say, a smooth sea does not make a skilled sailor. Once he gains wisdom, thanks to the spiritual experience, the person begins to steer his ship confidently and purposefully in the midst of a raging ocean of life, avoiding mistakes of the past, not allowing the elements of the past to toss him from side to side, causing inner conflicts. As sages of the ancient times said, holding life's steering wheel in the raging ocean of life requires, first of all, spiritual work on oneself. For such a brave person who steers his ship through the storm of life's elements Sooner or later, a day will come when a completely different, spiritual, pure world, which he has not previously known within himself, will open to his inner eye. This world begets peace in the soul and allows wisdom to emerge victorious out of the elements of matter and moor on the shore of eternity. Anastasia. Indeed, one must not give cause, first of all, to oneself for the emergence and strengthening in consciousness of thoughts about different material temptations, and that's a fact. I think that many people would like to live and create in a society where those who walk side by side through life do not trample one another into the mud of egoistic ambitions, negative emotions, and other manifestations of the animal nature, but instead stimulate good in society and treat each other with understanding and respect. Judging by the history of mankind, people have dreamt about it for a long time. Rigdon. Quite true. So when the spiritual matters of society are taken care of by society itself, and this becomes natural and a priority in it, then there will be order. And for this, it is necessary to create such conditions that the majority of people in this civilization live for spiritual purposes and not for material priorities like today. This is when all the priestly structures will disappear by themselves, because the structure of secret power over people, which remains at the expense of concealment of true spiritual knowledge, will cease to exist. People will know about the truth, and it will be available to everyone. Anastasia. Yes, qualitative changes in society require a change of mindset of the people themselves who make up this society. All this assumes an innovative way of thinking as well as an innovative culture and behavior, which are moreover introduced at the initiative of society itself. Although, in fact, everything new is a well-forgotten old. People have long dreamt of creating an ideal equitable society where freedom and equality would reign. But priests and politicians use this desire of the people's, including it into their promises, but in reality, doing everything to prevent this from happening. So this equality actually has always been a formality, even after priests and politicians provoked favorable to them social upheavals, reforms, and revolutions, as well as changes of one religion, party, or social order for another. It is easy to notice that the outcome of such disturbances is always the same. Priests and politicians once again create a management hierarchy, the elite with privileges. That is, the situation in society does not actually change. In fact, only the advertising sign, the name of a social system, or a dominant religion changes. Perhaps this happens because people have long forgotten what true equality and freedom are. Rigdon. People look at treetops, but they do not see the roots. And the bottom line is this: all people are equal, and first of all, when it comes to the conditions of imprisonment in this material world, in the characteristics of their spiritual and animal natures, the transience of their lives, and the temporariness of their stay in this world. All people are born and die alone, and all have their own spiritual destiny, which they themselves form with their own choice. All people are kind by their spiritual nature, because everyone has a soul, and in this sense, Everyone is kindred and very affine to each other, for souls are united. They are from the world of God, and this unites all people, regardless of social status, place of residence, religious beliefs, and nationality of their bodies. After all, it is not the people's new personalities' fault that they got a particular body with certain genetic inheritance of one or another race, or the fact that they were born Chinese, Englishmen, Nigerians, and so on. That is, that their biological material shell has been reproduced in this or that ethnic group. But note that despite certain physiological differences, people, regardless of belonging to one or another race, assess themselves and other people, both familiar and unfamiliar to them, by the degree of humaneness. All the nations have concepts of good and evil. This assessment exists on the battlefield of their consciousness, based on the choice between the spiritual and the animal natures. And the main thing for people is not what their friend's body looks like, but what the person is like on the inside, what his spiritual beauty is. A body is a body. What the majority of people have really learned about their bodies can be summed up by the phrase, "something hurts here." The beauty ideals of the body in human society are relative, and they're conditioned by advertising of some people and imitation of others. Moreover, different peoples have their own ideas about beauty of the body. Some people consider it beautiful to lengthen their necks with rings from childhood, while others prefer to have teenage shape. But this is not the point. It is not the fault of people's souls that they have been crammed into these or those bodies. The personality's body, just like all the external conditions of its existence, is a consequence of the chosen priorities, dominant desires, and the choice that was once made by the subpersonalities of the current person. Who divides people so intensely today, splitting the single whole, mankind, into parts, races, ethnic and various social and religious groups, politicians and priests? They determine the direction of development of science in various areas, create conditions for people to be involved in expanding and deepening of certain topics, and consequently integrating them into the educational system of the younger generation. For example, who studies nations and nationalism? Political scientists. They obtain academic degrees and various rewards for this research and for the development of their different speculative concepts in the general direction assigned to them according to political orders. So they dig in all directions, inventing different theories, for all of them want to live well and have a decent salary, honor, and respect. For their personal power, global politicians divide nations, and they do this with people's own hands. For example, representatives of science, consciously or without understanding the global essence, carry out for payment the programs and directives of politicians, thus implementing their political decisions and actually promoting in society the perspectives that are beneficial to those in power. Moreover, they base all these theories on numerous historical facts, under the plausible pretext of historical knowledge, demonstrating destructive models of the past, supposedly under the slogans of public censure, as in, "You must not do that." But in fact, this is a demonstration and imposing on people models of stereotypical behavior, and options of how else it can be done, which contribute to even greater division, that is, society's differentiation. For instance, they describe the ideas of class struggle, inequality, racial discrimination, social injustice, division of people into superior and inferior, into the elite and the flock, ways to start wars, and so on. Take any political science textbook of any country of the world. This is a sheer aggravation of xenophobia, from the Greek xenos, meaning alien, and phobos, meaning fear, that is, of rejection, fear and hatred towards each other, intolerance of anything foreign or unfamiliar, and thus subconsciously adversarial to a person. But no textbook will say how things really are at the highest levels of power, what today's politicians and priests actually build their power upon, and how they exploit entire nations in their profit-making interests. So division and fragmentation of society are stimulated by world politicians and priests artificially. What for? To create in people's consciousness an image of the enemy and keep the whole society in fear and obedience with this image, so that under this pretext aimed at fighting someone, society would, without thinking, approve the allocation of large funds from the state budget of their country to tighten security measures and for other similar expenses. In other words, the state would thus strengthen its control and power over people. And who represents the state? Groups of politicians, that is, individuals with their own interests. They use this artificially created public fear, which at times is sponsored by them, in order to strengthen their power and simply to plunder the budget under the pretext of secrecy and ensuring the security of the population. Suffice it to look at what is shown to people on television. There is continuous intimidation about how everything in their country is bad. Murders, explosions, robberies, scandals, victims of natural disasters, in other words, constant emergencies and incidents. How can a normal psyche endure all this? And why is this all shown? Isn't there any good news in the world? There is, only it is not shown much on purpose, for they voice that which is deeply repugnant to the spiritual nature of a human, but which strongly activates his animal nature instead. Politicians and priests actually benefit from a person being like a hunted animal, so that he is dominated by animal fear for his life, and for the masses by animal servility and aggression towards an artificially created image of an enemy. Then power over such zombified people becomes unlimited. So society has an inevitable result. While the majority of people wish for equality, freedom, and justice, in the global society, politicians and priests actually stimulate constant wars and incitement of racial, national, and religious hatred among people. Anastasia. Yes, sheer deception. This is equivalent to giving shovels to people so that they dig graves for themselves with their own hands, thinking that they're digging a foundation for a new house for their multinational family. Wherever you look, there's factitious, artificial division and fragmentation of humanity. But all this deception can exist only until people change the situation themselves. Rigdon. Quite right. Everything is in people's hands, or rather in the way of their thinking. There is one truth, but if the person allows a small difference in it with his mind, the truth eventually becomes infinitely divided emptiness in him. To know the truth does not mean to divide everything in it with the mind, pro or con. To know the truth means to comprehend with the soul its single essence and the infinity of spiritual freedom. From the spiritual nature stems the natural human need to live in equality, brotherhood, unity with the entire humanity, and the realization that all the people on the planet are kindred and very affine to each other in their spiritual component. When the animal nature dominates in a person, it distorts this need, and then the person begins to compare himself with others in the consumerist format of thinking, believing himself to be equal to those who in his opinion are higher than him in some way, and not even remembering about those who are in some way lower than him. And politicians and priests use this with great success by including similar ideas about equality and brotherhood in their slogans, religious writings, political concepts, and laws on pieces of paper. Anastasia: well, yes, and then people wonder how it happens when all seem to be brothers and sisters, and constitutions and international conventions talk about the international humanitarian law, about the elimination of all forms of racial discrimination, about equality of all people, and so on. That is, they're written with care for people and their rights based on the principle of parity. But in fact, we live in the world of opportunities that are far from equal for all. Rigdon: people are divided by matter and its needs, that is, by the animal nature. But if people are guided by their spiritual nature, then collectively they will be able to overcome any differences among themselves. Perhaps I will share an ancient Eastern parable about two brothers, which tells a story about the human choice and its consequences. Once, long ago, in one settlement, two twin brothers came into the world. Although they were born within minutes of each other, for the rest of his life, the firstborn considered himself the elder and therefore smarter. When the brothers grew up, it so happened that one traveler stopped for a night in their house. He turned out to be a spiritual and a wise person. At that time, the people of this settlement were at war with neighboring people. This war brought a lot of grief to the people, but nobody knew how to avoid the war and death. And the brothers asked the wise man for advice. The spiritual man, after listening to them, told them simple truths about the essence of life and death. He told them what happens in the world of people, about the nature of humans' duality, what keeps him in the chains of ignorance, and how to break free from them. He spoke about how to find the true path, save one's soul, and come to that which lies beyond life and death. In the end, he said, it is only possible to become free from death when one knows the truth. The truth is a domain of the inner. The path to the truth is a domain of the outer. And only having walked this path will you know the truth and become free from death. But each of the brothers understood the words of the wise man in his own way, and each chose his own path to save his soul. The elder brother decided to perfect himself in spiritual knowledge. He left his native land to avoid participating in the war, visited many countries, where he studied religions of the local peoples and chose from them what he considered to be the best, that which would lead him to attaining the property of the inner. Eventually, he gained most diverse knowledge and experience, and so succeeded in his endeavors that he considered himself an enlightened man endowed by the good will of the Chosen One. Moreover, he himself believed it to such an extent that many people believed him and began to learn from him. The younger brother went to the people and began to tell them the simple truths he had heard from the wise man. Some people listened to his words. Others laughed, thinking that everything in this world is decided by rulers who listen to the gods' advice. But soon, even those who laughed at him began to listen to the young man's speeches because his words were honest. There was truth in them. And people told him that they did not want the war, they did not want to kill anyone, and did not want to die themselves. But what were they to do? For they were forced to fight by their rulers. To which the young man replied, "If rulers can destroy but cannot create, what is their merit? If they cannot resurrect the dead, how can they condemn the living to death? Any person can cut off a branch from a tree, but only a master can attach it to the tree, and the ruler is only human. He is also afraid of death, just like any of you, so he is hiding behind the lives of his warriors, issuing decrees. But his decrees are executed by you. The ruler is one, while you are many. He deceives you, saying that he is strong, for his power is you, doing his will against yours. If people lay down their arms, there will be no one to fight. The power of a mountain is not in the stone lying on its top, but in its monolithic nature. And the people were inspired by that wisdom and shared it with the neighboring people with whom they were at war. The truth was heard, and everyone laid down their weapons. So in that place, thanks to the ordinary young man who had shared the true word of the wise man with the people, the war stopped and peace came. And many lives were saved by the truth, and many found the path to it. But time passes quickly. Gone were the earthly years of brothers. As they were born on the same day, so they died. Thanks to tireless zeal, the elder brother reached such heights in his spiritual perfection that he could appear before the guardian himself, behind whom towered the Chenvad Bridge. And he was allowed to behold with his own eyes his younger brother cross this bridge, and the gatekeeper thrust open before him the gate of eternity. And the highly spiritual elder brother was so amazed by what he had seen that all his subsequent 9 reincarnations he firmly followed the spiritual path of the younger brother, keeping the memory of what he saw and telling people about it. Anastasia: Yes, this is a very good parable. Educational. It's true. For many people, the spiritual remains at the level of high self-opinion instead of real work on oneself. Mind you, just like in society as a whole, everything is laid out fine on paper, but in reality, it's one long ordeal. Rigdon: Actually, it is people who choose how to live, from every individual to a group, from a small to a large community. The world politicians and priests convince people that it is them, as administrative personnel, who are the unifying force, and that without them, nations will do nothing. They instill this and divide people constantly. Otherwise, people would start to act without them. Moreover, together. For everything depends on people. They're the ones who implement the plans of priests and politicians, doing real work and carrying out different programs in society. There can be no politician or priest unless people themselves support him. As soon as a politician or a priest is deprived of such support, he loses authority and power, everyone forgets about him, and he becomes an ordinary member of society, just like everyone else. Anastasia, please tell us, what should the model of society be? Today, there are many forms of state and political structure, governance of society, political regimes, and ideologies. However, when you begin to examine closely each individual ideology or such a form, you understand that everything is built on the animal nature inhumanly. Even if in theory everything is beautifully drawn up, in practice, judging by historical events, it turned out like in the saying, the proof is in the pudding. Rigdon, that is because everything that you have listed here is built on politics, that is, on control, power, and the undivided rule of politicians and priests over society. Haven't you noticed that even the words are written separately? State and society. Plus, the state is viewed as a political superstructure of the society and rule of authority over people. Take a look at the etymology of the word государство, state. In the Russian language, for example, государство, state, is a possession of государ, a sovereign. The Old Russian word государ denoted both a particular person with power and a contract formula, for example, Господин Великий Novgorod. This word is connected to gospodar, that is, what an owner, master, or the ruling prince was called. The Persians in the ancient East had an even more precise definition, the owner of sheep, gospodar. And do you know how the word politics originated? Anastasia, well, as far as I know, from the Greek words politike, techni, meaning the art of ruling the state. And then some refer to the fact that these words, in their turn, are derived from the Greek words poly, meaning many, and techni, art, craft. Others believe that it originates from the Greek word polis, which ancient Greeks used for their city-states. Rigdon, this answer is quite predictable. This information is introduced to the human consciousness through many textbooks and books. But let us delve deeper into details. Where from did ancient Greece receive such a form of social governance? Moreover, with the self-designation of the highest official in ancient Greek city-states, archon. From ancient Rome, from the then forming supporting nest of the priests of Freemasons, who were actually the ones who established religious cults and forms of social governance for their own purposes, created craft guilds, and so on. Where did the Greeks get such a form of government as a democracy? From the Greek word demos, meaning people, and kratos as power or rule, that is, the rule of the people. From the same place where the Romans got republic, from the Latin word res, meaning matter, and publicus, public, res publica, public matter. All these forms of government were devised by the archons, the priests of Freemasons, and promoted among peoples through public figures. You may wonder why under these so-called public forms of government and political regimes, which republic and democracy represent in the world today, peoples themselves are in fact removed from governing their own country. Although on paper everything is written beautifully, the law takes into account methods of collective decision-making, including equal opportunities, granting personal and political rights and freedoms to citizens, and so on. But in reality, we have a real seizure of the people's power by local and central priestly and political elites of the governing bodies and their arbitrary rule. These self-appointed elites almost openly divide public property among themselves, exploit people by neglecting their interests, and use the state resources for their own or their clan's selfish purposes simply for the sake of profit. While public is fed as always by promises from election to election, in reality there is an ordinary behind-the-scenes struggle of financial and political groups, semi-feudal princelings and grey cardinals, fighting for an extension of spheres of influence that is their feeder. This is happening all over the world and above all in civilized countries. The same applies to the ideological models of political power, for example liberalism, from the Latin word liberalis, meaning free, with its implementation of individual freedoms, as well as socialism, from the Latin word socialis, meaning social, which is based on the public ideas of social justice, freedom, equality, and so on. I'm not even mentioning aggressively oriented ideologies, political regimes, and forms of power based on one-man rule, tyranny, monarchy, or minority rule, oligarchy, aristocracy. So why does such a phenomenon occur in the modern world? Because everything was initially developed based on two stimulants of managing the masses, faith and fear. Under the laws of materialism, or rather the animal mind, in favor of the lower instincts of a human, his earthly selfhood, where the spiritual goals proclaimed on paper served and still serve today only as cover for the actual absolute power of politicians and priests. That is why even today everybody is only talking about an ideal humanitarian human society, but is anyone actually creating it in the real world? And even the very formulation of a question about the creation of an ideal society is invariably connected not to society as such, but to what will be the form of state power over that society, while preserving the same global system of governance over people by, again, priests and politicians. Anastasia: that's right. For people, any regime is a constant choice between two evils. Rigdon: quite right. So let us return to the word politics. The word polis is derived from the Italian polizza, which means a receipt, contract. The archons are very fond of launching their projects under words that have a double meaning. Considering themselves to be intermediaries between gods and people, the archons projected the priestly model of governance onto society, or rather onto that part of society which for one reason or another was not subordinated to their religious power. For instance, it would include people who lived in other countries, believed only in their local gods, had a different culture, and so on. The word politics was formed by them out of two Greek words, from poly, standing for many, and theos, meaning God. and meant nothing more than the rule of many gods over society. It is from there that 10 gods came about, politicians who are subordinated to the system of the archon's rule. It is not surprising that today many countries live with the Anglo-Saxon law as well as continental law, some of the most common among the world's legal systems. But back in the day, the basis for their creation was the Roman law, which was developed by the priesthood in ancient Rome, the law of the 12 tables and other priestly documents for governing people, written in the vast traditions of the animal nature. Anastasia: well, yes, and that is why, as people say, the political law, just like the religious one, is always punitive. And in general, it is said, of course, that the world community lives according to the rules made by the archons under their aggressive signs. Rigdon: it lives so because people actually do not know who governs them and how, and they do not know because they do not delve deeply into these matters. If people show more interest in world's history, or at least heraldry, in medieval Latin, heraldus meaning a herald, the study of coats of arms, it will open their eyes to rather interesting facts to which they simply did not pay any attention previously. In particular, if we have a look at the standards, flags, emblems of princedoms, cities, and coats of arms of states, which as a rule were designed by the words of archons and palmed off onto ignorant rulers, then we can see the signs and symbols in them that influence the subconscious and activate the animal nature in people. All this exists today as well, and just like before, it is intended to secretly influence people's consciousness. It is enough to have a look at the official symbols of the modern countries of the world, their central and local government bodies, ministries, departments, and services, as well as at the symbols printed on the banknotes of various currencies of the world. These are mainly crosses, a mark to block the front essence, with a sign or a symbol, more often with the royal attributes of earthly power in form of a crown, and emphasis on the animal nature. I mean lateral essences of a person, which are mostly depicted in the form of one or another aggressive animal on each side of the central symbol. It is enough to look at the number of coats of arms and emblems marked with Freemason signs or symbols, starting with cities and countries and ending with international organizations and corporations. Bow and arrows, together and separately, axe, sickle, hammer, sword, rapiers, firearms, compass, lion, leopard, dragon, eagle, Phrygian cap and olive branch, Jewish priesthood. Not to mention the presence in many cases of certain numerical symbols in the form of stars, 6, 13, and so on. These aggressive signs are used in public attributes intended for mass production. That is, people often see and use them while taking them for granted in documents, on buildings, clothes, in mass media, and so on. Their effect on the human psyche is like a drop that wears away a stone. They subconsciously stimulate the animal nature and aggression, awakening the lower instincts. As a result, all this contributes to the growth of tension in society, like methane gas in a mine. At some point, it is enough to strike a spark, that is, to provoke aggression in a certain mass of people for an entire state to be swept up in a wave of violence and irreversible destructive consequences, or rather predictable, inevitable consequences. But this scheme of secret control of people works only as long as the majority of people do not know about it. Archons use every opportunity to place their signs and symbols on the territories under control, to put, so to say, their mold. What is more, all this is done quietly, with formal participation of peoples in such discussions. The decision, as a rule, is made by a narrow circle of officials, and yet another story is invented for the general public that precisely these symbols and signs are very significant for people living in the city or state from the point of view of history, philosophy, and culture of this area. Furthermore, sometimes these matters involve scientists who are given the task of substantiating precisely such an opinion and no other. But what I want to say about it is this. If people themselves, regardless of someone's opinion, become interested in history of their country and their people, and in symbols and signs, if they expand their horizons in these matters as well, responsibly approaching the process of cognition from the perspective of the observer of the spiritual nature, it will be more difficult to deceive them. After all, we're talking about the land where they, their children, and grandchildren are to live. In other words, when people know the truth, at the local level, they will put things in order themselves. For the main power is in the majority and society itself, and not in a bunch of priests and politicians' minions. Anastasia. So the Archons have made levers of control over the global society for themselves out of the world's politics, and from states as such, they've made tools of violence over nations and the means of enrichment for themselves and a handful of puppets in power whom they control. Rigdon. It is no secret that in any country of the world, the real politics is done behind the scenes, where its decisions and deals are not discussed with the voters. Anastasia. Yes, and society itself secretly promotes the model where the strong destroys the weak, starting with relationships in a small group of people, a family, firm, organization, and ending with relations between countries when strong states devour the weak ones and compete among themselves. In other words, the same laws of the animal mind. Rigdon. Absolutely. Evidence of such a system, which has been artificially created by people themselves, and which works as a conductor of the will of the animal mind, can be seen if one knows the whole truth of what politicians have been doing. Perhaps for a better understanding, I will give a typical example from history. Several centuries ago in medieval Europe, there were many feudal principalities governed by rulers of all kinds. Each such princeling and politician had his soldiers, flags, coats of arms, retinue, and something resembling a government. His princely mercenary army was called a gang of bandits from the Celtic band, meaning a bond. So what did they do? Princes were constantly at war among themselves, and thus expanded the territory under their control, establishing taxation on the occupied lands for local merchants, craftsmen, and peasants. That is, they collected tax payments from them for their patronage and protection from other princes who in fact were also bandits. and you had better not refuse such prince's benefaction, since the one who protected and threatened was the same person. But the point is that there were many such hunters for other people's belongings, for there was major competition among the princes, so to speak, to provide military security services to the public. Today, one princeling politician organizes bloody showdowns, and tomorrow another one. And they all longed to be the defenders of the orphaned and oppressed. But in fact, it was a real robbery under the guise of protecting the population. As they say, a gang is still a gang. And today, nothing has changed in the world politics. Only now, open abuse of peoples is called peaceful taxation, but the system of extortion has remained the same. This violently peaceful, voluntary, compulsory collection of money is a robbery of the population of the planet on small and large scale. It is just that today, all this came to be called by more beautiful words: monopoly on legitimate abuse, monopoly on customs duties, food, information, and so on. Anastasia: that is true. In many countries, a fee is taken from people even for a simple formal piece of paper, to process documents, confirm your own rights, and even to accept a complaint for consideration. This surely doesn't make the citizen's life any easier. Rigdon: well, gangs will be gangs. They have remained as they were, only now they're robbing the population already on a different scale, using the laws written by them. Although it is all about people themselves, who are the majority but do nothing, while the archons are a minority but constantly acting and very aggressively. That is all the difference. It is necessary for people themselves to wake up, broaden their horizons of knowledge, actively participate in the management of the world society, combine their efforts, be friends with each other, regardless of nationality, race, and country of residence. Then mankind will eventually come to that model of a just society of which it has dreamt for so long. Archons have made sure that many people would work for politics. In other words, that a significant human potential would be involved. Besides, the innovative human resource is mostly in their power, because the world science, in general, is sponsored and controlled by the organizations and funds dependent on them. Moreover, the Archons initiated the creation of various sciences which study and develop methods of controlling the masses, so that people themselves invent how to put themselves into Archon's shackles. For example, let us take sociology, from the Latin word societas, which stands for society, and logos, which means the study of. The science which studies society and the laws of its development, social groups, and relationships of the personality with society. What exactly do scientists study in the context of this science, executing the program tasks of those who sponsor and shelter them? Sociology does not study the inner world of human. Those in power have assigned this task to psychology and put the heat on to direct the priorities of its development at nurturing egoists in society under any plausible pretext. And spiritual matters were completely put under control of priests who are feeding off religions. Everything is divided and complicated in order to discourage a person from getting to the essence. What is the meaning of his life, who he really is, and what truly enormous potential he has. So sociology studies the behavior of large masses of people as well as various interactions in small social groups. In other words, these scientists observe the behavior of the individual and the collective animal mind. But who uses the results of their research and for what purposes? Again, politicians and priests do so in order to make it easier to govern people and to push the right buttons in their consciousness, activating the animal nature. And that is not to mention political science. It is ludicrous and sad to say what objective this science has and what it studies. For example, predicting a change of ruling regimes, the outcome of the political struggle of parties, inventing and producing political images for candidates, engaging in pre-election campaigns, and thinking up the speeches, not deeds, and new promises with which to win the public sympathy for a candidate during an election campaign. But political scientists, just like sociologists, psychologists, journalists, and other participants of this political show, are people of people. A politician only pays for some people to create a myth about him for other people so that he can get to greater power for the sake of his own interests. So it means that he is nothing on his own without the support of people who promote him with their own hands. Moreover, later people themselves carry out the orders of this politician and also suffer from them. In the world, elections of politicians have long been turned into a one-time massive political show called People's Power. What is its hidden purpose? What is its influence on nations? What do masses see? Televised casting of candidates, some elements of reality show with juicy details of private lives of the main characters, their competition with each other in shocking statements, an endless stream of mutual accusations, and so on. That is, everything is done to stimulate the animal nature in people, make emotions and thoughts go round in a vicious circle, so that as a result it would be easier to control this mass, regardless of who among these political puppets of those in power will win. Who today defines the vector of development of the global society? The archons do, and they manipulate the world politics as their own tool of power over nations. The archons are subordinated to the system of the animal mind, and they implement their ideas through politicians. But the majority of people do not know about these things happening behind the global scenes. They are deliberately fogged only by that theater of actions which takes place on the political scene of their country, thereby limiting the range of their cognition of more, narrowing their consciousness, and consequently depriving them of the desire to compare and analyze the events on the scale of the world society. So people see politicians developing laws by which the society is to live, but they do not even go into the question of why it is precisely these laws and why these particular politicians carry out these projects, why similar things are being implemented or have already been implemented in other countries of the world, and how has it affected the life of society in reality? What dominant did it activate in it? At best, they let people understand that the politicians of their country defend the positions of a particular gang which they represent. But again, who makes all these programs a reality? Management of the current affairs of any state is carried out by the officials belonging again to the people. And who are politicians in any country? Politicians are people from the elite, who in their majority have mainly come into power in order to secure their business and satisfy their megalomania. Because such people who became dependent and fell under the power of the system of the animal mind are no longer satisfied with money. They already want to have something more. For example, the ability to control a large number of people and secretly enjoy these people's servility. Many of them do not even understand that they're only conductors of the will of the animal mind. Whether a person realizes this or not, his soul definitely suffers from this choice of the personality and an unwise waste of life forces which separates it from the spiritual world evermore. After all, life passes very quickly, and power is given for a short time, but the price for it is disproportionately high. A life's moment of human weakness turns into a long agony of a subpersonality and prolongation of the soul's ordeals in the captivity of matter. Too high a price will have to be paid for choosing those illusions which, like vapor, appear for a short time and then disappear in the darkness of existence. Those clever politicians who manage to see this global bluff and understand the current destructive direction of movement of the world society along the path of reverse swastika and realize where from the root of all the evil of formation of negative world events grows, in their turn also do not know what is to be done. They're looking for an answer to the question how to actually get rid of this old sick tree of the system of power of the world priests, whose infected roots have entwined the whole world like an octopus. Actually, there is nothing difficult here if you understand the tools used by the archons in whose hands most of the earth's capital is concentrated. The task of the archons is to impose another illusion, an ideology of the animal mind to as many people as possible so that the masses believe in it. For example, to convince the public of the advantages of the material way of thinking and the consumerist format of public relations, to frighten people with another world crisis, to convince of the necessity of starting a war or an ethnic strife, to set the followers of different religions at loggerheads, to arrange bloody strife, conflicts, color revolutions, and so on. And then, when masses of people are infected with these ideas, people themselves materialize them, starting to perpetrate all this disgrace with their own hands. The main thing for the archons is to activate the animal nature in people, or rather their collective animal mind. After all, they only write scenarios and sponsor their politicians, and it is their overall world political web that is the active tool to influence the masses. After all, who is a politician? An actor, one who plays the role written for him. His task is to make frequent appearances on the television screens of his country as well as in the press, speak beautifully, and inform people about certain ideas. Politics is the art of lying from Ahriman. It was initially formed this way by the archons and still continues to exist in this form in the global society. So a politician is, in fact, an actor. On the public stages of their countries, the politicians who work for the archons convey the ideas of their priests, script writers, and producers, sponsors, whose existence people do not even suspect. The public, while listening to the performances of such actors, thinks that everything said is a great idea of these politicians, which so convincingly calls for war or ethnic strife, supposedly in the name of a happy future of this nation, but none of them mentions that war brings death and any strife brings instability and economic recession in society. The crowd listens and hears the illusions, catching the ideas which activate the animal nature and which by and large come from the programs and purposes of the will of the animal mind. Imagine the archons proposing to each sensible person on the planet individually an idea that he should go to war with his brother so that archons could live well. Where would everybody tell them to go? That's right, to a certain well-known address. What intelligent person would want to destroy the peace and quiet of his family, relatives, and friends? What is war for most people? It is death, destruction, and grief. And what is the provoked war among nations for the archons? It is not so much a method of quick enrichment as a political game and the creation of conditions for greater control, expansion, and assertion of their power over the population of the countries at war. After all, during a war, the warring states not only deplete their resources. After it is over, the survivors still live in fear, and the countries are politically and economically dependent on the mighty of this world. The people on both sides continue to be afraid of each other and feel hatred even towards new generations born after the war. In other words, the masses live in constant fear of a threat of a new war. Thus, any war is a way of division, fragmentation of society, a method of intimidation of the people. It is not people who want war, but politicians and priests. It is not one country that attacks another, but a bunch of politicians and priests are playing their game at the expense of the lives of millions of ordinary people. But if friendship flourishes among nations and people themselves actively contribute to it, the process of unification of the entire world community will begin. Together, people will be able to prevent any war, for all the conflicts in the modern world occur at the level of information to start with. That is, firstly, in people's heads, the world community, and only then are developed and implemented with their hands. For first comes information, choice, a change of consciousness, and only then the consequence of all this is action. People must not only understand this, but also, to the best of their ability, they must actively oppose triggering of any war, especially at a stage of preparation of public opinion in the internet and the media. Otherwise, the archons will continue to use the effect of infecting the crowd through the army of their politicians and priests by playing out public performances, bullying billions of television viewers, and enslaving their minds in fear and obedience to the material system. If activism of the world society is awakened in the matters of self-government, and the very process of governance and all of its information is made transparent, and also this tool of archons is eliminated, politics and priesthood as world systems through which they influence the masses, then much in the life of society can qualitatively change. The archons are just a small pitiful bunch compared to the entire humankind, and they live by deception alone that cannot last forever, like everything dead. For the one who has once betrayed himself and his spiritual nature, the truth seems foul. He lives by deceiving others, while in fact he deceives himself. The reason for the lie is not in words, but in the desire to deceive one's nature. Anastasia. So the same situation exists in politics as with the spiritual aspect of society's life. If such a tool of influence over masses as politics is abolished in the world society, then in fact such phenomena as power will disappear from it, as well as jobs of freeloaders, that is, those who profit from public property. And clever, honest people who truly care about the life and destinies of nations not in words, but in deeds, who unfortunately are not that many in the political system, will continue to help the society just as conscientiously and unselfishly once the institution of the political power is abolished. For example, they will teach people the basics of public self-government and control, will apply their expertise in the good deeds of society, and so on. Although such people in politics, just like people of God in religion, are few, still they exist. For them, honor, conscience, a sincere service to society, devotion and commitment to what they're doing are not just words, but a way of being, where their life is placed on the altar of service to humankind. Rigdon. Yes, this is a real feat, to be in the system and still remain a human being. And the help of these honest and clever people will be significant for society. It is necessary that the changes take place not in a particular country, but everywhere among nations of the entire world. Then this process will be difficult to stop. Certainly, it is necessary that the majority of the people in the world get inspired with this idea, that people become more mature in knowledge and participate more actively in the positive transformation of all the spheres of society, starting with their country and ending with the world community. Mankind must unite. Only by joining forces can people build an entirely new world society where the truth will reign and where there will be no place for any regime as a means of violence over people. Then, in this united world community, there will be neither priests, nor politicians, nor presidents, that is, those people who rule over nations. Incidentally, the word president also had appeared in society at the suggestion of the archons, who are fans of double meanings. They did not name this position of the leader of a group, for example, preamble, from the Latin word prambulus, meaning the one who goes in front. They reserve this word for the advancement of their affairs and use it to denote the introduction of legislative acts, declarations, or international documents controlled by Freemasons. While the position of the head of executive power who governs the people was called the president, which when translated from the Latin praesidens, literally means the one who sits in front, in essence blocking the movement of people. Suffice it to look at how many presidents of various corporations, companies, and academies of sciences we have in the world today. I'm not even talking about politics, but the essence is the same. As priests implement their power in the name of God, so do politicians, while in the presidential chairs of their countries, exercise their power in the name of the people. For the first time, the archons tested the word president on the consciousness of the masses by way of the title of head of nation during the War for Independence of the American colonies. Remember I told you about it? Anastasia: Is this when the Archons directed and sponsored their project to create the most free and democratic country in the world? Yes, of course. I wrote this information down in the book Sensei 4. They devised their operations carefully, planned for many years ahead, and skillfully used those same signs and symbols, and even names, which influenced the masses at the subconscious level. Rigdon: When the majority of people show competence in these questions as well, these problems will disappear as such. People themselves should exclude in all spheres of their life any possibility of manifestation of the animal nature in a person, shielding themselves and society this way from submission to the will of the animal mind. It is necessary to set the spiritual vector of development for mankind thanks to participation and efforts of each person. That is, to create a healthy environment for the regeneration of the spiritual nature in a person and its blossoming, as well as for the popularization of cultural and moral values in the entire global community. When people themselves and the world community abolished the kind of institutions that imply the very notion of power, then many artificially created problems will disappear. The management of society should belong to society itself, and not to the Archons and their representatives. In the united society, there should be no borders at all. All people in the world should live in space in which moving about is absolutely unrestricted. That is, to have every opportunity to move absolutely freely on the planet without limitations. There should be no conditions for the emergence of strife among people, including ethnic conflicts. There are national cultures of the peoples of the world which contain various traditions and knowledge of humanity. But there is also the supreme concept, the spiritual, which unites people of all nationalities, and which, for example, in the Russian language, is known by the word Человек. Человек meaning man, person, human. By the way, the word Человек itself is anything but simple. Cello originally meant supreme, and that is why in the old days the word indicated a forehead. And the word vek stands for power, and it originally meant filled with power, eternal. Человек, human or person, stands for the one who is filled with, full of, the supreme, spiritual power. And the real human, Человек, or the primordial human, person, is the filled one in whom this supreme eternal power, the spiritual nature, dominates. So all the questions should be decided together by people themselves, starting with local village councils and ending at the world level. And this process should be absolutely open to all the participants of society. Modern technologies allow this stipulation to be implemented in practice. Moreover, all these questions of the society life should be discussed and decided in their spare time off work. Such a system of a self-governing society will work only when people themselves take on the responsibility for improvement of life of the whole society and express their readiness to spend their personal time to participate in any way they can in the matters of society, including collaborative creation on a regular basis. This is equivalent to when a person controls his thoughts and desires from the animal nature, and when he assumes responsibility not just for controlling himself in these matters, but also in working on creation of kind thoughts, actions, and deeds from the spiritual nature. Also, in society, there should not even exist such a notion as regime of secrecy in the matters of self-government of society. First of all, this concerns funding, that is, distribution and order of using resources. Now in the world, most of the information about the flow of funds is inaccessible to the public. As a rule, in the countries, this concealment is justified by state secrets involving the matters of national security, economic, political interests, and so on. But where the money is actually going, people do not know. Why does this happen? It is because world political and priestly gangs exist, and there is a struggle for power and control of financial streams. Under this guise of secrecy, politicians pass laws that are favorable for their rule and their business and plunder the state budget, while people continue to live in poverty. The same thing happens also at the world level among states, only this theft takes place already on a larger scale. If the institutions of political and priestly power are abolished in the world, secrets will vanish as well. When the world society becomes united in its creative processes and spiritual aspirations, the concept of secrecy will disappear. Society itself will simply decide what expenditure items are a priority and what their funds should be spent on in the first place in order to improve life in it. And each person of the world community should be able to monitor what exactly the funds have been used for and what needs they have been spent on to the last penny. Basically, to create such conditions that there is not a single loophole for stealing public funds or self-serving profiteering off them. Resolving the issues of self-government of the world society should be open and transparent at all levels. Now people do not participate in this process not only on a global scale, but even in their own country. Let's take a more or less loyal example, the Slavic countries. In the present system, people have delegated their rights to deputies who, having got into power, sit there for years in immunity, getting a bunch of benefits and privileges. For the most part, these deputies defend their personal interests or interests of some corporations which belong to priests and politicians, those in power. Thus, they operate with the power from the people, acting on behalf of the people or supposedly in their name, which has nothing to do with addressing these questions. By the way, the word deputy itself is also derived from a dead language, one of the favorites of archons, Latin. Deputatus, deputar, means to point, to intend. Please note, this person is not chosen, but is appointed, sent from above by those in power. Basically, that's how it was in the past. In the ancient Greece, for example, the name deputy was given to a servant of a priest whom the latter sent with holy orders to Delphi or to Olympus. And in ancient Christian church, the name deputy was given to one of the clergymen who was walking in front of the patriarch, clearing the way for him. In the new global community, oriented towards the spiritual vector of development, there must be no permanent representatives at all, like present-day deputies and such. If it is necessary to delegate one's authorized representatives to public meetings to communicate the opinion of people of this or that area, then certainly. But these individuals should really be elected from the people according to their personal and moral qualities, the level of responsibility and professionalism, and certain deeds which they have already undertaken for society. These representatives should be deprived of any benefits and privileges. They must carry out public activities at their own expense in their spare leisure time without receiving any material or other compensation or any advantages over other participants of society. Moreover, only when this person improves the living conditions of all the participants of the society, together with everyone, he improves life for himself as well. As the result of creation of such conditions, the current issues of society life will be dealt with by honest, intelligent people who are ready to sacrifice their personal time, not for themselves, but for the sake of service to society, in some sense to the detriment of their material life, receiving nothing in return. Naturally, society will control the resolution of such issues and formulate the priorities. And the most important, life-supporting issues should be addressed by the entire world community. By the way, modern technology makes it possible to hold such open public meetings in real time, without costly trips and gatherings, and solve everything easily at the local level. This not only saves a lot of time and funds, allowing prompt action on manageable issues, but what is equally important, the openness of such online meetings to the public also eliminates unnecessary mass gatherings and excludes secret games and lobbying of private interests to the detriment of society. Anastasia. All right, voting, control of vote count and data verification, prompt resolution of issues, and voicing of different views, all this can really be done even online. But what if someone wants to monopolize digital and online technologies into private hands and thus create an instrument of power for themselves? Rigdon. If society itself controls and thwarts any attempts to monopolize digital, online, or other technologies, as well as means of communication, this will not happen. And on the whole, while building such a society, it should be taken into account that all the strategic and life-sustaining enterprises and their resources should belong to society. This applies to the energy sector, financial institutions, banks, and so on, production and sale of medications and medical equipment, field development and mining operations, and also large industrial, agricultural, and scientific enterprises. All these should belong to the entire world community. Ownership of all this by private capital must not be allowed. In other words, for all of it in one way or another to be in private hands or belong to any particular individuals or groups. Only under these conditions is it possible to avoid corruption, rising prices, and financial crises. Society itself will set prices that are acceptable for living, will define the quality of services, and so on. Otherwise, if nothing changes, it will be as it is now, if not worse. That is, corruption will thrive, as well as various scams, purchase and sale of air, unconscionable loans, inflation, and all the other traps of the animal mind in the area of free market relationships. It is enough to look at the modern world. All the collapses and sharp rises of national and international currencies, various world economic, food, political, and other crises, all this is artificial. All this is done by people. It is just that someone creates conditions for this and earns incredible capitals from it, while someone else loses his shirt during these artificially stimulated processes. In a normal human society, this is unacceptable. Anastasia, you have mentioned that financial institutions must belong to the entire world society. So this implies that people will still deal with money in one form or another. Rigdon, money is an equivalent of exchange, an equivalent in the sense of having power, from the Latin aqueous, meaning equal, and valentis, as having a meaning, power. This power is a derivative from the material world, and there is no escaping it. A human lives in the material world and resides in the physical body, and the latter is subject to the laws of a three-dimensional world. That is, the physical body has to be fed, dressed, kept clean. It is necessary to satisfy the required life-supporting needs, fight its diseases, and so on. For this purpose, of course, food, medicine, clothes, and other items of the material world are needed. Therefore, a person needs to earn the means for daily living needs, which support his existence in the body. Anastasia, but as long as money is in use in any form, there will be a division into rich and poor, as history shows. Besides, wealth implies the existence of private business and therefore ownership. Rigdon, as for the rich and poor, society must create such conditions for its existence that there is no poverty in it at all. At the present level of technology, all this is quite possible to achieve. To feed all the people, turn the desert into a blooming garden, clean even polluted waters and make them fit for use, and use alternative energy sources instead of fossil fuels. All these technologies already exist, but they're only available to few. Most people in the world do not know about it. This information is concealed on purpose, and the development of such progressive technologies is restrained artificially all over the world by the order of the world's priests. Why is this done? So that those same archons can keep their power and the political levers of influence in the world society, continue to exploit billions of people, increase tension in the world, and keep most people in fear of falling below the poverty line. For when the consciousness of the masses is busy with issues of survival, it is much easier to manipulate and control them and incline the choice of people in favor of implementation of the animal mind's will. So when building a new society, it is necessary to make it so that poverty as a phenomenon does not exist on the planet at all. It is essential that people are provided with all the necessary things and that there is only medium and high level of prosperity. If a person is a workaholic, he is welcome to earn. Honest private business is quite acceptable, for example, providing some services to the public, but in no way is it acceptable to own factories and steamboats, that is, large enterprises, monopolies, and entire industries that support the life of society. There must be clear restrictions on wealth. The maximum capitalization of one family as a social unit should not exceed $10 million in monetary value, according to today's prices, including all tangible and fixed assets. And even that is a lot. For now, I'm naming too high a number only so as not to shock those people who have a much larger capital. These funds are more than enough to support a family, and excess, that is family income that exceeds this sum, must go towards the needs of society. In other words, a person will not get rich from this, and at the same time, he will help other people. After all, since ancient times, it has been known that the true riches of a hard-working person are in his spiritual wealth. And in the society where universal human, spiritual, and moral values will dominate, such actions and examples of a person must be made prestigious. After all, what drives rich people in the world today? Is it the thirst for money itself? No. They're driven by the banal desire from the animal nature to show off to others. Like he has a better car, a better house, and even his socks cost much more than a neighbor earns in a month. All this is ridiculous. It's all nonsense, which has been imposed by the consumer society and the fashion that the clever create to deceive the foolish, so that it would be easier to swindle them out of their money. It is unlimited capital that breeds aggression in society, provokes envy, the desire to manipulate other people, and promotes domination of the animal nature in a person. In a normal civilized society, this must not happen at all. This is not nice and is disreputable, but it should be cool, respectable, and prestigious to help society and people, and not simply to feed someone one time or give toys once only, but to provide real, regular, practical help to villages, towns, regions, and so on. That is, do what one can to help society. Anastasia: how can people in responsible positions be protected from the temptation of using their status? Rigdon: elementary. The executive bureaucracy that deals with the current affairs of society should be reduced to the necessary minimum and prevented as best as possible from having any opportunities to use their official position for personal, private interests. In other words, it is necessary to create such conditions for work of people in these positions that would exclude any possibility of being tempted by power, status, or material gain. Moreover, to make it so that people could constantly monitor, including in real-time mode, the activity of functionaries, that is, nomenclature employees of the administrative machinery, and the very process of performance by officials of their duties must be made so open to the public that these people would not be able to exercise the qualities of their animal nature in their positions. Then functionaries will truly become public servants, that is, they will conscientiously serve people and perform their duties honestly. Anastasia: this is certainly good, but personally I cannot imagine how this will look in real life. Rigdon: do not worry, there are many intelligent professional people in every area of the life of society, and in this one as well, who when they embrace the general idea will be able to, upon joining forces with like-minded people, not only in their own country, think everything through sensibly to the slightest detail. If people, each person whom this information has not left indifferent, do not sit back and do nothing, but start to put things in order, at least in the professional and other areas of life of society that are more familiar to them, then sooner or later they will succeed. People themselves will create a system that will block all the possible loopholes and any possibilities for the manifestation of any corruption in society, especially in public positions. By virtue of having work experience in a particular field, knowing its pitfalls, keeping a close watch, and controlling their animal nature, they will think it through how to exclude every possibility, all preconditions for the creation of conditions that tempt the person. Anastasia: all right, and how will the public control and manage, for instance, science? After all, science is diverse, and in such specific matters, one should really be an expert, or at least understand what is discussed, and choose promising directions of its development. Rigdon: there are specialists, scientists who pursue one field of science or another and develop it. Society provides funds for that field depending on how important, necessary, and impactful it is for the entire world society today. Society should take care of its savings like a careful owner and spend funds on what is really necessary. In science, for example, it is necessary to eliminate instances of allocation of funds to those who crave to have any power over people, who, as people say, are engaged in science window dressing, but at the same time do nothing useful. It is necessary to liberate scientific environment of such people, or transfer them to another job, and create the conditions there under which society would benefit from them. I have already said that science is the process of knowing the truth. It should not be a means of achieving power. A specialist must do his work conscientiously and have the appropriate conditions for life and proper professional activity. Generally, in any branch and sphere of life, it is necessary to create such conditions that there would not even be possibilities for the manifestation of domination of the animal nature, so that all information would be open to people, and society would make major decisions together. The community must take care of each person, and the person must take care of the community. It is necessary to use this characteristic of the human nature, imitation. Imitation is an instinct of the animal nature in a human, but you won't get rid of it because we reside in the material body and live in the material world. This instinct should simply be used correctly. For example, when it becomes fashionable and popular in society to do good, to selflessly help people, gratuitously serve the public good, to possess such qualities as honesty, responsibility, and conscientiousness, in general, to be a real human being, this will be taken up by many as a result of imitation. But most importantly, these ideas will pervade new generations for whom such human aspirations, cultural and moral values, and the dominance of the spiritual nature will become quite natural norms of life. This means that for new generations, it will be easier to overcome their animal nature and engage in their personal spiritual growth, which naturally will be reflected in the perfection of the world community itself. Anastasia: yes, it really is an absolutely new model of humankind, of which people have dreamt for a long time as an ideal of the civil society. It's just that they imagined all this narrow-mindedly, within the limits of desires from the animal nature. Now I understand why they didn't manage to bring this idea to life. People tried to create such a society not from the perspective of their true spiritual nature, but from the perspective of the material system of power and control, which one way or another overlaps with the programs of will of the animal mind. In most cases, They documented even the very idea of a new social order with infusion of their animal nature desires. Rigdon: Quite right. But here's what I want to say in this regard. In our time, humanity has, for the first time in history, during the course of all of its existence, such a unique opportunity: creation of a self-governing, united world community with the spiritual vector of development. Previously, some 30 to 50 years ago, the implementation of this idea on a global scale would have been impossible, since there were no technical conditions and no availability to the majority of people of interactive communication via the now familiar to many means of communications, for example, mobile communication and the Internet. In their historical time, individual groups of those initiated into the primordial knowledge tried to transform society. I mean, for instance, Imhotep and his people, or the Knights Templar. And for some time, they managed to improve the life of people of their country, and even several states, at least a little bit, and to give many personalities an opportunity to develop spiritually during their short human lives. But all these are individual cases, practice of which later did not develop properly, because all this was done under the conditions of existence of the rule of politicians and priests over society, and more precisely, in the conditions of existence of an artificially created priestly system of control of mankind, according to programs of will of the animal mind. And now humanity has the only realistic chance of saving themselves and their future. Today, in the human society, the animal mind is reaching its apogee, a triumph over human thinking. Just look at the speed with which the consumerist format of thinking is being imposed upon the world. A little more, and all the spiritual stimuli will be destroyed or substituted both in society and in the consciousness of an individual. And basically, the fast pace of overall introduction of accessible technical means of communication among the peoples around the world, and popularization of minimum acceptable literacy in these matters for the public is exactly the work of global conductors of the animal mind for the purpose of organizing subsequent total control over mankind and submission of the latter to its will. But this is also a weakness of the animal mind. Mankind has a unique opportunity to use the same tools and the technical base prepared by it in order to self-organize and unite, directly oppose the animal mind, and create a free society on the planet. Now there is a unique opportunity to turn over the monad, otherwise a little longer and it will be too late. For everything depends on the human choice. Anastasia: Yes, this is indeed a real opportunity to turn over the monad. Curiously, the principle of rule and control in society today is presented to people in the form of a pyramid with its top pointing up. At its bottom is the majority of the population, in fact, those surviving in the beggarly conditions that were artificially created by politicians and priests. And at the top, there are only a few endowed with power by this society who live by using public wealth and have most of benefits and privileges. But if the sign is turned over, we get a triangle with the top pointing down, according to the principle of creative Allatra as the symbol of society, in which there is no rule as such, where each person, while perfecting spiritually, improves their life on account of benefiting the entire mankind, where the world society controls the processes of its life, moves in the spiritual direction, and uses all the amenities and resources. This is exactly the movement from lower to higher. This is the real progress, a qualitative evolutionary leap of the human civilization. Rigdon: quite true. So actually, there is nothing difficult here. Simply people themselves should actively engage in the process of transformation of society and create to the best of their ability the necessary conditions for education of nations, unification of the world community, and for human civilization to follow the spiritual vector of development. The main conditions for creating such a society: 1. Improving people's spiritual and intellectual literacy. 2. Human spiritual self-perfection and his active participation in the life of society. 3. Independent unification of nations into a single world society. 4. Abolition of the global system of rule of priests and politicians. 5. Stringent restrictions on individual wealth. 6. The governance of society must belong only to society itself as a whole. 7. Most important of all, ideological transformation of the society, which is inseparably connected to the domination of spiritual nature and moral values both in the person and in society. As every person should keep track in himself of manifestations of negative thoughts coming from the animal nature, so society as a whole must control its collective public thoughts. And because the main source of the latter is mass media in all its forms, society itself must keep an eye on its cleanliness. That is, what should be developed is the culture of popularization of spiritual and moral values, knowledge, good, conscience, honor, dignity, and friendship among people, of positive creative models and examples of thinking, the best human actions both of the personality and groups of people. There should be no propaganda of negativity imposed by the animal mind, of wars, violence, murder, strife, hatred, selfishness, and so on. Moreover, the initiative and the matter of popularization of the constructive ideology must come from society itself, as well as prevention of any attempts of imposing the destructive ideology upon people. These conditions are the basis for the formation of a united world community with a spiritual vector of development. Here, it is important to understand how significant is the role played in the life of humanity by an artificial information field which people themselves create while being either conductors of the will of the animal mind or conductors of the will of the spiritual world. Today, it is no secret that thanks to mass media, a certain human communication mass is being formed in the world, which outnumbers any largest physical gathering of people many times over. But also in this artificial information field, various patterns of uniform perception, thinking, behavior, and actions of people are also created, spread by means of infection and imitation, and function, and they form this invisible unified mass. That is, there's massification of consciousness and behavior of many individuals who belong to objectively unrelated social groups and cultures. Transpersonal communication connects and unites different people, but what is remarkable is that in contrast to the physical crowd, in this large mass, each person individually, by one's own choice, connects to a flow of one or another information, which eventually makes up a common diverse information field. These flows, like thousands of streams, have their direction, expansion, strengthening, and deepening into programs of one or another information channel that unites them. Within limits of the material world, there are only two diametrically opposed vectors of information, from the will of the animal mind and from the will of the spiritual world, each of which forms its own information field and accordingly its critical mass. The latter, as a phenomenon, is subject to the laws of the physics of the material world, only on a global scale, and implies this mass, which is necessary to start a self-sustaining chain reaction in the human society with employment of an enormous amount of energy. Thus, when there is an obvious preponderance in the global domination of programs of one of the two information fields, from the will of the animal mind or from the will of the spiritual world, thanks to the human communication mass, the monad will turn over. Anastasia. That is, outwardly, illusory, the highest possible degree of individualization of people kind of remains, and a person seems to be free to choose how to get information, for example, whether to listen to the radio, read newspapers, magazines, watch different TV channels, and then discuss it with other people, or pay attention to various messages and entertainment on the internet. But it turns out that there is no freedom as such, and all this is just an illusion of individualization. In fact, by choosing something out of civilization's offerings, a person connects to an artificially created information field, which one can say forms a mass out of thin air. After all, most people, just like him, watch the same channels on television, read the same newspapers, listen to the same radio, visit the same websites, and communicate online via social networks. And the degree of orientation of the activity of such a mass is constantly monitored and controlled with, for example, TV ratings, the highest website traffic, popularity of certain articles in the press, and so on. But this is a veritable massification of psyche, which has previously been practiced by shamans with a tambourine, magicians by means of rituals, and the like enchanters in front of the public. Only now the same ancient mechanism of influencing the human consciousness is carried out with new tools and on a more global scale, but principles are the same. I mean, at first, the audience is provided with a certain set of information, a single system of its perception by the masses, common goals and value orientations are created. The modern communicator broadcasts messages which cause, for example, the suggestion of stupor, non-critical imitation, and blind submission, that is an emotional and psychological condition that is common for the audience. This eventually leads to a build-up of a certain pattern of thinking and behavior formed by this information of the human communication mass and the direction of its attention, and therefore also actions in the program direction. Moreover, it goes unnoticed for the individual who makes up this mess. Rigdon: quite true. This is an influence on the human consciousness that has been known since ancient times, but today it is used in fundamentally new quality. And its global differential is that in the artificial information field, which broadcasts the will of the animal mind through people conductors with all the variety of information which stimulates the animal nature in a person, an individual, in fact, has no choice. For the personality, this is a dead end in spiritual development, no matter how much information a person gets from this source. For all this information will focus the person's attention on prolongation of the animal mind's life. However, in the information field, which has been artificially created in humanity and which broadcasts the will of the spiritual world through people conductors, the choice remains for an individual, since by receiving the truth, due to its reproduction in pure form by such people through the same artificial information field, every person gets an opportunity to know himself, to become an observer from the spiritual nature, that is, to connect to the global information field, which in its essence can in no way be compared to the limited, artificially created information field of mankind created in the material world. And so a person will help his personality grow and qualitatively transform spiritually into a new being. And that is the key difference. Anastasia: you said it exactly right. A limited, artificially created information field. For the mass consciousness, a myth is created through mass media, first of all television and internet, and actively supported and cultivated, which forms a certain perception of the world, creates mindsets, and in its diversity contributes to the mutual strengthening of information. This myth reinforces in consciousness of an individual, in essence made up causal relationships between real objects, generates legends about events and public persons of the past and present, and forms or presents a ready-made invented model of attitude towards reality. This fragmented knowledge about the world, but served in such beautiful wrapper myth, creates among the masses an illusion of comprehensive knowledge about the world and those events that take place. The same principle of false perception triggers in them as in the audience at a magician's show. I saw it, so it must be true. Although in fact, people do not even analyze the received information on their own and do not bother to understand the reasons of who needs the masses to pay attention to this information and why, while looping it on such a narrow range of matter of the three-dimensional world. Despite all the external variety of information, people are actually dishabituated from thinking independently by rebuilding the perception and thinking of the audience after their own fashion. The clip character of the flow of different messages alone deserves special notice, where the main aim is to excite emotionally and attract attention to this or that message. Rigdon: I would say more precisely that the main goal here is not to attract, but to distract the attention of a person from his inner spiritual development. Besides, if you look at all the diversity of today's information, at its basis you can see the single material root and activation in a person of desires of the animal nature, where everything is built on provoking specific emotions and forming a certain mindset in the crowd under the cross-influence of various sources of information. Anastasia: Indeed, if a person is on the animal nature's wavelength, then in fact he has no choice, as he does not even realize that he is an object of external manipulations, and he perceives the images and thoughts imposed upon him as his own ideas, without thinking about the true source of their origin. But when a person is an observer from the spiritual nature, he has something to compare to. He really has a choice. He understands how the animal mind influences him, what the spiritual world is, how fleeting life is, and how important personal spiritual self-perfection in it is. Rigdon: Yes, that is all true. Many people, unfortunately, do not even give a thought to whence various thoughts appear in them, why they give attention to them, and keep up the life of one or another program in themselves. Who and why needs to make it so that a large number of people, among whom like a speck of dust are also you, would see one or another impressive story, film, a shocking message, or read an emotionally charged article. People do not think about the original source, what this information carries in itself, whom it really serves, what is in general behind one or another artificially created information field worldwide, to which a person gives his attention, wasting valuable time of life on it. Here's a simple example from the life of a modern average family resting at home in the evening after working day. As a rule, everyone is busy with their own informational entertainment. Some spend time online, focusing their attention on messages, games, and entertainment that excites them the most and captures their attention. It is enough to look at the official statistics and the names of the most visited websites to understand what hooks of the animal nature still hold people's attention, forming a mass of a certain type with its own characteristics. Other members of the family listen, for example, to music, experiencing emotions that correspond to this melody. Still others watch TV, empathizing with the characters of films and programs and mentally taking part in a virtual action. And some people are busy with domestic chores, but they also scroll in their thoughts information, for example, about the moments that affected them psychologically, events of the day, news obtained from mass media, or about their current personal problems. But in absolutely all of the above mentioned, the attention is equally captured to the utmost by their avocation, which in fact has a material vector and is connected to the forces of the animal mind. In fact, all these occupations are empty. This is informational distraction that destroys lifetime. And life, like water in hands, runs out quickly. It seems that a person has not done anything bad, but nothing good has come from his existence either. By its content, life ends up being empty, like an ear of grain in the wind, which was blown about here and there, and then rotted on the vine without giving spiritual fruit. Same here. Everyone, like ears of grain, is distracted from their spiritual development by external information. People's consciousness becomes so narrowed, fixated on this or that emotion and thoughts from the animal nature, that in these moments, nobody even thinks about the spiritual. not to mention about doing serious work on themselves. Though in fact, spiritual development is the most important thing in the life of any person. It is the meaning of his existence. The person empathizes emotionally, gives much attention to an empty illusion which does not give him anything, as it does not enrich him spiritually. But this illusion pumps out emotions, power, from the mass of people formed by it. Everything that an individual gets after participating expansively, intrusively, impulsively, emotionally unrestrained in this illusory for the psyche of the masses show is devastation, strengthening of thoughts, emotions, and desires from the animal nature, in fact poison for the soul. Thus, the formed mass of people that have been engrossed by this or that informational illusion, which casts each individual into a kind of illusory reverie and ignores any hint at his spiritual development, is invisibly controlled by the animal mind. Each day, people unconsciously give their life force to it, paying their attention to information of the animal nature, and thus, like donors, constantly feeding and increasing the power of the animal mind. But awakening spiritually, a person begins to think about these vital for him questions. He begins to realize that until then he was just an unconsenting element of reproduction and of distribution of information from the animal nature for this mass. By awakening spiritually and working on himself, a person in fact makes his true choice. He becomes an active conductor of the will of the spiritual world, contributing to the dissemination of the truth in the existing artificially created by people information field. The truth becomes power, which multiplies his capabilities many times over. Anastasia: yes, the truth as it turns out is very simple. So it appears that at this stage the animal mind is actively creating a system that in theory should globally cover the consciousness of the majority of people on the planet. Rigdon: unfortunately, that is so. A tool is actively being perfected right now, which includes all the super effects of new mass communications. This tool is already well known to most people on this planet, I mean the internet, as one of the most effective means of massification of the human psyche today. Nowadays, the internet, which is rapidly taking place of television, is being actively implemented around the world. Every effort is being made to provide mass access to it for different nations, that is to attract the maximum number of people to the World Wide Web. Its advantage over television, print media, and radio is that the internet combines all these means of mass communication, but is less costly and therefore more accessible to the masses. It retains a degree of human individualization, but most importantly, embedded in it is the disposition to reproduce and duplicate information across the world at the expense of the formed mass itself, as well as of opinion leaders and active people. However, this global technology also hides the animal mind's weak spot, and smart people should take it into account. If previously a person, while in a physical crowd and understanding all the absurdity of actions committed by it, could in actual fact do little to change the situation, now every active person is given such an opportunity. In other words, thanks to internet technologies, Even one man in the battlefield is already a warrior, for he is one, yet brings spiritual truth to many people. Each person gets an opportunity to reproduce information, quickly transmit and replicate it. Everyone who has received this information is given the right to make his own conscious choice to continue to serve the destructive will of the animal mind or to implement the creative will of the spiritual world. Now, such unique conditions have formed under which humankind can use its chance and turn over the monad towards spiritual development of the civilization. It can create an entirely new social world order using the tools of informational influence of the animal mind upon people for the purpose and in a direction that is completely opposite to it, development of humanity in the spiritual and creative way. The personal contribution of each person to the common cause of spiritual and moral transformation of society is very important. One can say that every, even the most seemingly simple and insignificant thing done for the purpose of disseminating the truth, in the end, one way or another, affects the global situation in society and forms its future. Like the sea is formed from many streams and rivers, so the global creative information field is formed out of thoughts and actions of the many people who accepted the truth and became its active conductors. If a person who has all this information wishes to disseminate it, then it is necessary for him or her, 1. To provide people with the entire extent of knowledge outlined in these books while trying to disseminate it to a maximum number of people across the planet. 2. To contribute to the processes of unification of people on the basis of this information, which will invariably entail a change in behavior and attitudes, as well as formation of new values and spiritual self-education of the community. Provided that these objectives are implemented, it is inevitable that a self-sufficient world society will form, which will be capable of organizing itself, solving important issues, and implementing the decisions taken. Active communication of its every participant will only serve to strengthen, support, and expand the impact of this information, convey a certain emotional and psychological tone to other people, inspire them by an example of behavior, the general idea, and actions. In general, there is nothing difficult here. The main thing is to convey information to people in pure form, be an active participant of the process of formation of the new society, and to constantly work on yourself. People have dreamt of such a society since the dawn of times, calling it in their legends the land of good, the state of bliss, the golden millennium, the world of justice, millennium, that is the future that can get closer by divine intervention, but will be reached through human actions. For example, in Christianity, the concept of millennium belongs to eschatology. The Greek word eskatos, meaning the last one, finite, and logos, a word, a teaching, that is to the religious teaching about the final destinies of the world and the human, about the last stages of the domination of the animal mind in humanity. Eschatology looks at the topics of the future millennial reign of Christ after the second coming, the return to earth and his victory over Satan, of the Armageddon, the final battle between good and evil at the end of times, in which kings of the entire inhabited earth will take part. But who is it? Who in the context of this Christian teaching is called Satan, the animal mind of the material world? Suffice it to look around to see what's going on. Struggle for power, the priestly, political, and economic violence of gangs from the archons over nations, dominance of market and consumerist attitudes which form purely materialistic thinking in people, relationships based on the animal instincts. There is a veritable aggressive informational attack on the human society by the animal mind, in fact, an information war. The modern human more often chooses matter and hardly comes out of the sphere of influence of his animal nature, his earthly selfhood and selfishness. As a conductor, he imposes this model of behavior onto others, without even noticing that he is in the grip of the will that is alien to his spiritual nature. This is precisely the power, the guise of Satan, of the animal mind who has enslaved mankind and is now walking around in it without a mask. But the opportunity to change everything is in people's hands. People are waiting for divine intervention, but it is the same as with human dialogue with God. It can be achieved only by choice, actions, and real spiritual transformation of a person himself. The Bible has the following words of Jesus to his disciples: "I will ask the Father, and he will give you another comforter, that he may be with you forever. That is the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it does not see him or know him." The knowledge has been given to man, and his choice and action depend only on him. And changes in the whole global society depend on actions of every person. For all the living people, this is really the last remaining chance to spiritually save themselves and the civilization. Building such a society is a necessity, since this is the only model that will allow humanity to survive in the future. It is actually easy to build it. The foundations have been given, while the details of this new model will not be hard for people to work out together. Already now, there are many competent and clever people who really can and want to change the modern society, make it free and equal, not on paper under slogans of the archons, but in life, from the perspective of domination of the spiritual nature in a human. Building such a society depends on the actions and the personal choice of each individual. The archons have accustomed people to doing nothing and to waiting passively for someone to come, decide, and do everything for them. They have limited the present freedom in their system for a person to a place on the couch where he can spit at the TV set as much as he wants and curse at politicians and priests because nobody will hear him anyway. But it is easy for one to destroy this imposed illusion in oneself. One simply must not sit back and do nothing. It is necessary to transform yourself and society and be a messenger of peace in the full sense of this word. Anastasia. A messenger, well said indeed, because a messenger is inherently the one who brings knowledge. And in the modern world, this name is also given to a character in a classic tragedy who narrates outside the scene about what is happening. Given all the above mentioned, a messenger of peace is one who knows and explains the hidden meaning of what is happening to all people who are watching the performance on the world stage. Rigdon. All of us, while in bodies, take part in the theater of matter. The spectacle is shocking, but it is edifying. The truth reveals itself to the eyes of some, while others are absorbed by the performance. The only difference is whose side your consciousness is on in this place of illusory shows. A messenger is capable of communicating the truth to many people, friends, relatives, acquaintances, and strangers. He's able to induce the desire in them to tell the truth to their circles, and they can tell others. And so the message will fly around the world like a falcon in its swift flight. How fast this information will disseminate in society depends on people themselves, on the efforts of each messenger. The more there are of those who get inspired by the truth, the more there will be of those who will begin to change the situation in the global society according to their opportunities at the local level. All conceivable available means can be used for dissemination of information: verbal transmission, mass media, including radio, press, television, and the main lever of mass communication today, the Internet. If every person applies his hand, his mind, and the purity of his intentions to it, then this original information will spread very quickly around the world, and within a short period of time, this idea will permeate the majority. And in the majority lies the real power. Once people receive and get inspired by this information, they themselves will understand everything, how to improve the life of society according to their real abilities, and the tide of universal unification will start. So a lot depends on one person. The main thing is not to sit back and wait for mercy from the archons. The genuine spiritual side of a human being in relation to society is manifested in his sincere intention and selfless action for the good of society. Once united in such an intention, people will be able to achieve more and create conditions to form an entirely new civilization. Humanity that will be guided by the essence of the word, Allatra. The secret of this word was once kept in their circles by the spiritually initiated people who were resisting the power of the animal mind in any of its manifestations. These were the true warriors of light, the keepers of the primordial knowledge. For their feat of arms, the truth was revealed to them. There is no power greater than the spiritual power. By possessing the primordial knowledge, you also possess the power. By possessing the power, you influence with the word that is the glory, the name, and the call. The glory heralds the truth in the radiance of immortality for those who have been crowned in honor in approaching the One. The name manifests the sign of the primordial one, which is the basis and the key to understanding events. The eternal call is the primordial sound, the sound of creation. It fills the sign with the power of Allatra and makes it mighty in creation. For Allatra is the manifestation of God's will. It is the all-inherent force, the foremother of everything created according to His will. The worthy one follows the eternal call of the soul, resounding the cry of the soul's victory, Allatra. Everyone who hears it is a summoned one, and together are the power capable of changing the entire world. The creating power coming from God is Allatra. No period has been placed at the end of this book because the final word rests with people.